Chapter 843. That person's heart turned cold as soon as he heard those words from Han Shuo. As he looked at Han Shuo, who was smiling from ear to ear, he began to feel that the situation was getting worse and worse. It was at this moment that Little Skull, Han Hao, and Rose arrived from behind. They stood beside Han Shuo and looked at the exhausted fringe dwellers with cold eyes. They were ready to kill at any moment. The 5 elite zombies were nowhere to be found. Other than Han Shuo, who could communicate with them telepathically, no one knew where the 5 elite zombies were hiding. This unknown danger was even more terrifying to those fringe dwellers. They all cursed themselves for being blind. Of all people to provoke, why did they have to provoke this bunch of lunatics? What do you want? That person's heart shuddered. He couldn't help but take a step back from the pressure that Han Shuo deliberately emitted. Submit to me or die. Han Shuo coldly groaned and shouted with the soul-assimilating siren using the energy of Cauldron Spirit. Waves of bizarre energy that were hard to be seen by the naked eye rippled like water. Terrifying energy fluctuations that could shake one's heart were emitted from Han Shuo's body, as though warning the few before him what would happen to them if they dared to resist. That person's face was cloudy and uncertain. For a moment he didn't know how to react to the terrifying pressure emanating from Han Shuo. The penta-elemental undead formation formed by the 5 elite zombies had greatly shocked them. Little did they know that the 5 elite zombies were at the end of their tether and that they wouldn't be able to use the penta-elemental undead formation again anytime soon. Retreat. In the periphery, the other dozen or so forces that were silently watching the hellish scene scattered in all directions with a loud cry. The penta-elemental undead formation had not only intimidated the 30 or so fringe dwellers but also those fringe dwellers who did not personally participate in the battle. Just from the ravines and the corpses that littered every corner of the battlefield, one could tell just how terrifying the massacre was. At this moment they no longer had any thoughts of fighting against Han Shuo. When they saw that he was only staring at the 30 or so survivors that were riddled with scars, they didn't dare to hesitate any longer and left this troublesome place at all costs. In the blink of an eye, the ferocious gods of the 10 or so great forces nearby drifted away like ghostly shadows. The only ones who stayed put were a few indifferent bystanders who had not been tempted by Bertha's 5 million black crystal coins. Haralai and his men were among them. At this moment Haralai's heart was in turmoil. He could not believe his eyes as he stared at the tragic scene around Han Shuo. However, the truth was right in front of him. Haralai had no choice but to believe it. Haralai suddenly felt that he was very foolish and laughable. How could he have thought that Tanai would volunteer to take on the task of protecting them? This group of ferocious fiends had slaughtered 500 to 600 fringe dwellers in a short period of time. How could Haralai possibly stand a chance against them? My lord, should we leave as soon as possible? One of Haralai's men couldn't help but ask when he saw the bitter smile on Haralai's face. Haralai shook his head and replied, "There is no need for that. I don't think they mean us any harm. Let's see, this man is too good at concealing his strength. Despite possessing strength surpassing high gods, he gives off the illusion that he is only a mid-god. This guy's arrival could very well change the power structure of the fringe." At present, there were only the 5 sovereigns in the fringe who ruled over all other forces. The 5 sovereigns seemed to have a tacit understanding that they would ignore small forces like Haralai and Buzz. They would only fight each other in the dark. It was obvious that Han Shuo possessed strength surpassing that of a high god. Moreover, every one of his men was mysterious and unfathomable. They even had the terrifying power to annihilate a large group of enemies. With such a powerful force entering the fringe, it was only a matter of time before a storm of carnage would be stirred up. Perhaps the fringe might even re-establish its order. Once the war broke out, all the fringe dwellers would inevitably participate in it. If they could choose one of the fringe dwellers as the victor, they would be able to seize the initiative when the fringe dwellers reorganized their forces and greatly increased their forces. To Haralai this was a rare opportunity. Han Shuo coldly looked at the fleeing fringe dwellers. He did not pursue them. On one hand he had more than 30 fringe dwellers to deal with, and on the other hand he did not have the energy to deal with them. The 5 elite zombies had just deployed the penta-elemental undead formation and had consumed a great deal of their energy. They would not be able to reactivate the penta-elemental undead formation without a period of rest. Little Skull, Han Hao and Rose were just 2 people. They could not restrain the hundreds of fringe dwellers who were fleeing. Han Hao himself had to stay behind to preside over the situation. He could not give up on pursuing the fleeing fringe dwellers. Han Shuo knew that he could not conquer all of them at once. He had to take things one step at a time. As his strength grew, even if he did not take the initiative to attack, there would be people who would willingly submit to him. And now Han Shuo wanted to capture those people before him. The 30 or so fringe dwellers were all exhausted inside the penta-elemental undead formation. Faced with the pressure that Han Shuo deliberately released, their minds were in a dilemma. Among the 30 or so fringe dwellers, 10 possessed high god strength. Although the remaining 20 or so only possessed mid-god strength, they all possessed special talents in certain aspects. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been able to survive inside the penta-elemental undead formation. Han Shuo coldly groaned and said in a cold voice, "You have no choice. Either you die or you surrender. Make up your mind." Upon finishing those words, the demon generals that filled the sky transformed into solid bodies. They danced around the fringe dwellers like bats, ready to pounce and kill them at any moment. I am willing." Under the double pressure, one of the heavily injured mid-gods had a mental breakdown. He took the initiative to express his will. This kind of thing was easy once someone took the lead. Those who were strong suddenly let go of their bitter perseverance when the first "I do" was said. Cries of "I do" came from the mouths of those who were riddled with scars. They all knelt on one knee in unison, awaiting Han Shuo's judgment. The fringe had its own rules. The gods of the fringe were all ferocious beings from the 12 dominions. They didn't have any morals or self-restraint. Naturally, they had to be restrained in order to submit. They all knew this and waited patiently for Han Shuo to take control of them. Drops of blood flew out from Han Shuo's palm. The scarlet blood looked like rubies. They spun in the air and entered the necks of the 30 fringe dwellers before disappearing from the back of their heads. In the next moment, the 30 fringe dwellers suddenly felt as though something had been added to their divine souls. Their gazes when they looked at Han Shuo suddenly turned cordial. The hatred hidden in the depths of their hearts was gradually disappearing with the injection of the demonic blood. "Master!" The leader of the fringe dwellers bowed in reverence. His attitude was very sincere. "Master! Master!" The other fringe dwellers called out softly. They uniformly bowed in front of Han Shuo. The hatred and dissatisfaction they had for Han Shuo had disappeared under the effect of the demonic blood. Han Shuo nodded and said with a satisfied smile, "Get up, all of you. From today onwards you are my demon guards. Gorin, you will be their leader for the time being." "Thank you, Master." The high god of lightning who had beheaded Buzz and Bertha and had been trying his best to negotiate with Han Shuo acknowledged respectfully. He was the only late-stage high god among the fringe dwellers. Not only did he possess sufficient strength, he was also vicious and merciless. Judging from the way he killed Buzz and Bertha, it could be seen that he was able to discern the situation at critical moments. He was very suitable for this position. The 30 drops of blood essence that flew into the back of their heads would gradually affect their divine souls, making them wholeheartedly loyal to Han Shuo. The demonic blood would not affect their strength, intelligence, or judgment. Other than making them feel that Han Shuo was their master, there were no other side effects. "Alright, some of you still have some subordinates. I will give you some time to return and gather your subordinates. I will give you further instructions. As for those mid-gods without any foundation, follow Gorin for the time being," instructed Han Shuo as he looked down at the new demonic guards who were kowtowing on the ground. As soon as these words were spoken, the demonic guards kneeling before Han Shuo respectfully saluted, then dispersed one by one, drifting in all directions. The mid-gods followed Han Shuo's instructions and followed Gorin. After a short while there was no one left in front of Han Shuo. It was only at this moment that Han Shuo turned his attention to the distance. He looked at Haralai who was looking at him with bright eyes. Han Shuo put on a faint smile and raised his voice, "Haralai, are you interested in following me?" The last time Han Shuo invited him, Haralai had disdainfully rejected him and even ridiculed Han Shuo for being crazy. But this time Haralai was obviously not as straightforward as before. Haralai hesitated in the face of Han Shuo's olive branch. In the end he put on a bitter smile and said, "I need to think about it. I don't want to be treated like how you treated Gorin." The same question was asked on the same day, but the attitude of the person who answered was completely different. "They are losers. That is what they deserve." Han Shuo put on a faint smile and said to Haralai, "If you are willing to submit, you will naturally not be treated like this. You will retain all your intelligence and our relationship will not be like that." Haralai was somewhat tempted by Han Shuo's promise, but he did not immediately agree. He pondered for a moment and said, "Give me some time. I need to think about it." Han Shuo nodded and said, "You can think about it. But the more you follow me, the worse your treatment will be. Think about it carefully." Looking at the remaining forces, Han Shuo smiled and said, "What about you? What do you think now that you've seen it?" Chapter 844. Those who could resist the temptation of Bertha's 5 million gold coins were few and far between. Those who could stay after witnessing Han Shua's shocking display of strength usually had something to rely on. For example, they were the subordinates of the 5 sovereigns. Or they were confident that they could quickly retreat. Under Han Shua's gaze, the leaders of the few forces exchanged glances with one another. One of them said, "I mean no harm. I just happened to come and take a look. Gentlemen, if you are interested, I can introduce you to Lord Logue. I believe that Lord Logue will be very interested in you." His words were obviously related to one of the 5 sovereigns, Logue. It seemed that the reason why he had not left yet was because he wanted to recruit Han Shua and his party for his master. The other forces, Tyre, Asura, Salis, Wasis, and Tyre all expressed their intentions. They represented the other 4 sovereigns, Tyre, Asura, Salis, and Wasis, in hopes that Han Shua would consider their offer. They solemnly expressed to Han Shua that as long as Han Shua agreed, they would immediately give him everything he needed in the fringe. The 5 sovereigns had been fighting openly and covertly in the fringe for many years. They had spared no effort in recruiting top-notch experts. Han Shua had just proven his valiant strength. If he were to join one of the sovereigns, the balance of power in the fringe would definitely be broken and the strength of one of the sovereigns would be greatly enhanced. Han Shua knew that the reason why they were so fearless was because they had the backing of the 5 sovereigns. He was not at all surprised by their proposal. Han Shua shook his head smilingly and straightforwardly refused, "I'm sorry, but I have no intention of submitting to anyone. The fringe is so vast. I believe that there will be a place for me to stand. Thank you for your kind offer." The sovereigns nodded indifferently after hearing Han Shua's words. They did not try to persuade Han Shua to stay. From their point of view, an unruly person like Han Shua indeed didn't seem like someone who would submit to others. They hadn't held much hope in their invitation to begin with. Now that Han Shua had rejected them, they didn't stay any longer and took their leave. Haralai also bowed slightly to Han Shua and left with his men. In the blink of an eye, Han Shua was surrounded by corpses. There was no one left alive. "Rose, didn't you say that you still have friends? And take me to them. Right now we don't have enough manpower. If we can recruit them, we should grab them as soon as possible." Seeing that everyone had dispersed, Han Shua looked at Rose and said, "Okay, I'll take you to them." Rose nodded and prepared to lead the way. "Wait." Suddenly, a soft cry came from the checkpoint in the distance. In an instant, the Amphalos guard who had warned Han Shua many times came to greet him. Han Shua had a good impression of this person. Seeing that he was in a hurry, Han Shua smiled and asked in a friendly manner, "What's the matter? I heard you're asking about Kage, right?" He came over and lowered his voice. Han Shua stared blankly for a moment and asked puzzledly, "How did you know? That wind spirit you asked about is one of us." "He told me about it," the guard explained softly to Han Shua. He then said to Han Shua, "I'll give you a piece of information for free. Kage has just left the Empyrean Peak and should be returning to his residence. If you want to find him, now is the best time to do so." Upon finishing those words, the guard smiled at Han Shua, turned around and returned to the Amphalos. Han Shua was dumbfounded. He didn't understand why this guy kept showing goodwill to him. But when he heard that Kage had left the Empyrean Peak, he immediately changed his mind and decided to get rid of Kage first. After the guard left, Little Skull Han Hao rolled his eyes and voiced his opinion. "Father, did that guy tell us about Kage so that we can get rid of him and then leak the information?" Han Shua put on a faint smile and nodded approvingly. He thought to himself, "This son of mine is indeed not as naive as the 5 elite zombies." After giving it some thought, Little Skull Han Hao's theory was plausible. The 5 sovereigns of the fringe were not on good terms with each other. That guard probably wasn't one of Salis's men. If Han Shua killed Kage and leaked the information, it was very likely that Salis would come after him. Judging from the strength Han Shua had displayed, even if Han Shua was defeated and killed by Salis, Salis would have to pay a hefty price. It was an ideal outcome for the sovereigns. "Don't worry. Let's get rid of Kage first. But we need to be careful not to arouse suspicion. Sooner or later we will have to confront the 5 sovereigns, but not now." Han Shua's goal in coming to the fringe was to unify the fringe. However, as Han Shua had yet to attain the Skybreak realm in demonic arts, he wasn't confident that he could contend against the 5 sovereigns. "Understood." Little Skull Han Hao nodded after hearing Han Shua's words. He suddenly said, "Father, you don't have to worry about Kage. Why don't you leave him to me?" Han Shua stared blankly for a moment. He looked at Little Skull and thought to himself, Little Skull does indeed possess the strength to kill Kage. However, if Kage has some of his followers around him, things would be a little tricky. After hesitating for a moment, Han Shuo bunched his brows and said, "If it is a one-on-one fight, I believe it won't be difficult for you to kill Kage. But what if he has other experts with him? I will bring Little Earth with me. That should be enough. With Little Earth's help, I can launch a sneak attack from anywhere and kill Kage in the shortest time possible. Once he is dead, I will immediately leave with Little Earth. Everything will be fine." Han Hao was very confident. Little Skull Han Hao was famous among the god hunters of the Death Dominion for being ruthless and cruel. Not only did he possess extraordinary strength, but he was also calm and decisive in his actions. In the past 50 years, Han Shuo thought for a moment and agreed to it smilingly. He nodded and said, "All right. Why don't you and Little Earth make a trip together?" It had been proven that the quickest way to improve their strength was to let them face all kinds of dangers and battles alone. Han Shuo understood that. In any case, Kage only possessed mid-stage high god strength. Given the strength displayed by Little Skull, it wouldn't be too difficult to kill him. With Han Tu around, Han Shuo could attack from the front and defend from the back. "Little Earth, come with me," said Little Skull Han Hao softly after taking a glance at Han Tuesday. Han Tu put on a silly smile and appeared rather excited. He turned to Han Shuo and said, "Father, I'm leaving. If you can't find me, come to the Amphalos in 1 month." Before leaving, Han Shuo instructed Little Skull Han Hao. "Understood, father." Little Skull nodded and left with Han Tu and Little Skull. "Let's go." "I will continue to look for Kage," said Han Shuo as he turned to Rose. Rose said no more. She led the way and flew southwest. Han Shuo, Wood Elite Zombie, Water Elite Zombie, Fire Elite Zombie, and Metal Elite Zombie followed behind her. 3 days later, in a swamp that was permeated with miasma, Han Shuo and his party were wandering aimlessly. The sludge of the swamp was emitting a foul stench and bubbling water. When the water bubbles burst, poisonous gases would spread and fill the air. All the animals and plants that could survive in the swamp were more or less poisonous. Along the way, all sorts of bizarre plants would pounce on them. But before they could even get close to Han Shuo and his party, Han Mu would wave his hand and stop them. "Damn it, the plants in this region are really savage. It takes me one more energy to control them. Fortunately, I have the Virile Leaf. Otherwise, I would have to disperse them all the way. I would have to exhaust more than half of the energy in my body." Han Mu was cursing and swearing, saying that the plants in the swamp were not obedient enough. They even dared to question the orders of a tree spirit like him. This made him very displeased. The Wood Elite Zombie was refined from the elemental wood energy of the 5 elements. All plants and weeds also relied on the elemental wood energy to survive. The soul of the Wood Elite Zombie belonged to the highest level. The elemental wood energy within its body could innately control plants and weeds. This was because compared to the Wood Elite Zombie, the Wood Elite Zombie was the lowest level of existence. Their souls did not have complete autonomy. Generally speaking, any living creature that relied on the energy of wood could not escape from Wood Elite Zombie's control. In the Great Forest, Wood Elite Zombie could fuse the energy of wood into every tree. He could control the trees and weeds to attack, and he could also mobilize the energy of wood in the trees to replenish his divine energy. Upon entering the Great Forest, Wood Elite Zombie's strength would increase exponentially. Even a high god might not be a match for him in the Great Forest. However, the plants in this swamp seemed to have been corroded by the poison for too long. They actually possessed very strong tenacity, and would even resist the commands of the Wood Elite Zombie, the spirit of the trees. This caused the Wood Elite Zombie to expend even more energy in order to control them. "Rose, where is that friend of yours?" Han Shuo had unfolded his consciousness along the way but did not detect any signs of life. He was rather puzzled. "I'm not too sure either. That fella has been living here all his life. Besides, he belongs to a special race. He is the most eccentric and strongest of all my friends. After so many years, I don't know if he has left this place or not. Therefore, I'm not too sure either." Rose bunched her brows. She seemed to feel that it was meaningless to search aimlessly. However, she couldn't think of any good ideas. "Let's keep searching. Hopefully we can find something," said Han Shuo calmly. The party continued to search. Another day passed but they still found nothing. On this day they arrived at the largest swamp. When they saw enormous bubbles rising from the surface, Han Jin's expression suddenly jolted. He pointed below and said to Han Shuo in a joyful voice, "Father, there's a very strange metal down there. I have never seen it before. Let me take a look." Upon finishing those words, Han Jin suddenly leaped into the swamp. Suddenly, before Han Jin could enter the swamp, a monstrous arm that looked like a steel claw suddenly extended from the bottom of the swamp, grabbed Metal Elite Zombie, and dragged him into the swamp. Chapter 845. Before Han Shua could react, Metal Elite Zombie was pulled into the bottom of the swamp by the monstrous arm. All that was left were a few small bubbles. Han Shua was stunned for a moment before he leapt into the swamp. With one thought, the 17 flying swords whizzed out and pierced into the swamp. Metal Elite Zombie and Han Shua could communicate telepathically. Han Shua could clearly sense Metal Elite Zombie's position. The 17 flying swords flashed and disappeared into the swamp. Just as Han Shua approached, earth-shattering rumbles came from the depths of the swamp. Filthy muddy water shot up into the sky. "Come out!" Han Shua coldly shouted. He used his mind to control the 17 flying swords to wreak havoc in the swamp. 17 flying swords stabbed into the body of a humanoid creature wrapped tightly in mud, directly bringing him out of the depths of the swamp. A few other flying swords struck his body with crackling sounds, producing metallic clangs. What a monster! Metal Elite Zombie loudly cursed. He flew out from the swamp after the humanoid creature. His body was covered in mud and he was spitting out toxic muddy water from his mouth. "Rose, how come it's you?" A hoarse roar came from the humanoid creature. Sparks sparkled from the 17 flying swords as the mud on his body slowly fell off. In the blink of an eye, not a trace of filth could be seen on his body. A body with a metallic luster was exposed before everyone's eyes. He had the shape of a human, but the lines on his body were like iron and stone. His eyes glowed with a dusky light. He looked indescribably strange. The 17 flying swords possessed intense corrosive power. However, when they struck the creature's body, they didn't seem to have any effect. His body didn't rot in the slightest and he wasn't affected by the cold energy. "Romont, is that you?" Rose wasn't too sure and cautiously asked. "It's me." The strange creature's dusky eyes turned and sized up Han Shua and the others. He asked, "What are you doing here?" "Who are they?" "I came to find you. They're my friends." Rose answered immediately. After a moment of hesitation, Rose asked awkwardly, "Romont, how did you become like this?" "Father, the surface of that guy's body is filled with rare metals, and his internal organs are filled with all kinds of toxins. He's not afraid of your flying sword's attacks." Han Jin flew out of the swamp and shouted. The golden cudgel suddenly appeared in his hand, and in the blink of an eye, it turned into the size of a towering tree and smashed towards him. Under the attack of Han Shua's 17 flying swords, the man named Romont appeared calm and unruffled. However, when Metal Elite Zombie attacked with the golden cudgel, he appeared to be very apprehensive and hastily dodged to the side, not bothering to talk to Rose. "Hee idiot, your body is full of metal. Where can you escape to?" Han Jin sneered. He didn't seem to make any movements, but the golden cudgel seemed to have eyes of its own. It flew out of his hand and chased after that guy. No matter how that person dodged, he couldn't avoid the golden cudgel's attacks. Violent sounds of attacks rang out on his body. In just a short while, Han Jin's golden cudgel had already struck his body 5 times. The golden cudgel was a metal attribute treasure and had a marvelous ability to sense metals. Romont's body was composed of a large amount of rare metals. He simply couldn't escape the golden cudgel's attacks. Under the miraculous effects of the golden cudgel, no matter where he fled to, he couldn't avoid the attacks. As the saying goes, everything has its vanquisher. It was very reasonable. With his entire body composed of rare metals and his body filled with all kinds of toxins, even Han Shua wouldn't find it easy to touch Romont. However, the existence of Metal Elite Zombie was faintly restraining him. The golden cudgel had a marvelous ability to sense metals. He wasn't afraid of the bombardment of Han Shua's 17 flying swords. However, under the continuous and ferocious strikes of the golden cudgel, he was seeing stars. That body of his that could defend against all kinds of divine energy attacks seemed to be on the verge of collapsing. "Damn it, you dare to sneak up on me!" Han Jin cursed as he struck. "I might not be able to handle most people, but to kill you, it's just too easy." As the metal attribute spiritual item of the 5 elite zombies, Metal Elite Zombie was simply the bane of Romont. The golden cudgel in his hand was even more lethal. It left Romont with nowhere to run. After a short while, Romont gave up on his futile attempts to flee. He shouted at Rose, "I didn't know it was you. Tell him to stop. Rose, we were comrades in arms back then. I even helped you when Buzz and Bertha were hunting you down. How can you just stand by and watch? Let him go." Rose pleaded as she looked at Han Shura, Back then Romont did help me. If it wasn't for him, I might not have been able to escape from the fringe. I don't think he did it on purpose. Besides, now that he has been taught a lesson, it should be enough, right? Han Shuo didn't come here to kill anyone. When he saw that Romont had been taught a lesson, Han Shuo nodded at Han Jin and smilingly said, "Have you had enough? Stinking brat, stop right now." Han Jin put on a mischievous smile. He raised his hand and waved. The golden cudgel that had been staring at Romont flew back to him. It rapidly shrunk to the size of a needle when it returned to Han Jin's hand. "Father, this fella's body structure is unique. I'm afraid that an average high god won't be a match for him. It's unfortunate that he ran into me. I can play with him however I want," said Han Jin complacently. He had a great sense of accomplishment. After the golden cudgel was withdrawn, Romont, who was seeing stars, gradually returned to normal. After a while, he put on a grimace and said to Rose, "Long time no see. You're really something." The outer layer of Romont's body was made of rare metals. However, not all of the metals were as hard as iron or stone. Some of them were shockingly flexible and tough. The metal on Romont's face in particular could contract and compress freely like skin. It did not affect the rich expressions on his face at all. "You were hiding in the swamp and attacked me as soon as you appeared. How would I know that it was you?" Rose glared at Romont and asked in astonishment, "Romont, how did you end up like this? I don't remember you looking like this before." Not only Rose but Han Shuo was also very curious. He had no idea how Han Shuo managed to transform into this form. It was obvious that Han Shuo was not born with such a body. He must have obtained it through some fortuitous encounter. Fortunately, Han Shuo had Metal Elite Zombie with him. Otherwise, it would have been very difficult to deal with this fella. Han Shuo observed for a moment and noticed that the area was littered with white bones. He reckoned that many gods had died in this area. If Han Shuo's guess was right, those gods were killed by Romont. This indicated that Romont possessed extraordinary strength. "Not long after you left the fringe, I was besieged and severely injured. I desperately fled to this place. Here, my body was corroded by all sorts of toxins and started to rot. Disheartened, I crawled into the swamp. I don't know why, but the rare metals and toxins in the swamp slowly attached themselves to my rotting body. I thought I was going to die soon, so I just kept waiting. I didn't expect that after hundreds of years I would still be alive, and my body would also undergo earth-shattering changes. That's how I ended up like this." Romont recounted his experience under Rose's questioning. "Right under the swamp?" Rose was stunned. She did not expect that Han Shuo would have such a strange experience. Romont nodded and put on a strange expression. He continued, "That's right. I don't even know what I am now. Not only my body but even my divine soul has changed. Sometimes I even feel that I am a piece of stone, as though I have been dead for a very long time." Romont had a blank look on his face. He seemed to be in a daze as if he no longer existed. "I've noticed that there are many corpses in this swamp. Were they all killed by you?" Han Shuo smiled and suddenly interjected with a question. "Yes. Many years ago I killed a few people who came in here. One of them managed to escape. As soon as he left this swamp, he started spreading rumors that I have a great treasure in my body. The fringe is never short of greedy and ruthless people. For a long period of time I was hunted down by those who came in to kill me. If it wasn't for the earth-shattering changes in my body, I would have been killed long ago. All these years I would proactively kill those who came to this swamp to warn those people not to act rashly. I thought you were the same kind of people. That's why I attacked you," explained Romont. Han Shuo smiled and nodded at Rose. He said, not bad at all. To be able to kill so many intruders he must have some skills." Tell him about it." The reason Rose brought Han Shuo here was to recruit Romont. After hearing Han Shuo's words, Rose looked at Romont and said, "Romont, follow my master. Buzz and Bertha have been killed. You can't stay in this swamp forever, can you?" "What? Buzz and Bertha are dead?" Romont was shocked. He looked at Han Shuo suspiciously and asked, "You killed them? You can say that?" Han Shuo smiled and said to Romont, "I don't think it's easy to stay in this swamp. If you stay here forever, you will only gradually lose yourself. Come with me. I can see that your body is special. Perhaps it can bring you some benefits." Romont's body was an excellent material for refining weapons. As long as Han Shuo put his heart into it, he could use Romont as a base to refine a weapon. Perhaps he could enhance Romont's potential. "You can hide from others, but you can't hide from me. If you don't agree, I'll beat you to death," sneered Han Jin. He took out the golden cudgel and swung it at Romont from a distance. One was tempting, the other was threatening, and Rose was playing the emotional card. Roman's face was filled with bitterness. He hung his head, realizing that he had no choice at all. After hesitating for a while, he nodded helplessly and expectantly. Chapter 846. In the swamp, Roman's entire body was buried deep in the mud. Han Shuo was constantly instructing Metal Elite Zombie to throw colorful ores into the swamp. "What are you trying to do?" Roman's face was full of suspicion and worry. "Don't worry, you will understand what I'm trying to do after some time." "Hehe, Romont, don't worry. It will only benefit you and won't cause any harm to your body." Han Shuo smiled mysteriously and continued to instruct Han Jin to throw rocks into the swamp. There were some rare ores in this swamp area. As long as Metal Elite Zombie put in a bit of effort, he would be able to gather all those rare ores. In addition, Han Shuo and Metal Elite Zombie had stored a large amount of exotic ores in their space rings. These ores were enough for Han Shuo to use to refine Romont's body. "Master, will there be any problems?" Rose was a little worried. She had indeed seen Han Shuo refine weapons before, but at that time Han Shuo only used inanimate objects. She had never seen him directly using a living person to refine weapons. No matter what, Romont had saved her when she was in danger. She didn't want anything to happen to Romont. To Rose, this was something unimaginable. However, to Han Shuo, it was a common occurrence. Little Skull, the 5 elite zombies, and Dark Dragon Gilbert were all refined by Han Shuo using this method. Han Shuo was already familiar with this process and wasn't worried at all. The process will indeed be a little painful, but he will definitely be satisfied with the result. "Don't worry, I know what I'm doing." Han Shuo smiled. Rose had always trusted Han Shuo. Hearing his guarantee, she finally relaxed. She shouted at Romont from afar, "Romont, don't worry. It might be a little unbearable along the way. But don't worry, you'll be fine." It would have been better if she hadn't said it, but with her shouting, Romont became even more nervous. With a long face, he begged Han Shuo, "Can you not do it? I feel that my current body condition is very good." Shaking his head, Han Shuo smiled somewhat evilly. "I'll make your body even better. Haha, you just stay put. I promise that it'll take at most a month for your body to adapt to the presence of metal and poison. You'll find that your new body is even stronger than it is now." "Han Jin, throw all those rare metals in," shouted Han Shuo. He pointed at Wood Elite Zombie Han Mu and said smilingly, "Little Wood, throw in all the random poisons that you have gathered from the vicinity and dissolve them." Coming father. Han Mu appeared to be very proactive. One after another, large wooden buckets flew over from the air. Each bucket was filled with a foul-smelling jet-black liquid. Han Mu manipulated the buckets and poured them into the swamp. When Han Shuo saw all kinds of metals and all sorts of strange poisons being forced into the swamp, he immediately mobilized the elemental energy of water and injected it into the swamp. The water force rotated the swamp at high speed, stirring up all the random substances in the swamp. When everything was ready, Han Hua took action. One after another, flames flew out from the fire lotus and fell into the swamp. The water that Han Shuo had injected into the swamp, along with some of the original liquids in the swamp, were roasted into smoke by the raging flames. The sludge gradually lost its moisture and dried up, tightly wrapping around Romont. With one thought, the 17 flying swords whizzed out and arranged themselves into a small-scale energy-gathering formation. Han Shuo then poured his demonic yuan into the swamp, fanning Han Hua's raging flames. The entire swamp was set ablaze. The flames were tens of feet tall and scorching hot. Han Shuo and Rose immediately backed away from the flames. "So hot." Romont felt his body getting hotter and hotter under the roasting of the flames. His body contained many rare metals. Although he might not be afraid of blades, metals had the ability to conduct heat. This degree of roasting would cause his entire body to be bathed in scorching heat. This is just the beginning. Don't be afraid of pain. Han Shuo let out a strange chuckle and said, "My sons can endure this degree of pain. You will definitely be able to endure it to the end. Romont, hold fast to your divine soul. Don't worry about your body. Only by doing so can you improve yourself to the greatest extent." Romont felt his internal organs burning. The pain was so excruciating that it tore his lungs apart. He shouted and screamed, trying to break free from the swamp's binding force. Han Shuo nodded at Han Jin when he saw Romont desperately trying to break free from the swamp. The golden cudgel suddenly smashed down from the 9th heaven. With a loud clang, Romont was struck so hard that he saw stars. All the energy in his body was drained. Romont was in a daze. He looked up to the sky and cursed. He had lost the strength to charge out again. Han Jin laughed strangely. No matter how loud Romont yelled, as long as he gathered his strength and was ready to break free, Han Jin would control the golden cudgel to strike him. This would immediately make Romont dizzy and temporarily make him lose his resistance. Rose, who was watching from the side, was alarmed. She was worried that if the thick and heavy golden cudgel fell, Romont would be directly killed. She was full of doubts about Han Shua's methods. She didn't understand why he would use such a cruel method to treat Romont. If you want to raise your potential in the shortest time possible, you need to endure pain that ordinary people can't bear. Han Shua understood what Rose was worried about. He smiled and said, "Don't worry. Romont will be fine. When he comes out, he will definitely thank me for everything I have done for him." Since Han Shua said so, Rose had nothing else to say. For 7 days in a row, Fire Elite Zombie unceasingly roasted the swamp with the flames of the Fire Lotus. From time to time, Han Jin would throw in new ores. During these 7 days, Romont felt as though he was being tortured by thousands of demons, enduring pain that ordinary people couldn't bear. Every time he wanted to break free or was about to faint from the pain, Han Jin's golden cudgel would descend from the sky, preventing him from getting rid of the inhuman pain for even a moment. On the 10th day, Romont, who felt as though he had died several times, suddenly discovered that strands of bizarre energy from the swamp flowed into his divine body. That energy had an extremely marvelous connection with his body. Once it entered his body, it greatly reduced the acidity in his body. Suddenly, marvelous changes occurred in his body. Romont discovered that the amount of metal in his body was increasing. Moreover, they were reorganizing in a marvelous pattern, undergoing an unimaginable transformation. Strands of weak acidity unceasingly flowed through his limbs and bones, causing his internal organs to similarly undergo miraculous changes. Romont, who had been howling crazily, suddenly quieted down. He obediently accepted the roaring flames and no longer tried to break free from the swamp's shackles. In the blink of an eye, more than half a month had passed. Luo Meng and the mud that covered his entire body was like a red-hot soldering iron. His whole body was silent, like a boulder that was still. Could he have been burned to death? Rose's face was unsightly. The more she looked, the more she felt that Romont was most likely doomed. "Don't worry, now is the best time. Before long, he will be standing in front of you again." Han Shua comforted Rose. Rose was dubious. She kept staring at Romont, thinking, "Please don't die or else I'll really be guilty." Another 3 days passed. The Fire Elite Zombie also stopped roasting Romont. The red sludge that covered Romont's body had now completely turned into incomparably hard, bizarre metal. From afar, Romont looked like a small volcano, his entire body emitting scorching light and heat. It's about time he should be able to come out tonight. Han Shua carefully sensed and came to this conclusion from Romont's divine soul undulations. "I hope so." Rose's face was full of remorse. She seemed to feel that bringing Han Shua to find Romont was a mistake. She pondered in her heart, if Romont really died, what should she do with Han Shua? With this in mind, Rose looked at Han Shua with a somewhat strange gaze. She thought for a moment and suddenly sighed helplessly in her heart. She knew that even if Romont was really killed by Han Shua, she wouldn't be able to do anything to Han Shua. This made her flustered and she didn't know what to do. The moonlight was bright and clear at night. Romont, who had been burning hot all along, suddenly emitted thick smoke as though his body had been doused with ice water. The scorching temperature in the surroundings also rapidly subsided, as though Romont had drilled into a glacier. The high temperature of his body rapidly disappeared. After a while, the thick smoke dispersed. Romont was no longer as red as a branding iron and had returned to normal. Under the attentive gazes of the crowd, Romont suddenly opened his eyes. His face was filled with ecstasy. With a twist of his body, he sprang out of the swamp like liquid metal. He stretched out his arm and turned it into a sharp knife. His shoulders and wrists also had cold gleams of blades protruding out. He opened his mouth and spat out a colorless smoke. The pungent smell indicated that it was definitely poisonous. Laughing loudly, Romont's face was full of excitement. His arms and legs could turn into the shape of any weapon. Even his entire body could instantly turn into a shining, poisonous giant steel sword. The metal in his body seemed to be under his complete control. As long as he willed it, it seemed like he could turn his body into any sharp weapon. Rose was dumbfounded and exclaimed, "How could this be? This is too magical. Now you won't blame me for making him hover between life and death, right?" Han Shua laughed and teased Rose. "You bastard, consider yourself lucky. Other than my father, Who else could activate all the potential in your body and use your body to refine a weapon and turn it into such a form? With your current form, there are even fewer people who can harm you. Other than me, who has an innate ability to control metal, I'm afraid that even an average high god wouldn't be able to harm you at all. Metal Elite Zombie looked at Romont and groaned. Perhaps inspired by Romont's abnormal body, he had been frowning during this period of time, thinking about ways to use rare metals to increase his body's defense. After discussing with Han Shuo for a few times, Metal Elite Zombie had gained some insights. He used several types of metals to strengthen his own body. Romont took a step forward, knelt on the ground and kowtowed before Han Shuo. He said with heartfelt admiration, "Thank you, Master. I am convinced." Chapter 847. While Han Shuo was refining Romont's body, Little Skull, Han Hao, and Han Tu were faced with a difficult choice. 250 miles south of the Empyrean Peak, Kage and his men had just robbed a caravan. They were counting the loot and laughing maniacally from time to time. Little Skull, Han Hao, and Han Tu were deep underground beneath Kage's feet. Through the pulsation of the earth, Han Tu could clearly sense the location of Kage and his men. He could even roughly estimate their numbers and strength. "Brother, apart from Kage there are 4 high gods and 16 mid-gods. Moreover, they are all gathered together. Should we attack them now?" Han Tu was used to obeying Little Skull Han Hao's orders. After carefully sensing for a moment, he asked for Han Hao's opinion. Han Hao wore a calm face and his purple demon eye glowed brightly. He calmly shook his head and said, "Wait. Do not attack unless there is a suitable opportunity." Han Tu did not say a word and continued to carefully observe the situation above him. 3 days later, Han Tu suddenly reported to Han Hao, "It seems that another group of people is coming. They are very strong and there are quite a number of them. I wonder if they are Kage's men." "Where are they?" asked Han Hao after staring blankly for a moment. "About 25 miles away from Kage. They seem to be approaching us," replied Han Tu after sensing for a moment. Han Hao, Little Skull, released a demon general and flew out through the tunnel that Han Tu had opened. He stealthily flew in the direction that Han Tu had pointed out. Naturally, the demon generals he refined were not as miraculous as the ones in the cauldron of Myriad Demon. Therefore, even though Kage and his men were right above him, Han Hao did not dare to send his demon general too close for fear of alerting them. About 25 miles away from Kage and his men, a group of people had concealed themselves and were cautiously approaching Kage. "Lord Polo, Kage is one of Salus's men. Won't we anger Salus by attacking him?" asked Kodiak, who was following Polo closely. Polo laughed mischievously and said, "Although Salus is powerful, why would the God Hunter Alliance fear him? The forces of our God Hunter Alliance are spread across the 12 dominions and our leader is stronger than Salus. We don't need to worry too much about him." After taking a short pause, Bolton chuckled mischievously and continued, "Besides, who would know that it was us who did it? At that time we just need to find some scapegoats. I think Salus doesn't have a massive god body. How could he suspect us?" "Yes, my lord." Kodiak saw that Polo had made up his mind and knew that it was useless to say anything else. "After we kill Kage, bring his head to Han Hao. Consider it my gift to him in the fringe." Bo Luo's face was gloomy as he said, "I didn't expect them to be so powerful. So many forces gathered together, but 400 to 500 of them were slaughtered. Han Hao really can't be underestimated." "But it seems that it was someone else who did it," Kodiak corrected. The news of Tanai's death spread like wildfire across the fringe. As one of the most powerful forces in the fringe, Polo received the news very quickly. When he learned that Han Shuo and his followers were so ferocious, he was astonished. He had fought with Han Hao several times and knew that Han Hao wouldn't be easy to deal with. But he did not expect that Han Hao would be so powerful. Judging from the current situation, Han Hao would surely enter the fringe. As a fellow god hunter, Polo was prepared to build a good relationship with Little Skull Han Hao so that he could prepare for the great changes in the fringe. "No matter who did it, we can be sure that Han Hao has a close relationship with them," Polo said mischievously. Polo chuckled and said, "That's good enough. Kage has been going crazy lately, stealing a lot of our business. I've been pissed off by him for a long time, so I'll take this opportunity to destroy him." Kodiak stared blankly for a moment. He suddenly realized that this might be the reason why Polo took action. He knew a little about his leader's temperament. Usually Polo was good at scheming. But sometimes when his temper flared up, he would not care about the consequences. Some time ago, Kage, relying on the fact that he had Salus as his backer, had repeatedly attacked the fringe's territory. that had long since infuriated Polo. It appeared that Polo had been preparing to deal with Kage for a long time. This time it was just a coincidence. Deep underground, Little Skull Han Hao rolled his eyes and softly said, "So it's him." Han too stared blankly for a moment before he asked, "Big brother, do you know him?" Little Skull nodded. His expression was rather odd, as though he found it strange that someone was trying to please him. He turned to Han too and solemnly said, "Get ready. We will make our move in a moment. The one coming is a friend and not an enemy. Make sure not to accidentally injure him." "Big brother, you have friends in the fringe?" Han too was even more puzzled. He found his big brother to be more and more mysterious. He wondered how his big brother could have changed so much after being away from his father for 50 years. Not exactly a friend. He's just a guy with ulterior motives. In Han Hao heart there was no such thing as a friend. Other than Han Shua and the 5 elite zombies, everyone else could be categorized as either subordinates or enemies. Han Hao had no need for friends. "I understand. Get ready," cried Han too excitedly. He was ready to make his move at any moment. "My lord, we are about to reach the underground base. Lord Salus is very satisfied with the ores we got. He will definitely take good care of us in the future," said a bald burly man fawningly to Kage. Kage's face turned cold. He replied, "We need to seize this opportunity to do more business. We have more and more brothers. The next time we do business we will do it big." Kage was an ambitious man. He did not expect that his subordinates in the underground base had already been wiped out by Han Shura. "You are right, my lord. I heard that Ethereal City has a new city lord. We should try our best to make more connections. Back when Baum was still around he would give us some benefits every year. Now that there is a new city lord, we must give him a shock," suggested the bald man. "Shut up. Don't give me any dirty ideas." Kage coldly groaned and said, "When that guy named McKinley settled in Ethereal City, it was the overgod of space who cleared all obstacles. Who do you think we are? Don't provoke the people from Ethereal City during this period of time." The bald man immediately put on a long face and did not say a word. He felt extremely aggrieved. "Enemies?" Kage suddenly cried out. He put on a vigilant face and said, "Be careful. Someone is approaching." Those on Kage's side were all battle-hardened demons. After hearing Kage's warning, they began to pay close attention to their surroundings. Suddenly, they noticed that the trees around them were lightly trembling. Soft rustling sounds were getting closer and closer. "Long time no see, Kage." Polo's voice sounded from behind a large tree. Slowly, his tall and sturdy figure came into view. Kage bunched his brows and said in a displeased tone, "Polo, what is the meaning of this? We have always minded our own business. Are you trying to make an enemy out of me by surrounding me with your men?" "Oh Kage, haven't you been meddling a little too much lately?" Polo sneered. He was secretly waiting for his subordinates to spread out and surround Kage's men. Kage was an expert in such tactics. When he saw that Polo's eyes were flickering while talking to him, he knew that Polo was up to no good. Kage did not have many men on his side and he was not as strong as Polo. He was startled and immediately shrieked, "Polo, you dare to touch me? Do you believe that Lord Salus will annihilate all of your men?" "Who knows?" Polo laughed. Then his smile faded and he coldly shouted, "Kill them!" The people who were slowly dispersing towards Kage suddenly sped up and pounced towards Kage's men. Each and every one of Polo's God Hunter subordinates were ferocious and vicious. They roared ferociously and attacked in small groups of 3 to 5. They even knew how to cooperate with each other. "Polo, how dare you?" Kage was greatly alarmed. He did not expect that Polo would launch such a ferocious attack right from the start. "Why wouldn't I?" Polo laughed. "Do you think that no one will dare to touch you because you have Salus's protection? Kage, for you to dare to do business in our territory means that you are looking down on me. You know exactly what kind of person I am and yet you still dare to act like this. You should have known that you would end up like this." The smile on Polo's face grew more and more malevolent. He sneered, "Brothers, kill them. Absorb all their divine energy." Polo's subordinates were indescribably excited and they swarmed towards Kage's men. They had more men than Kage's men. If 5 or 6 of them were to attack a single man, they would not give him a chance to defend himself. They would immediately defeat and absorb their divine energy. In just a short while, 5 or 6 of Kage's men had been killed. Those god hunters would get excited when they saw their prey and would spare no effort in attacking. Kage's men were forced to retreat. "Polo, there has been a misunderstanding between us." Kage's heart grew colder and colder. He did not expect that Polo would not even give face to Salas. Previously, it was because of Salas that he dared to wander around Polo's territory. After making a few deals, he realized that Polo did not take any action. He assumed that Polo was afraid of Salas, so he did not have to worry about anything. Kage did not expect that Polo would kill all of Kage's men the moment he made a move. This was completely out of Kage's expectation. He started to feel fear. Are you afraid now? It's too late. You will die today. If you don't die today, once word of this reaches Salas's ears, things will get troublesome. Polo sneered. He too prepared to kill Kage. Polo, he's mine. Don't touch him. Suddenly, a tranquil voice sounded from beneath the ground. Han Hao, the little skull, mysteriously emerged from the battlefield and pointed his bone spear at Kage. Chapter 848. No matter how Polo thought about it, he could never have imagined that Han Hao would suddenly show up at this moment. Polo was stunned on the spot. He stared at Han Hao in astonishment and asked, "Why are you here?" Han Hao wore a calm expression and paid no attention to the battle. His purple demon eye focused on Kage as he said, "My purpose is the same as yours, to kill." Polo was speechless. He took a deep look at Han Hao for a moment before he laughed heartily and said, "Very well. Since you are going to fight, you will save me the trouble." Polo alone was enough to give Kage a headache. Now that Han Hao had shown up, he was even more at a loss. Kage looked at Han Shua suspiciously. He wasn't sure who Han Shua was. "Who are you? I don't remember seeing an enemy like you, do I?" Kage carefully thought for a moment and was certain that he did not know Han Hao. "Some time ago you robbed a batch of ores and killed some people, didn't you?" Han Hao did not attack immediately but asked in a cold voice. Polo's underlings continued to kill Kage's men. In just a short while, a few more of Kage's underlings had their divine energy sucked out of their bodies and died. Polo's god hunters shouted and screamed as they flew around in a frenzy, blocking the escape routes of Kage's underlings. Kage grew more and more uneasy. He did not know how to deal with the situation as he watched his underlings die one after another. For the first time in his life he felt regret. It was only natural that Polo had come prepared. His underlings, be it in terms of strength or numbers, were more than enough to defeat Kage. "That's right. I did rob a batch of ore some time ago." Kage did not deny it. "Did it have anything to do with you? You were definitely not there. The only one who escaped wasn't as powerful as you are." "That's right." Han Hao, the little skull, nodded and said, "The only one who escaped is my friend. I am here today to deliver your head to him." "How arrogant of you!" Kage shouted. He looked at Polo and Han Hao coldly and said, "Do you really think that I am dead for sure? As long as I leave today, Lord Salas will definitely not let you off. When I return to the underground lair and assemble my subordinates, I will let you know the consequences of offending me. Han Hao, be careful. Don't let him escape." Polo shouted, reminding Han Hao that Kage might seize the opportunity to escape. By now, most of Kage's men were dead. Facing two powerful enemies, Polo and Han Hao, it was impossible for Kage to rescue his men by himself. As long as there's life, there's hope. Kage knew that he was no match for Polo. As soon as he finished speaking, he took out a wind elemental divine artifact bestowed by Salas and prepared to leave this place as soon as possible. With a thought, the 7 bone spurs on Han Hao's back suddenly whizzed out. Without waiting for Kage to activate the wind-wielding boots, the 7 bone spurs streaked across the sky and arrived in front of Kage, attacking him in a frenzy. Holding the 3-meter-long bone spear in his hand, Han Hao's thin figure was like an erratic cloud, approaching Kage in an eerie manner. Just as Kage was about to activate his wind elemental divine artifact, he suddenly discovered that 7 terrifying energies had arrived before him. Not giving him a chance to escape, they blocked off all paths of escape. An extremely bizarre barrier suddenly formed around him. Even the air and wind stopped flowing inside the barrier. Kage was horrified. He suddenly felt that it would be impossible for him to use the wind-wielding boots to escape from this strange barrier. Kage had no choice but to defend against the 7 bone spurs. He temporarily gave up on the thought of escaping and took out a pitch-black shield. As soon as the shield unfolded, dense element of darkness flowed out and formed clusters of clouds that enveloped Kage. Just like Rose, Kage possessed mid-stage high god strength of darkness. Although a character of his level would be very formidable against an ordinary fringe god, he had no chance of winning against Little Skull Han Hao, who cultivated in both the energy of death and demonic arts. From the moment Kage was enveloped by the bizarre energy of the 7 bone spurs, It seemed as though he was destined to die. As soon as Little Skull Han Hao got close to Kage, he launched even faster and more frenzied attacks at Kage. Including the bone spur in Han Hao's hand, there were a total of 8 bone spurs. They whizzed in all directions under Han Hao's demonic arts, and their trajectories were erratic. Every single one of them carried the power to reap the souls of others and shattered the darkness divine energy that Kage exerted with great effort. From beginning to end, Kage could only defend himself. Although he had the wind-wielding boots, he did not have the opportunity to use them. Although Polo had the wind-wielding boots, he did not have the opportunity to use them. Although Polo was familiar with Han Hao, he rarely had the opportunity to see Han Hao in action. At this moment, Polo was staring at the callous-looking Han Hao with glistening eyes. His heart was filled with astonishment. Ever since Han Hao joined the God Hunter Alliance, many had been speculating about his true strength. At first, Han Shua found it very difficult to deal with a mid-god. Then one day a high god was killed by him. It was only then that people started to re-evaluate Han Hao's strength. Many god hunters couldn't fathom Han Hao's strength. As he cultivated in demonic arts, he could often kill experts who were much stronger than him. Polo had heard that Han Hao only possessed early-stage high god of death strength, and after meeting Han Hao a few times, he agreed with Han Hao's statement. But now Han Hao had the overwhelming advantage. Kage, who possessed mid-stage high god strength, had no way of fighting back. Just how strong is this fella? Polo was puzzled. His eyes were flickering non-stop. PFFF. Under the unpredictable attacks of Little Skull Han Hao's 8 bone spurs, Kage was finally unable to fully defend himself. His shoulder was pierced by one of the bone spurs. Kage suddenly felt fatigued after being pierced by one of the bone spurs. The divine energy in his body was running out of control like a wild horse. Kage lowered his head and saw that his shoulder was slowly rotting. There seemed to be many tiny bugs that were hard to see with the naked eye tearing at his flesh. It's poisoned. Kage was shocked and terrified. After fighting with Han Hao for a while, Kage discovered that the expressionless Han Hao was a killing machine that made no mistakes. From beginning to end, Han Hao did not show any strong emotions. It was as though Han Hao was an outsider, controlling every single detail of the battlefield. He had sealed off all of Kage's escape routes with his bone spurs and extinguished the hope in Kage's heart. Who is this guy? Is he even human? If he is, how can he not show any emotions? Kage was terrified. The more he fought, the more terrified he became. Perhaps it was due to Little Skeleton's unique life form that every time he fought, he would not show the slightest ripple of emotion. He would perfectly display the realm of mind, soul, and body as one. Perhaps it was because of Little Skeleton's unique life form that he would never show any emotion during a battle, perfectly displaying the realm of mind, soul, and body. In a battle, only by reaching a state of absolute calmness could one not be affected by the opponent's provocation and maximize one's combat strength to the greatest extent. This was really a very terrifying thing. Kage was deeply aware of this. Bang! The death aura on the bone spear slammed into Kage's body, causing him to stagger backward. The bone spurs that had been hovering around Kage took this opportunity to rush forward. 3 of them broke through Kage's defense and stabbed into his body. Little Skull Han Hao suddenly stopped attacking. He looked calmly at Kage, whose face was ashen, and said indifferently, "Your subordinates in the underground lair are all dead. I will take over all your savings." As soon as he finished speaking, the 3 bone spurs stabbed into Kage's body like agile snakes drilled into his body. Creak, creak. A hair-raising sound came from inside Kage's body. Suddenly, Kage's 7 orifices spurted blood. The breath of life in his eyes dissipated little by little along with the spurting of blood. With a swing of the 3-meter-long bone spear, Kage's head was lifted into the air. It was accurately picked up by the bone spear and placed into a glass container that Little Skull had prepared. Boom. Kage's headless body suddenly exploded. The 3 bone spurs, like long snakes that had drunk their fill of blood, returned to his back. By now, none of Kage's followers were left alive. Polo and the other god hunters were dumbstruck as they watched Han Hao brutally murder Kage. From the beginning to the end, Han Hao's face was emotionless as though he was used to doing such a thing. He did not show the slightest bit of emotion. No wonder his lordship valued him so much. This youngster is too terrifying. To possess such ruthless and cruel means at such a young age, he will surely become one of the strongest among us in the future. Kodiak sighed in his mind. He suddenly felt that Polo's judgment was indeed extraordinary. To possess such strength and means at such a young age, his future prospects will be limitless. Han Hao, I should be the one thanking you. Polo didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He had intended to kill Kage and use his head to curry favor with Han Hao. Little did he expect that Han Hao would suddenly appear and kill Kage. With this, Polo would not be able to repay Polo's favor. In fact, he would even owe Han Hao a favor. Han Hao, the little skull, looked at Polo with an expressionless face. He did not feel that there was anything wrong with that. He nodded and indifferently replied, "No need to thank me. You have also helped me take care of Kage's subordinates. Since we share the same goal, we don't owe each other anything." "Then let's just say that we don't owe each other anything." After weighing in his mind for a moment, Polo suddenly asked, "If Salas investigates this matter, what will you do about it?" "It's none of our business. Just find some random people in the vicinity and kill them. Throw their corpses here and blame it on the other 4 sovereigns." Han Hao bunched his brows and said, "Kage is just a small fry. Salas might not care about him. He thinks too highly of himself." Polo agreed wholeheartedly. He put on a mischievous smile and said, "That's right, let's do it." Chapter 849. Having lived in the fringe for many years, Polo was a treacherous and cunning man. He did not need any instructions from Han Hao before he ordered his subordinates to take care of the matter. It did not take long before Polo's subordinates, led by Kodiak, returned with a few corpses. "My lord, these people are the subordinates of the other sovereigns. Even if someone were to pursue them, they would not be able to escape," replied Kodiak with a sinister smile. "Yes. Clean up the surroundings and don't leave any traces behind," instructed Polo. Then he turned to Han Hao and smilingly said, "I did not expect that you would come. Haha, I have heard all about what you did outside the Omphalos. All the factions in the fringe are talking about you." Han Hao looked at Polo with a puzzled expression and asked, "What are you trying to say?" Polo put on a rather embarrassed smile and said, "No matter what, we are friends. Yes, I, Polo, have some connections in the fringe. If you really want to develop in the fringe as members of the alliance, we should support each other. Don't you think so?" Han Hao put on a wooden face and replied, "You are right." After taking a short pause, he bunched his brows and asked, "By support, what do you mean?" "We god hunters and the 5 sovereigns have always minded our own business. Besides, we are not limited to the fringe. However, the 5 sovereigns are the overlords of the fringe. If you really want to develop in the fringe, you will inevitably come into contact with the 5 sovereigns. Based on my understanding of the 5 sovereigns, it is only a matter of time before you cross swords with them. What I'm trying to say is that I am willing to stand by your side." Polo was rather apprehensive when he said those words. Having lived in the fringe for so many years, he knew very well how vicious and cruel the 5 sovereigns could be. It was a difficult decision for him to make. Han Hao's interest was suddenly piqued. His purple demon eye glistened as it scanned Polo's body. He asked again, "In what way will you stand on my side? An ally?" "That's right, an ally," affirmed Polo. Han Hao shook his head, put on an indifferent expression and said, "We don't need allies." Looking straight at Polo, Han Hao said, "Polo, if you really have the heart, hand over your men to me." This was definitely not Polo's original intention. After listening to Han Hao's words, Polo was stunned for a long time before he said, "Han Hao, I admit that your strength is extraordinary. However, in the God Hunter Alliance, I, Polo, am not any less famous than you are and I have been around longer than you. You want me to follow you?" Nodding indifferently, Han Hao was not joking at all. "You decide. In short, I don't need allies." Han Hao could feel a slight tremor coming from underground. He knew that Han too was starting to panic because he had no idea what was happening above. Without wasting any more time, Han Hao spoke again, "You can think about it yourself. I'll be leaving first. Since you've helped me today, I won't do anything to you in the fringe. Make up your mind." Upon finishing those words, Han Hao flew away without sparing a glance at the god hunters. Polo and his followers stared blankly at Han Hao's silhouette flickering in the void for a few moments before disappearing. After a while, Polo came to his senses. His face turned gloomy as he said, "Han Hao, you are too arrogant." Kodiak was furious. He replied, "My lord, that fella is so arrogant at such a young age. It seems that we have done all this for nothing." Polo's face turned ugly. He coldly groaned and said, "Let's see how much of a storm he can stir up in the fringe. Let's not make a decision in a hurry. If he can prove that he has the strength to make me submit, I will consider it." Given his status and strength in the God Hunter Alliance, it was already a great honor for him to be willing to ally with Han Hao. He did not expect that Han Hao would not give him any face at all. Polo felt humiliated as though he had been snubbed despite his warm face. Meanwhile, Han Shuo, Rose, Wood Elite Zombie, and the others were roaming around the fringe. However, there was one more person in the party, Romont. Ever since Romont escaped from the swamp, he had wholeheartedly submitted to Han Shuo. Having experienced the earth-shattering changes in his body and the wonderful benefits that Han Shuo had brought him, Romont had begun to revere Han Shuo as if he was a god. Romont had to be extremely careful with every move he made. He did not even dare to yell in front of Han Shuo. In just a dozen or so days, Romont's body's potential had greatly increased. With one thought, his body could become as hard as the toughest iron and stone. With another thought, he could transform into an invincible weapon. Even the toxins in his body could be stimulated. He had become a very special existence. Master, if those fellas don't listen to you, leave them to me. I'll make them behave. Romont kept volunteering along the way, wanting to show off his skills. Romont, what nonsense are you talking about? Rose coldly groaned and said, we are going to invite them. They're our friends. How can you be so reckless? It is their honor to serve you, Master. I am just helping them out of kindness. Romont could not stop talking about Han Shuo. In his mind, Han Hao was even more miraculous than the 5 sovereigns of the fringe. Romont's own transformation had filled him with confidence in Han Shuo. Han Shuo put on a smile and did not take Romont's words to heart. He turned to Rose and asked, we're almost there, right? He's at the top of the barren mountain up ahead. I remember that fella has always been there. I hope he hasn't left, replied Rose as she pointed to the front and led the way. After a while, Rose stood on top of a barren mountain. She called out in a clear and cold voice, Zovik. Lightning flashed across the void and a shriveled figure landed on the barren mountain. It was a wretched-looking old man. He looked all around and laughed loudly. Rose, is that really you? I heard about what happened at the Omphalos recently. I know that Buzz and Bertha are dead. I also heard that you have returned. I thought that it was just a rumor, but I didn't expect that you are really back. The little old man was only 1.5 meters tall. He cultivated in the energy of lightning and was a mid-stage high god. He had a protruding mouth and monkey-like cheeks. But when he looked at Rose, his eyes were filled with sincerity and unconcealable excitement. Thank goodness you're still alive. It was rare for Rose to put on a smile. She introduced the old man to Han Shuo. This is Zovik that I told you about. I even saved his life once. Haha, although he isn't good-looking, he has a good heart and is very warm-hearted to his friends. After introducing Zovik to Han Shuo, Rose put on a somewhat bashful look. She took a glance at Han Shuo and said, this is Brian, my current master. Buzz and Bertha were killed by him. Zovik was very surprised. He looked at Han Shuo carefully for a while and found Han Shuo's youth to be rather unbelievable. When he recalled the recent rumors about Omphalos and his party, Zovik started to doubt himself. He thought to himself, these few youngsters are the maniacs who have killed 500 to 600 brute gods? I've heard a little about what happened at the Omphalos. I didn't expect you to be so young. Zovik lamented. He then turned to Rose and smilingly asked, little Rose, what brings you here? Come out, Zovik. Don't hide in your shell and cultivate like a turtle. Rose invited him solemnly. Zovik seemed to have expected that Rose would say that. He wasn't surprised at all. However, he did not agree to it. He smiled at Han Shuo and asked, there are 5 sovereigns in the fringe. I want to ask you, do you have the confidence to defeat any one of them? Han Shuo stared blankly for a moment before he calmly shook his head and said, I've never tried. I don't have the slightest confidence. After a short pause, Han Shuo furrowed his brows and said, but I'm not afraid. You're very young. When the sovereigns were your age, they definitely weren't as strong as you are now. Zovik was rather dumbfounded by Han Shuo's honesty. He thought for a moment and asked, then do you have the confidence to escape from the sovereigns? Han Shuo was taken aback. He thought for a moment and nodded affirmatively. He smiled and said, I'm confident. Not to mention one, even if there are 2 or 3 of them, I have my own ways to escape. That's good then. As long as you can survive, the chances of you surpassing the sovereigns in the future will be very high. Zovik's face was filled with gratification as if it was enough for Han Shuo to prove that he could escape. He smiled and said, all right, since Rose has saved my life, I'm willing to follow you. Even if we are killed by the sovereigns in the future, as long as you can avenge us, that would be great. What a strange person, thought Han Shuo. After thinking for a moment, Han Shuo solemnly promised, I will do my best to ensure that nothing happens to you. But if you are killed, don't worry, I will kill whoever killed you. That's enough. Zovik laughed heartily and said, don't mind me. That's just how I am. I want to think of a way out first. I know that if I really have to face the sovereigns, there's no use thinking of a way out. My only request is that if something happens to me, at least you can avenge me. Don't worry, I believe that master can do whatever he wants in the fringe. The sovereigns? Let's see how powerful they are. Romont, relying on his unique body and the great improvement in his strength, had never felt so confident. Other than Han Shua and Metal Elite Zombie, he had become somewhat condescending. Han Shua looked at Romont but did not say anything. He turned to Rose and smilingly said, any other friends? Let's find them one by one. Over the next few days, with Rose leading the way, Han Shua and Han Shua roamed around the fringe. But it was a pity that those friends of Rose's had either been killed in the cruel fringe or had left the place. Han Shua and Han Shua did not find anything. Even though it was hopeless to find Rose, Han Shua did not give up. He continued to roam around the fringe, preparing to pick a place to set up his base. The place he chose must be one that was suitable for deploying demonic formations. After searching for a few more days, Tanai finally found a suitable location on a remote mountain. Chapter 850. The yin energy in Tanai was very dense. As soon as Han Shua approached the area, he could feel the cold, damp air from afar. Other than the damp air, the valley was shrouded in swirling clouds and mist. The entire valley was misty and ethereal, giving off a dreamy sense of beauty. Rose fell in love with the place at first glance. She softly exclaimed, this place is not bad. The scenery is pleasant and the air is fresh. Romont and Zovik, having just started following Han Shua, did not express their opinions. They observed the surroundings for a while and did not find anything special about this place. They felt that this place was the same as most other places in the fringe. Besides, this place was relatively remote and the elemental energies in it were not particularly rich. Han Mu stood in the dense thicket and took a deep breath. He sensed the scent of the trees, flowers, and shrubs around him. After a while, he put on a satisfied smile and said, very good, I like this place. Han Jin, Han Hua, and Han Shui looked around and expressed their opinions. Han Jin said that there were rare ores in the depths of the valley. Han Shui said that there was a waterfall and a pool not far away and that the air was humid, which would be very beneficial to his cultivation. Han Hua, however, turned around and said in annoyance, it's not dry at all. My energy can only maintain the same condition here. If only there were volcanoes nearby. Han Shua couldn't help but laugh. It was impossible for a single place to accommodate all the needs of the 5 elite zombies. It was normal for one of them to be dissatisfied. Han Shua released his demon generals and spread them out to see if there were other people living in the vicinity. Romont, Zovik, since you have been living in the fringe all these years, do you know if this place is occupied by anyone? For the time being, Han Shua did not want to antagonize the 5 sovereigns. Therefore he tried his best to avoid unnecessary disputes. Master, I don't know. Before you came, I rarely left the swamp, replied Romont. I do know a little about this place, replied Zovik smilingly. Zovik smiled. When he saw that Han Shua was looking at him, he continued, you don't have to worry about anything. This is one of the more secluded corners of the fringe. The 5 sovereigns would never choose this place. There aren't any particularly powerful forces nearby. If you really want to establish a foothold here, I think there shouldn't be any problems. Although Zovik was willing to follow Han Shua, he wasn't convinced until he witnessed Han Shua's true strength. Zovik didn't address Kirin as master like Romont did. Han Shua knew this, so he didn't force Zovik to change the way he addressed Zovik. He was confident that he could truly subdue Zovik, so he wasn't worried at all. That's good. This place is so remote, but there are still some benefits. Han Shua smiled and began to think about whether he should immediately start to transform this place. Master, I don't understand why you would choose this place. Romont hesitated for a moment, but in the end he couldn't help but voice out his doubts. This place is very remote. It is very far from the Omphalos of the fringe, and it doesn't have any outstanding terrain. The Omphalos is very easy to enter, and it is very easy for others to attack. Moreover, Tanai's elemental energy isn't very strong. Is it worth it for us to spend so much energy here? Romont wasn't the only one who was puzzled. Zovik was also looking at Han Shua with a puzzled expression. Rose had been with Han Shua for a long time and knew that he had many strange abilities. She was only guessing how Han Shua would handle this valley and wasn't worried that he wouldn't be able to handle it properly. Most people don't know how to make use of this place's terrain. Don't worry. You will understand why I chose this place when everything is in place. Han Shua's face was brimming with confidence. The terrain at the center of the valley had actually naturally formed a slightly damaged chi-gathering matrix. As long as Han Shua restored the disorder, the elements between heaven and earth would automatically gather inside. With the energy-gathering formation as the center, Han Shua could expand outwards. With the energy of the 5 elite zombies, as long as he had enough materials, Han Shua could construct as many demonic formations as he wanted. With time and effort, Han Shua could turn this valley into an impenetrable fortress. It would be even more terrifying than Salus's Empyrean Peak. Although Romont was puzzled by Han Shua's confidence, he did not ask any more questions. Zovik's eyes were filled with doubt, but he did not voice it out. He thought to himself, let's wait and see. If Han Shua can really make a difference in this wasteland, I'll have to hand it to you. Little Gold, bring them to the nearby mountain range and get us some basic ores. Rose, there's a waterfall and a deep lake behind. You can take a bath there if you want, instructed Han Shua. As Romont, Rose, and the others wouldn't be of much help if they stayed behind, Han Shua might as well let them do what they could. Romont, come with me. You are the most suitable person to move things around. Han Ji knew that Romont's body was filled with rare metals. Not only did he possess extraordinary strength, but he could also identify rare ores. Han Jin had taken Romont as one of his Goldstone shop's employees. Zovik was curious. He wanted to stay and see what Han Shua was going to do. But when he thought about it, he realized that it was taboo to do so. He did not insist and left with Han Jin and Romont. In that case, I'm going to take a stroll nearby, Rose said softly and flew in the direction Han Shua had pointed out. Han Shua had placed a demon general every 500 meters in the surrounding area. If Zovik, Rose, and the others tried anything funny, Han Shua would be able to detect them immediately. Therefore, when Rose left, Han Shua only nodded at her. He was very kind and was not worried that they would run into any danger in the vicinity. It's a pity that Little Earth isn't here. Let's put aside the huge underground project for the time being. Little Earth will take care of it when he returns. After Rose, Zovik, and the others left, Han Shua sighed helplessly. He then began to instruct Han Mu and Han Hua to help him. Han Shua had made the Fringe his main area of development in the future because the Fringe was not bound by the 12 overgods. Although the competition in the Fringe was cruel, it was much freer. Since Han Shua had decided to stay in the Fringe, he would not leave the valley in a hurry. He would treat it with the utmost respect. As his strength increased, Han Shua became more and more adept at using demonic formations. With the help of the Cauldron of Myriad Demon, as long as he had enough materials, he could deploy all kinds of complex and cryptic demonic formations. For the next few days, Han Shua wandered around Tanai Mountain without eating or sleeping. With the help of the Cauldron of Myriad Demon and the 5 elite zombies, the entire valley had undergone earth-shattering changes. All kinds of trees and plants in the once lush and verdant valley grew rapidly as though they had been injected with stimulants. Each and every one of them became abnormally huge. The giant trees were as tall as mountains that pierced into the clouds. The dense canopy of leaves was like a dark cloud that blotted out the scorching sun. Not only did the trees in Tanai Mountain grow taller, but they had also been repositioned in all kinds of wonderful positions. If one were to look down from the sky, one would discover that the trees had formed a very abstruse and harmonious pattern. The shrubs beneath their feet had become as hard and sharp as knives. They filled every corner of the valley. If one were to stumble into them, they would discover that the shrubs would attack them in a frenzy. Boulders were placed all over the valley. Every boulder was made of a different material. Some were carved into grotesque and sinister shapes, while others were painted with indecipherable runes. The runes were of a myriad of colors and would sparkle at night. The coldness in Tanai Mountain grew even denser. The cold wind howled and the densine energy did not disperse. Anyone who entered the valley would feel uncomfortable and terrified. Unbeknownst to them, the valley had undergone tremendous changes. When Romont, Zovik, and the others witnessed the transformation of the valley, they became even more puzzled. They had no idea what the earth-shattering changes in Tanai Mountain could do. On this day, Han Shua summoned Romont, Zovik, and Rose. He also ordered Metal Elite Zombie, Wood Elite Zombie, Fire Elite Zombie, and Water Elite Zombie to stop hammering on the demonic formation. Han Shua smilingly said, "The layout of the valley is not yet complete. My son hasn't arrived yet and I don't have enough materials to support it. So far, only 1/5 of the layout has been completed. After taking a short pause, Han Shuo continued, "But 1/5 of the transformation is already very interesting. The reason I summoned you all here is to show you the results of our work." Zovik, Romont, and the others were filled with anticipation. They wanted to see what other mysteries Han Shuo's mysterious actions could bring to the valley other than the tremendous changes it had undergone. Under their attentive gazes, the cauldron of myriad demon flew out from Han Shuo's body. As soon as the cauldron emerged, it started roaming around Tanai Mountain. Rays of light shot out from the cauldron and landed on the center of the demonic formations in the valley, activating the formations. After circling around the valley for a while, the cauldron of myriad demon finally arrived at an enormous stone platform at the center of the valley. Several rays of light shot out from the cauldron of myriad demon. The large stone platform made crackling noises as though it was being carved by blades of light. After a short while, a pattern of the cauldron of myriad demon was carved on the large stone platform. A high god demon head whizzed out and flew into the pattern of the cauldron of myriad demon on the stone platform. As soon as the demon head entered the cauldron of myriad demon, the pattern of the cauldron of myriad demon began to shimmer. The miraculous transformation seemed to have triggered the entire valley. Strange rumbling noises came from the depths of the valley as though an enormous machine was operating. All of a sudden, the elemental energies outside the valley began to flow into the valley like a trickle of water. In just a short while, the elemental energies in Tanai Mountain were no longer thin, but had become denser and denser. How is this possible? Zovik's face was filled with shock. He asked, "Even the 5 sovereigns of the fringe do not have the power to alter the laws of heaven and earth. You, whichever god are you?" Chapter 851. Zovik couldn't be blamed for his astonishment. On Elysium, other than the overgods who possessed the quintessence, no one else was capable of changing the elements in an area by force. The mountain valley that originally had an ordinary elemental concentration had suddenly increased several times. This wasn't something an ordinary god could achieve. Even the 5 sovereigns of the fringe couldn't do anything without the help of the quintessence. Moreover, even an overgod could only use the quintessence to change the elemental energy in one area. However, Zovik discovered that the concentration of all 8 major elements in Tanai had increased. Unless all 8 overgods joined forces, no one could achieve what Han Shuo had done. Zovik's expression turned sluggish. He couldn't believe his own senses. However, the increase in the elemental concentration in Tanai was undeniable. Rose and Romont were equally astonished. Romont knew nothing about Han Shuo, and even Rose, who had some understanding of Han Shuo, found it hard to believe. Most of the demonic formations deployed by Han Shuo were offensive in nature. None of them were as concentrated as this one. Any god who cultivated in an area where the elemental concentration was several times higher would be able to cultivate at a much faster rate. In this Omphalos, all the gods who cultivated an elemental energy could grow stronger at a speed several times faster than the others. This was a very terrifying thing. In fact, this wasn't the only change in Tanai. While Zovik and the others were still in shock, the elemental energy in the vicinity of the Omphalos continued to flow into Tanai. Han Shuo smiled but didn't say a word. He simply gestured for the crowd to continue sensing the changes in Tanai. Half an hour later, the elemental concentration in Tanai soared. It was nearly 30 times denser than before. Zovik's mouth was agape. He flew around Tanai and roamed around every corner while mumbling to himself, "How is this possible? How is that possible?" Among these people, only the 5 elite zombies remained unperturbed. The 4 little fellows knew very well how miraculous Han Shuo's demonic arts were. Back then, the Yuan energy in the 5 ultimates was even denser than this region. They could be said to have experienced too many miraculous things with Han Shuo. Therefore, their faces were calm and unruffled. It took a while for Zovik and the others to recover from the shock. "How did you do it?" Zovik asked reverently. The way he looked at Han Shuo was completely different from before. With a smile, Han Shuo's expression was calm. "Perhaps I might not be a match for the 5 sovereigns at the moment, but the power that I possess far exceeds the knowledge of the 5 sovereigns. The changes in the Omphalos might seem inconceivable to you, but it's not a big deal to me. Master, you are definitely stronger than the 5 sovereigns. The way I see it, the 5 sovereigns definitely can't do what you can." Romont's admiration for Han Shuo grew. "The changes in the Omphalos have only just begun. When my other son returns, I will make the Omphalos even better," Han Shuo said confidently. He walked towards the cauldron of myriad demon and fiddled with it. The elemental energy in the Omphalos underwent a massive change. The elements that had gathered in the omphalos began to slowly disperse. Let's leave this place as it is for now. Let's go to the omphalos at the center of the fringe. The next time we come, we will build our own fortress. Han Shua nodded. As promised, Little Skull, Han Hao, and Han Tu would head to the omphalos. Those subordinates he subdued at the checkpoint would also head to the omphalos to wait for Han Shua. Therefore, Han Shua needed to gather his subordinates at the omphalos. By this point in time, Zovik was astounded by Han Shua's miraculous means. In his mind, Han Shua now possessed the strength to contend against the 5 sovereigns of the fringe. After making up his mind, Han Shua concealed the demonic formation within the valley. The elements of heaven and earth dissipated once more. Apart from the breathtakingly lush vegetation, the valley wasn't particularly attractive in any other aspects. With Rose, Zovik, Wood Elite Zombie and the others in tow, Han Shua temporarily left the pandemonium for the heart of the fringe. The Empyrean Peak towered into the clouds. Boundaries and energy towers that glowed with bizarre lights could be seen everywhere. Inside a majestic palace at the peak, a 3-meter-tall giant was sitting on the throne at the center of the palace like a god. His dense beard was meticulously braided into small braids that draped over his chest. His eyes were as deep as the ocean. He looked straight ahead and exuded a majestic aura. Several late-stage high god experts were kneeling at his feet. They were all famous and influential figures in the fringe. But before this giant, they behaved very humbly. One of them was the one who invited Han Shua to the checkpoint at the omphalos. Culver, are you certain about what you just said? On the throne that symbolized the position of the king, the godlike giant looked down at the man kneeling at his feet and asked with interest. Culver raised his head. His eyes were filled with reverence. In a respectful tone, he said, Lord Salus, I have seen everything with my own eyes. Although that young man doesn't appear to possess much strength, his true strength is absolutely terrifying. After taking a short pause, Culver cautiously continued, My guess is that his strength exceeds that of a high god. Salus, who was sitting on the throne, suddenly had electric sparks flickering in his eyes. Electric sparks visible to the naked eye were wriggling on his eyeballs, making his eyes look strange and unfathomable. Salus seemed to be thinking. After a long while, he nodded and said in a calm tone, Based on what you said, that young man possesses strength that exceeds that of a high god. But it is very strange that you couldn't tell what energy he cultivated in. After taking a short pause, Salus instructed, Culver, put down everything you are doing for the time being. Investigate this young man with all your might. This fella is very likely to be a troublemaker. The 5 of us have been recuperating and building up our strength in preparation for another great battle. That young man is a variable. If I can't use him, I will personally get rid of him. Rest assured, Lord. I will do my best to investigate. Culver hastily guaranteed. Salus nodded, waved his hand and said, Go. Investigate this young man's background. After taking a short pause, Salus suddenly recalled something. He bunched his brows and said, The brand I left on Kage has disappeared. He should be dead. Keep an eye on him and find out who did it. Yes, Lord. Culver respectfully replied. Go. Salus nodded. A bolt of lightning flashed across the throne and he vanished without a trace. Suddenly, numerous lightning bolts appeared in the vicinity of the deity Zenith, covering every region of the deity Zenith. At the center of the fringe, Tanai Han Tu looked at Little Skull Han Hao with a bored expression. Brother, why hasn't father returned yet? The 2 of them had been in Tanai for a few days but they had not sensed Han Shua's presence. Han Tu started to grow anxious. He must have been delayed by something, replied Han Hao casually. He sat cross-legged in a secluded area of the omphalos with his eyes closed. It was as though he had blended in with the surrounding scenery. Do you think father might have run into trouble? There are 5 sovereigns surpassing high god in the fringe. Won't they keep my father busy? Asked Han Tuesday. He had nothing better to do. I won't. Han Hao's answer was even shorter this time. Seeing that Han Hao was not interested in talking, Han Tu sighed and stopped asking questions. Excuse me, are you Han Hao? Asked a meek voice. It was a group of mid-god youngsters. They looked somewhat apprehensive. They seemed hesitant. They wanted to come in and talk to Han Hao, but they also seemed to have some misgivings. Han Hao, who had been sitting cross-legged with his eyes closed, opened his eyes and scanned the group of youngsters with his sinister eyes. Then he closed his eyes again and coldly replied, I am. The group of youngsters only possessed mid-god strengths. Their strength was not enough to threaten him and Han Tuesday. Therefore Han Hao didn't mind them at all. The group of youngsters became rather excited when they heard that Han Hao had admitted his identity. They exchanged glances with each other before they excitedly approached Han Hao. One of them hastily said, "I have heard of your deeds. I was expelled from my family. I have nothing but some black crystal coins in the fringe. I can only survive in Tanai. I admire you very much. Can I follow you?" Us too. We have also heard about what you did at the Amphalos checkpoint. That was amazing. Can we follow you? Asked the other youngsters excitedly. Without raising his head, Han Hao replied, "You are too weak. I don't want to." Upon hearing those words, the youngsters put on embarrassed and dejected faces. They looked at each other and didn't know what to do. "There are the 5 sovereigns in the fringe. Why don't you go to them?" asked Han Tu smilingly. He was much more interested than Han Hao. "The 5 sovereigns are too indifferent to the lives of their subordinates. We are afraid that we might be killed by them in a fit of rage," replied a rather delicate and pretty woman timidly. One of the women replied timidly. She didn't look like a bad person. No one knew why she came to the fringe. The fringe was a place where the strong were revered. The 5 sovereigns faithfully adhered to this principle. Sometimes, if their subordinates found themselves in a disadvantageous situation, they would be killed without hesitation. Working for the 5 sovereigns, there was no guarantee of one's safety. Even if one didn't die in the hands of the sovereigns, one could be killed by the sovereigns. Every day, the fringe was flooded with ferocious devils from the 12 dominions. In order to survive in the fringe, they spared no effort to become subordinates of the 5 sovereigns. The 5 sovereigns never lacked subordinates. Therefore they acted without scruples. "How many black crystal coins do you have?" Han Hao, who was sitting cross-legged, opened his eyes and asked with a frown. Chapter 852. The youths stared blankly for a moment. They did not understand why Han Hao would ask such a question. "Yes, we did bring a lot of black crystal coins with us when we came to the fringe. Otherwise, we wouldn't have been able to stay in the Amphalos until now." One of them hesitated for a moment before replying with a puzzled expression. These youths were the scum of some of the 12 dominions. Even if they weren't, they must have done something outrageous. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been banished to the fringe. To be able to survive in the Amphalos until now, they must have a lot of black crystal coins in their hands. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been able to sustain the Amphalos daily expenditure of 100 black crystal coins. Han Hao knitted his brows and pondered for a moment. He carefully looked at the youths. After a moment of silence, he said, "Pay 500,000 black crystal coins each and I will allow you to follow me. Think about it. It's not safe for you to work for me. But I can assure you that I won't use you as cannon fodder." 500,000 black crystal coins. The seemingly timid girl suddenly exclaimed. The few of them looked at each other, their faces full of awkwardness. 500,000 black crystal coins was not a small sum. It was enough for them to live peacefully in Tanai for decades. It didn't seem appropriate for them to hand over such a large sum of black crystal coins to Han Hao without any guarantee of their safety. "All of you come from families in the 12 dominions. If you follow me, I can assure you that when you are strong enough, I will help you return to your families and reclaim everything that belongs to you. Yes, of course, I will also help you settle the grudges that forced you to leave the 12 dominions." As though he saw their hesitation, Han Hao added. He waved his hand coldly and said, "Go back and think about it. If you don't have enough strength, even if you return to your families and reclaim everything that belongs to you, will you be able to keep it?" The youths were tempted by Han Hao's words. They looked at each other and pondered over Han Hao's proposal. One of them said in a deep voice, "What you said is very reasonable. Let's go back and discuss this. It won't be easy for each of us to fork out 500,000 black crystal coins. Even if we agree to it, we will still need to work with each other." Han Hao's expression was cold. He closed his eyes again and said nothing. The young men bowed to him, frowned, and pondered over his suggestion. Then they left. As soon as they left, Han Tu asked anxiously, "Big brother, why do you want them?" "They come from families in the 12 divine realms. Those families have some influence in the 12 divine realms. If these fellows can grow in our hands and one day return to the 12 divine realms, with their bloodlines and our help, these fellows can become patriarchs of those families and help us control many families. I collected 500,000 black crystal coins from each of them to cut off their means of escape. Only when they are penniless will they not think of using the Amphalos to save their lives in times of danger. Without a path of retreat, they will be able to display their potential to the greatest extent. These guys have consumed all kinds of divine crystals since they were young, so their aptitudes are pretty good. They just lack actual combat experience and the baptism of fresh blood. However, I will give them these. Han Hao opened his eyes and looked at Han Tuesday. After explaining everything to Han Tu, he lectured, "Little Tu, as you grow stronger, remember to think about the ways of the world. Only by understanding what they think and how they do things can you be of greater help to Father." Han Tu fell into deep thought after listening to Han Hao's words. It was only now that he understood why Han Hao was the undisputed leader of the group. Other than the fact that Han Hao was stronger than them, his wisdom played a major role. "I understand, big brother." Han Tu wholeheartedly accepted Han Tu's advice. He thought, big brother is truly insidious. It's no wonder that he has been able to prosper in the Death Dominion all these years. Outside the Amphalos, Han Shua, Romont, Zovik, Rosewood, Elite Zombie and the others arrived. As soon as they arrived at the checkpoint of the Amphalos, the guard who had repeatedly warned Han Shua about the checkpoint laughed heartily and said, "Welcome, friend." It was this guard who had leaked the information about Kage to Han Shua. Han Shua was certain that this guard was one of the 5 sovereigns. Although this guard did not show any malicious intent, Han Shua was still on guard. "What a coincidence to run into you again," replied Han Shua smilingly. "Have you been in charge of this checkpoint all this while?" "No. But I will be in charge of this checkpoint for some time," explained the guard. Then he put on a solemn face and said, "I didn't have the chance to introduce myself last time. I'm Luolong. You can say that I'm a follower of Lord Asura. How should I address you, Your Excellency?" "Brian, it's my first time here." "Hee, I'm sure I'll have to trouble you with many things in the future. Please take care of me," replied Han Shua in a composed manner. He went up to Luolong and handed over the crystal coins they had to pay. He took a few small tokens from Luolong and distributed them to Han Mu, Romont and the others. "I heard that Kage is dead. Salas's men are searching for the murderer." Luolong suddenly put on a smile and said in a low voice. He looked deeply into Han Shua's eyes and observed the changes in Han Shua's expression. Han Shua had been through all kinds of storms and waves. He was well versed in such matters. He was astonished. Han Shua replied, "How could Kage be killed so quickly? Damn it, I was planning to buy some special ores from him. I heard that he had plundered a large amount of very precious ores. I had been looking for him for so long just for that. I didn't expect that he would be killed. What bad luck." After taking a short pause, Han Shua asked Luolong curiously, "Do you know who killed him? And the whereabouts of that batch of ores?" Luolong looked deeply into Han Shua's eyes. However, he couldn't see anything wrong with Han Shua's expression. He found it a little strange. Could it really have nothing to do with him? Frowning, Luolong shook his head and said, "I only know that Kage's head was cut off. His body was also surrounded by the subordinates of Sovereign Log and Sovereign Tyre. As for who did it, no one knows for sure. I do know a little about the whereabouts of that batch of ores. It seems that Kage had offered them to Sovereign Salas as a tribute." "What? Are you interested?" Han Shua pretended to be stunned. After a long while, he shook his head with a bitter smile and said, "Since it is Sovereign Salas, I guess it won't be easy to get it back. Salas definitely doesn't lack black crystal coins. I can only give up on this idea." Han Shua was overjoyed when he heard that Kage had been killed without leaving any evidence behind. He thought to himself, Han Hao is indeed capable. He actually managed to get rid of Kage. Metal Elite Zombie, who was standing not far behind Han Shua, was obviously overjoyed. He knew that Kage's death must have something to do with Han Hao. He secretly admired Han Hao's capability. "It's good that you think so. Salas is a lunatic. Not many in the fringe are willing to provoke him," Han Shua nodded. Then he suddenly lowered his voice and said to Han Shua, "Brian, my master, Lord Asura, wants to meet you. Are you interested?" Han Shua was startled. He couldn't figure out what Luolong meant. He bunched his brows and asked, "Asura of the 5 sovereigns? He wants to meet me?" After taking a short pause, Han Shua put on a faint smile and said, "You know that I have no intention of following anyone, not even the 5 sovereigns. Don't misunderstand." Luolong hastily clarified, "Lord Asura has no such intention. I can guarantee that. In fact, Lord Asura just wants to meet you and see if there are any areas in the fringe that he can cooperate with. Brian, although you possess extraordinary strength, the fringe is a complicated place. Even if you don't need to pledge allegiance to any party, you will still need to make friends." Luolong's words piqued Han Shua's interest in Asura. It was true that Han Shua had no intention of pledging allegiance to any party. But if he could make use of the discord between the 5 sovereigns to form an alliance with one of them, Han Shuo would be more than happy to do so. After thinking for a moment, Han Shuo nodded with a smile and said, "No problem. I will stay in the Omphalos for a few days. If you have any news about Asura, just let me know." "Alright, I will leave you to your work. I need to report to Lord Asura," said Han Shuo. Luolong was overjoyed to hear that Han Shuo had agreed to his request. He loudly shouted at the guards, "Look carefully, these are Lord Asura's guests. Tanai is in the Omphalos. If anyone dares to cause trouble, throw them out of the Omphalos." Han Shuo nodded smilingly and led Romont and the others into the Omphalos. With one thought, Han Shuo immediately located the location of Little Skull, Han Hao and Han Tuesday. He led the way and rapidly approached their location. Han Shuo grew more and more confident in Han Hao after hearing that Kage had been killed. It was not only because of Han Hao's strength, but also because Han Hao's ability to carry out his tasks flawlessly. If even Luolong could not trace Han Hao's whereabouts to Han Hao, it meant that Han Hao's intelligence had far surpassed that of an average life form. Han Shuo, who was secretly amazed, followed his and Han Hao's senses and arrived at a remote area of the Omphalos. There, Han Hao was sitting cross-legged on the ground with an indifferent face. Several luxuriously dressed young men were kneeling before him. They were solemnly swearing that they would be loyal to Han Hao. They also took out a large number of black crystal coins and handed them to Han Hao with reverence. At this moment, Han too laughed heartily and stepped forward to help Han Hao accept the black crystal coins. He then patted the young men's shoulders and said, "From now on, we are on the same side. We are on the same side." Hee. Han Hao raised his head and looked at Han Shuo from afar. He instructed the young men, "Except for me, all of you remember to listen to him." He then pointed at Han Shuo with a solemn face. Chapter 853. Han Shuo was rather surprised. He had no idea how Little Skull Han Hao managed to subdue those arrogant young masters. After staring blankly for a moment, Han Shuo nodded and asked Han Hao, "Is it done?" "It's done," replied Han Hao. After taking a short pause, he instructed the youngsters who had just sworn loyalty to him, "All of you prepare yourselves. Remember the signal I have given you. When I leave the Omphalos, I will bring you with me. Alright, that's all for now." The youngsters looked at Han Shuo suspiciously but did not ask any questions. They obediently left under Han Hao's command. After the youngsters were gone, Han Hao explained to Han Shuo how he planned to subdue those youngsters and briefly described the incident with Kage. After listening, Han Shuo put on a big smile, nodded and said, "You have a good sense of propriety. I'm not worried about you." Han Shuo was very surprised that Han Hao was thinking of using those youngsters to control the family clans behind them. He did not expect that Han Hao would have such foresight. "Let me introduce you. This is Romont and this is Zovik. They are both new friends." Han Shuo pointed at the stern-looking youngster and smilingly said, "This is Han Hao, my son." Romont rarely left the swamp and did not know much about the outside world. However, Zovik was surprised to hear of Little Skull Han Hao name. He stared blankly for a moment before he asked, "The God Hunter leader from the Death Dominion who recently rose to fame?" Han Shuo did not expect that Han Hao would be so famous. He smilingly asked, "How did you hear of him?" Zovik knew that his guess was correct after hearing Han Shuo's words. His face was filled with astonishment as he said, "It really is him. Every year, the 12 divine dominions will send their fiends to the Fringe. We more or less know something about the 12 divine dominions. The Fringe isn't too far from the Death Dominion and we know a lot about the Fringe. Han Hao is quite famous in the Death Dominion. Many people who travel to the Death Dominion would mention him." Han Hao wore an indifferent face and didn't seem to be affected by Zovik's words. He looked at Han Jin, took out a glass container and tossed it to Han Jin, saying, "Little Gold, let me show you something." "Okage's head," exclaimed Zovik. He immediately realized that something was amiss and quickly lowered his voice. Just like Zovik, Kage possessed mid-stage high god strength. Not only that, Kage had many ferocious gods under his command. He was a ruthless character in the Fringe. Some time ago there was a rumor that Kage had been killed. Everyone was guessing who did it, but no one had expected that his head would be in Han Hao's hands. "Thank you, big brother." Han Jin casually put away the glass container. Suddenly he exclaimed in surprise, "Big brother, is Kage's divine soul still inside?" Han Hao nodded and explained, "He's still conscious. But his divine soul is trapped in a corner of his skull. He doesn't have a shred of divine energy left. You can torture him as much as you want. When you are done, hand over his divine soul to Father. Ah, that's great, exclaimed Han Jin. He grabbed the glass container and injected golden radiance into it. This was a rather remote corner of the Omphalos. When Han Hao took out the glass container that contained the Kage's head, he had set up a boundary to prevent others from spying on him. Apart from the few people beside him, no one would be able to detect what was going on in this area. Zovik looked at Han Hao in astonishment. He believed that Han Hao didn't have the strength to kill Kage. But the truth was right before his eyes. He had no choice but to believe it. Romont, go with Han Jin and the others to the Tanai Omphalos and buy some special goods. Zovik, you are the local tyrant here. Go ask around and see if there are any unusual happenings in the fringe, instructed Han Shura. He did not dwell on Han Hao's question. Got it? Zovik and Roman did not say anything else and left to carry out Han Shua's instructions. The pandemonium lacked the main materials for many demonic formations. Han Jin and Han Shua could procure some of the materials, but the resources in the pandemonium were limited and the materials needed to set up the demonic formations were too numerous. Therefore, Han Shua had no choice but to come to the Omphalos to procure the materials. As the trading center of the fringe, the Omphalos had all sorts of bizarre items. Some items that could not be sold in the 12 dominions could be openly sold in the Omphalos. For example, there were some highly toxic medicines, sinister divine weapons forged from the bones of gods, and cursed magical formations that imprisoned many divine souls and used their soul energy to set up. Even god hunters could openly live in the fringe. All activities and experiments prohibited by the 12 dominions were permitted in the fringe. No one would interfere. Many perverted, evil, crazy, and paranoid alchemists and poisons could be found everywhere in the fringe. Most of them lived in the Tanai Omphalos and traded the fruits of their evil research for large amounts of black crystal coins. Not only could the black crystal coins support their peaceful lives in the Tanai Omphalos, but they could also continue their research. To Han Shua, this was a wonderful place. Many of the special carriers that demonic formations required, as well as some of the most evil materials that great alchemists would possess, could be purchased here. As the pandemonium required too many materials, Han Shua ordered the party to split up and search for suitable ones. The Omphalos was the only peaceful place in the fringe. Even if Han Jin and the others did not gather together, they did not have to worry about their safety. After Romont, Zovik and the 5 elite zombies left, only Han Shua and his father Han Hao were left in the Omphalos. Father, I don't think I can stay with you for too long. I am a god hunter from the Death Dominion. Even if I come to the fringe, I will not be able to change my identity as a god hunter. Although anyone is allowed to live in the fringe, god hunters will be suppressed once they leave the fringe, explained Little Skull Han Hao to Han Shura. Han Shura thought for a moment before he asked, You can change your appearance, right? Han Hao nodded and replied, Of course. If I want to, I can even change my appearance. Then you just have to be careful in the future. Try to avoid unnecessary trouble by changing your appearance more often. You know much more than Han Jin. You should know what to do, said Han Hao. I understand. I will do my best to avoid unnecessary trouble. Han Hao kept silent for a moment before he said, But the best thing to do is to spend as little time with Father as possible. My subordinates should be arriving soon. With Han Jin and the others around, Father will be able to do many things much more easily. I think I should leave for a while. Having experienced Han Hao's solo operation a few times, Han Shua understood that this was the only way he could grow stronger. Since they were both in the fringe and their souls were still connected, Han Shua believed that Han Hao wasn't someone ordinary people could handle. Therefore, he nodded and agreed to Han Hao's suggestion. He only reminded Han Hao to be careful. Han Hao was used to being a loner. After discussing with Han Shua how to contact him in the future, he learned from Han Shua the address of the pandemonium. Then he left on his own, perhaps to inform his new subordinates. After Han Hao's departure, Han Shua spent most of his energy on Tanai's rare and strange materials. In order to build the pandemonium into an impregnable fortress, Han Shua did not hesitate to spend a large amount of black crystal coins to purchase useful materials. Han Shua had to admit that the fringe was a great place. Many of the special materials needed for demonic formations could be found here. However, after his actions at the checkpoint in the Omphalos, no one dared to negotiate with him, no matter how much he offered. They were deeply afraid that they would become Han Shua's next target. It was unknown how the news spread so quickly in the fringe. In the blink of an eye, all the forces in the Omphalos knew about Han Shua. Wherever he went, people would point fingers at him. Some of them looked at him with eyes filled with hatred. However, none of them dared to provoke him. After staying in the Amphilas for a few days, Romont, Zovik, the 5 elite zombies, and the others followed Han Shua's instructions and harvested more than 5 million black crystal coins. They had filled more than 10 space rings with materials. Han Shua was running low on black crystal coins. Fortunately, Han Jin had earned a large amount of crystal coins from his energy or goldstone shop. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been able to procure the materials they wanted. One day Han Shua sensed that his drop of demon blood was moving towards the Amphilas. Han Shua and the others could clearly sense the demon blood that Han Shua had injected into Goran and the others. Han Shua released his consciousness and gradually extended it outwards. Immediately Han Shua sensed Goran's presence. "Enter the Amphilas and look for me." Han Shua could command them through that drop of demon blood even though they were hundreds of miles away. The party led by Goran followed Han Shua's instructions and entered the Amphilas one after another. They gathered around Han Shua. Within a month, all the fringe dwellers that Han Shua had implanted with demon blood had gathered around Han Shua. But this time it wasn't just a little over 30, but more than 200. Some of those who survived the penta-elemental undead formation were leaders of their own forces. Under the influence of Han Shua's demon blood, not only did they come to the Amphilas on their own, they also brought their subordinates with them as instructed by Han Shua. More than 200 people gathered around Han Shua in a grandiose manner. Their daily expenditure of black crystal coins was not small. Fortunately, these fellows were not short of money and so Han Shua did not have to worry about them. But during this period of time, the Tanai guards of the Amphilas kept a close eye on Han Shua, fearing that Han Shua would cause trouble. "Brian, Lord Asura wants to see you. Do you have the time?" Luolong went to Han Shua and conveyed Asura's message. "Of course, I've been waiting for him." Han Shua readily agreed, thinking that he's finally here. Chapter 854. Among the 5 sovereigns of the Fringe, Asura kept a relatively low profile and could be considered as one of the milder ones. Generally speaking, Asura would not be the one to start a war in the Fringe. He would only get involved when there was no other choice. Asura cultivated in the energy of earth. He met Han Shua in a secluded attic in the Amphilas. It was only when Han Shua saw Asura that he discovered that the man had an ordinary appearance. He wore a gentle smile on his face and did not look as ferocious as the rumors made him out to be. Han Shua did not sense any particularly strong energy of earth from Asura. He did not even feel that Asura was a mighty god. Asura's aura was as gentle as the earth beneath his feet. He did not give off the aura of a powerful god. If it weren't for the few late-stage high gods standing respectfully behind Asura, Han Shua might not have paid any attention to the stranger in the attic because he was just too inconspicuous. Han Shua came alone. He put on a relaxed smile and said, "I'm Brian." A person who could conceal his aura so well that even Han Shua could not detect anything special about him was definitely a person of extraordinary strength. Of course, Han Shua was not a blind person. He would not disregard Asura just because he was an ordinary person. Asura smilingly looked at Han Shua. He waved at Han Shua and said, Come over here. Haha, don't stand on ceremony. I've heard a lot about you, Brian. Your reputation as a genius apothecary has been spreading like wildfire in the death, darkness, and destruction dominions in the past few years." From the moment Han Shua told Luolong his name, Han Shua knew that the well-informed local tyrants of the Fringe would soon figure out his identity and background. Therefore, when Asura revealed his identity as a pharmacist, Han Shua wasn't surprised at all. He calmly replied, "Not at all. Lord Asura, you are the one with the illustrious reputation. Your name resounds in the 12 dominions." Asura bunched his brows and put on a bitter smile in response to Han Shua's compliments. He replied, "Isn't it just a bad reputation?" Han Shua was stunned for a moment before he laughed and said, "What's the matter?" "Indeed, it doesn't matter." Asura put on a smile and said, "But that notoriety has made us, the Fringe dwellers, discriminated against by the 12 dominions. Outsiders can enter the Fringe. As long as they possess sufficient strength, they can integrate into the Fringe. However, those who came from the Fringe will never be able to assimilate into the 12 dominions. What a pity." What Asura said was the truth. Those who could no longer survive in the 12 dominions could seek refuge in the Fringe. However, it was extremely difficult for those from the Fringe to enter the cities of the 12 dominions. The divine guards of many cities would forbid those from the Fringe from entering their cities. To the divine guards, the people of the Fringe were thugs, lunatics, and god hunters. They did not want the people of the fringe to enter their cities and affect the stability of their cities. It's the same no matter where you live. The fringe isn't bad either. For a character of your level, it shouldn't be a problem for you to travel around the 12 dominions, right? Asked Han Shuo smilingly. Asura shook his head and let out a soft sigh. He seemed to have his own difficulties, but he did not tell Han Shuo about them. After taking a short pause, Asura looked at Han Shuo smilingly and asked, "You are doing well in the City of Shadows in the Darkness Dominion. Why did you come to the fringe?" "Nothing. I just felt that a place full of battles is more suitable for cultivation." Naturally, Han Shuo would not tell Asura that he had come to the fringe with the intention of taking the fringe under his command. He found a random excuse to gloss over it. Asura looked deeply at Han Shuo for a few moments as though he knew that Han Shuo did not mean what he said. However, he did not pursue the matter. After thinking for a moment, he turned to Han Shuo and said, "Let's get down to business. I know that you know how to refine some miraculous medicines. The fringe is a place where battles happen all the time and your medicines are in high demand. The Omphalos has its own set of rules. If you want to set up your pharmacy in Tanai, you will have to go through a lot of hassle. But if you have my help, you can set up your pharmacy in the Omphalos. But I must have priority in purchasing every batch of medicines you personally refine. What do you think?" Han Shuo had been staying in Tanai for some time. He knew very well how much it cost to set up a pharmacy in Tanai. In addition to paying a large amount of black crystal coins, one must also obtain the approval of at least 3 sovereigns. In addition, half of the profits made by the pharmacy must be taxed. It was such a stringent condition that Han Shuo had never thought of setting up a pharmacy in Tanai. However, there was another type of pharmacy that did not need to pay any fees and did not have to pay half of the profits as taxes. These special shops were called sovereign shops. As the name suggests, these shops belonged to the 5 sovereigns. As the managers of the Omphalos, each sovereign was allowed to own 10 sovereign shops. There were tens of thousands of shops and stalls in the Omphalos, but there were only 50 sovereign shops. Han Shuo was stunned by Asura's words. He asked, "What do you mean?" Asura nodded and confirmed Han Shuo's speculation. He then said, "I can give you one of my sovereign shops to set up your celestial pearl pharmacy. You should have heard of the benefits of a sovereign shop. As the master and servant of a sovereign shop, you will have the right to live in the Omphalos forever without paying any fees." Han Shuo bunched his brows and did not immediately agree to Asura's offer. Instead, he looked straight at Asura and asked, "The condition is that you have priority in purchasing the medicines I personally refine?" "That's right. It's that simple," Asura confirmed. Han Shuo put on a faint smile and said thoughtfully, "The condition is so good that I can hardly accept it. I dare not agree to it so easily." "Ah, Lord Asura, why don't you be frank with me? Why are you giving me such a generous gift?" Asura kept silent for a moment before he suddenly laughed and said, "To me it's much more interesting to be friends with someone like you than to be enemies. You are not the kind of person who is willing to submit to others. I am not as naive as some people who think that I can make you my subordinate. In order to prevent you from becoming my enemy, I naturally have to express my goodwill in advance so that there will be opportunities for cooperation in the future. I mean you no harm. If you don't want my sovereign shop, I won't force you." "Why not?" Han Shuo put on a smile and said, "Thank you. It would be impolite of me to refuse." "Luolong, I'll leave it to you," Asura instructed Luolong. He then looked at Han Shuo and smilingly said, "You are a good man. But be careful in the fringe. I hope that my sovereign shop will be as valuable as it should be." Han Shuo nodded with a smile but did not reply. Asura was only doing this so that Han Shuo would not become his enemy for the time being. Given what Han Shuo had been doing in the fringe, it was only a matter of time before he had to face the other 4 sovereigns. Asura could avoid that, and he could also use the opportunity to observe Han Shuo's strength. If Han Shuo could weaken the other sovereigns, it would be a blessing for Asura. Even if Han Shuo was not strong enough and was killed by the other 4 sovereigns, Asura could still take back the sovereign shop he had given to Han Shuo. No matter how one looked at it, Asura's plan was perfect. The price was just a sovereign shop, and it was an investment that had a chance of getting back. Asura chatted with Han Shuo for a while and gave some instructions. Then Asura nodded at Han Shuo with a smile and left. As soon as Asura left, Luolong immediately congratulated Han Shuo. He went back and forth to help Han Shuo manage the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy. He ceded a sovereign shop that occupied an area of 10,000 square meters to Han Shuo. All the servants in the sovereign shop were removed within a day, and Han Shuo was left with a large, intact sovereign shop. In the Omphalos, where every inch of land was worth its weight in gold, there were only 50 sovereign shops in total. Han Shuo had been given a sovereign shop not long after he arrived at the Omphalos. But with Han Shuo's notoriety, no one dared to come to the Omphalos and court death. Before Han Shuo came to the fringe, he had already decided to set up the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy's headquarters in the Omphalos because the fringe was home to all the best and craziest pharmacists. Besides, the fringe contained many medicinal ingredients, poisons and magic crystals that were banned by the 12 dominions. To a demonic cultivator like Han Shuo, the fringe was a paradise. Han Shuo had no intention of opening the pandemonium for the time being. After taking over the Omphalos, he instructed Romont, the 5 elite zombies, and the others to purchase the materials needed to set up the pandemonium. After spending 3 months in the Omphalos, Han Jin went to excavate some of the materials in the nearby mountains and rivers. After the party returned to the pandemonium, Han Shuo reactivated the energy gathering formation in the pandemonium. The surrounding elemental energy began to gather around the pandemonium. Goran and the others who followed Han Shuo to the pandemonium were amazed when they sensed the extremely rich elemental energy in Tanai. After settling them down in Tanai, Han Shuo and the 5 elite zombies spent their days hammering away at the pandemonium. Earth elite zombie hid deep underground and spent a year excavating an enormous underground palace. Metal elite zombie dug out stone walls and chambers in the mountains surrounding Tanai. Other than the underground palace in the mountains, the Omphalos also erected many sturdy buildings with the help of the 5 elite zombies. In the blink of an eye, 2 years had passed. Under the care of Tanai and the 5 elite zombies, the entire Omphalos had been transformed into a place of extreme danger. The center of the Omphalos was an energy-gathering formation, and the periphery was surrounded by dozens of demonic formations of various sizes. Colorful miasma swirled around the pandemonium, making it impossible for anyone to see what was going on inside. Over the past 2 years, some of the fringe dwellers who visited the Omphalos would mysteriously die. Gradually, no one dared to wander around the Omphalos anymore. With everything in place, Han Shuo gathered his men and started to issue orders to the fringe. Chapter 855. With the pandemonium's great formation completed, the element of heaven and earth around Tanai had become extremely dense. Everyone cultivating in Tanai could feel the benefits brought to them by the demonic formations. At the center of the pandemonium was a gigantic energy-gathering formation surrounded by all sorts of demonic formations. Those who were unaware of the demonic formations in the pandemonium would suffer devastating attacks if they accidentally trespassed. Even a high god wouldn't be able to survive such an attack. Other than the buildings at the center of the pandemonium, the underground palace excavated by Earth Elite Zombie was also very grand. The underground palace was mainly used to house Han Shuo's trusted aides such as Han Shuo, the 5 elite zombies, and Rose. The secret chamber excavated by Metal Elite Zombie was for the demon guards who had been injected with demonic blood. The buildings at the center of Tanai were prepared by Han Shuo for the members of the Han family in the City of Shadows. During the past 2 years, thanks to the efforts of Han Shuo and the 5 elite zombies, the pandemonium had become impregnable. The intricate demonic formations were extremely dangerous. Even Goran's subordinates did not dare to wander around Tanai recklessly. Han Shuo's mind was at peace as he concentrated on constructing the demonic formation. His magical yuan unknowingly increased greatly. Han Shuo vaguely felt that he had reached the most important juncture of a breakthrough. It was as if he was only one step away from entering a new realm. His 2 avatars had made a miraculous breakthrough to early-stage high god realm in the past 2 years. This was beyond Han Shuo's expectations. It all happened so naturally. While he was busy setting up demonic formations, one day he suddenly comprehended the true essence of the power of death and destruction. It seemed that in just a moment, the divine power in his body had undergone an earth-shaking transformation. It only took him 3 days to comprehend the new essence of energy and advance to early-stage high god realm. In just 3 days, both of his avatars had attained early-stage high god strength. After the 2 domains of divinity fused together, the extremely dense elemental energy of death in Tanai frantically gathered around Han Shuo like a tornado that could engulf everything in its path. Han Shuo did not continue to experience the peculiarities of his domain of divinity in Tanai. Instead, he continued to immerse himself in constructing the pandemonium. Finally, today everything was completed. The 5 elite zombies, Rose, Romont, Zovik, Goran, and the others gathered in front of Han Shuo and listened to Han Shuo briefly explain to them how to enter and exit the pandemonium. He told them that they had to stay in the pandemonium to avoid unnecessary trouble. The 200 or so demon guards under Goren's command had recently come to realize just how mysterious and dangerous the pandemonium was. Some of them had accidentally stumbled into an ominous formation and almost died. Therefore they did not need Han Shuo's instructions. They obediently stayed in the mountains surrounding the pandemonium and waited for Goren's orders. The pandemonium has been completed. From today onwards, you can leave the pandemonium and expand to the periphery. Take down all the forces in the surrounding regions. Kill anyone who disobeys, said Han Shuo. He was ready to go all out. After 2 years of silence, he was going to take down all the forces around the pandemonium in one fell swoop. The pandemonium was one of the more remote regions in the land of chaos. The nearby regions were not under the control of the 5 sovereigns. Therefore, Han Shuo didn't care about the scattered forces at all. Even if the 5 sovereigns were to come to the pandemonium, Han Shuo was confident that he could put up a fight. That was because the intricate demonic formations in the pandemonium were arranged in a special pattern. Dozens of demonic formations, large and small, were arranged in the pandemonium to form a decimating formation that could amplify Han Shuo's strength. Inside the pandemonium, Han Shuo, as the master of the demonic formation, could borrow the power of the decimating formation to greatly increase his strength. Coupled with the cauldron of myriad demon, Han Shuo believed that as long as he was in the pandemonium, the 5 sovereigns wouldn't be able to do anything to him. Now that he had the confidence to do so, it was only natural that he would go all out. First, he would wipe out all the forces in the pandemonium, big and small. Then, he would consider expanding further into the pandemonium. "Don't worry, master. I will make them bow their heads obediently," said Romont with a sinister smile. He had long since noticed that there were many explorers in the vicinity of the pandemonium. The abnormality of the pandemonium had long caused the nearby forces to panic. Even if Romont and Romont didn't make a move, those explorers would come knocking on their doors. "Good. Kill all those who don't obey me," commanded Han Shuo. The fringe had always been a place where the strong were revered. Only by using blood to pave the way would one be recognized and respected by the others. Under Han Shuo's command, Romont, Zovik, Goren, and their 200 demon guards left the pandemonium. Following Han Shuo's orders, they began wiping out all the forces in the vicinity with the pandemonium as the center. With Han Shuo overseeing the pandemonium and Tanai, he didn't need to personally take action. He was currently immersed in his cultivation and preparing for his tribulation. He hoped to break through to a new realm and face the threat of the 5 sovereigns in the future. Master Luolong has sent word that Han Hao has wiped out another force. The leader of that force is a late-stage high god of light cultivator, reported Rose to Han Shuo as he was meditating in the underground palace of the pandemonium. "Good kid, you have finally made another breakthrough." Han Shuo was overjoyed. He said, in the past 2 years he only killed mid-stage high god experts. But this time it's different. I'm afraid that this kid is starting to cause a lot of headaches in the fringe. In the past 2 years, Han Hao, the little skull, had not visited the pandemonium even once. After his godhunter subordinates arrived, Han Hao led them to become one of the most ferocious and terrifying godhunters in the fringe. In just 2 short years he had annihilated more than a dozen forces, big and small. As of late, Han Hao's reputation had been on the rise. He had become one of the new hegemons of the fringe. Many of the scattered god hunters in the fringe were now under his command. Unbeknownst to him, Han Hao's strength and the power he wielded were rapidly growing. Ever since Han Hao established a friendly relationship with Luolong's master, Luolong would relay news to Han Shuo whenever something major happened in the fringe. This allowed Han Shuo to know the situation in the fringe like the back of his hand. "Master, it's said that the force that Han Hao wiped out was a direct subordinate of Salus," said a middle-aged man. Said Rose in a grave and worried face. "He has never attacked anyone from the 5 sovereigns before. I don't know why he acted so rashly this time. The 5 sovereigns are different from others. Will he be all right?" Han Shuo started to worry after hearing those words. No ordinary person would dare to challenge the authority of the 5 sovereigns in the fringe. For Han Hao to kill a subordinate of one of the sovereigns and expose the matter, it was very likely that the sovereigns would retaliate against him. No matter how much stronger Han Hao had become, there was no way he could face the 5 sovereigns head-on. Han Shuo couldn't help but worry. "Where was Han Hao last seen?" asked Han Hao after thinking for a moment. "Venomfang Mountain," replied Rose. I need to leave the pandemonium on my own. While I'm gone, you and the 5 little ones will take good care of the pandemonium. Don't worry, the 5 of them know how to operate the pandemonium. Even if the 5 sovereigns came personally, they wouldn't be able to breach the pandemonium that easily. Don't worry too much, Han Shuo instructed Rose and the 5 elite zombies before leaving the pandemonium alone. Chief, what do we do? That fella is actually a subordinate of Salus. Salus will not allow us to do as we please. Arthas, an early-stage high god of destruction, said to Han Hao, the little skull who was sitting cross-legged on a giant boulder. In front of Han Hao were nearly 500 god hunters. This group of fiendish god hunters had wiped out many forces in the fringe over the past 2 years. They all looked at Han Hao with respectful faces. Some of them were the foppish youths who had paid 500,000 black gold coins to follow Han Hao in the Omphalos. So be it. We will hide for a while, said Han Hao. Han Hao looked at his newly recruited right-hand man. He was as expressionless as ever, as though he wouldn't show the slightest emotion even if someone were to stab him in the chest. Han Hao's followers couldn't help but admire Han Hao's demeanor. But that's Salus we're talking about. Arthas emphasized, Salus has great influence in the fringe and is well informed. There are so many of us here. It won't be easy for us to hide, will it? All of you disperse. Without my order, do not regroup. But listen up, no one is to enter the Omphalos, ordered Han Hao after thinking for a moment. What? Isn't the Omphalos the safest place? Asked Arthas after staring blankly for a moment. Even if Salus wants to kill us, he will keep his eyes on me. He won't be able to find you if you all disperse. But once you enter the Omphalos, you'll be walking right into a trap. As long as the people of Sakas discover your tracks, they'll find an excuse to drive you out of the Omphalos. You'll be dead. Instructed Han Hao calmly, everyone disperse according to our plan. Do not kill anyone else without my command. At his command, the god hunters that had gathered around him dispersed into smaller groups and swiftly left the area around him like slithering snakes. It was only after all his followers were gone that Han Hao stood up from the giant rock. He raised his head and looked in the direction of the pandemonium. Han Hao hesitated for a moment and decided not to seek refuge in the pandemonium. Instead, he headed in the opposite direction. 3 days after Han Hao and his followers disappeared from the fringe, a terrifying bolt of lightning streaked across the sky. Amidst the earth-shattering rumble of thunder, Salus appeared on the giant rock Han Hao had been sitting on. His eyes flashed with lightning. After observing for a moment, he determined the direction and flew in the direction Han Hao left 3 days ago. Chapter 856. At the bottom of the North Sea, Han Hao was sitting by himself. During the past 2 years, he had led a group of god hunters to roam the fringe and devoured a few high gods of death. Finally, his strength had risen to mid-stage high god realm. Other than improving his mastery of the energy of death, the demonic arts he cultivated in had also improved tremendously. Due to his unique life form, it was difficult to ascertain his realm as a cultivator of demonic arts. Just like Dark Dragon Gilbert, the divine energy in his body contained characteristics of demonic arts. However, he was more powerful than Gilbert in that he had a clear understanding of demonic arts. In addition to his astounding intelligence, he had finally found a unique cultivation path that belonged to him. A few days ago, Han Hao had roughly estimated his strength through that subordinate of Salus. He was confident that even if he were to fight a late-stage high god, he would be able to emerge victorious using the advantage of his dual cultivation of demonic arts. At the bottom of the sea, Han Hao did not gather the element of death to cultivate. Instead, he calmed his mind and entered a miraculous state of emptiness. Inside his body, the fusion of the divine energy of death and demonic yuan was slowly flowing. When he relaxed, he could feel that his cultivation speed had increased and he was able to find that feeling. After staying at the bottom of the sea for 5 days, Han Hao gradually forgot everything, including himself. The fishes, shrimps, and all sorts of bizarre creatures at the bottom of the sea passed by him as though they did not see him at all. It was as though Han Hao had fused with the sea, becoming a part of it, a stream of water, an unchanging rock. One day Han Hao's soul suddenly shook and he abruptly woke up from his meditation. He opened his eyes, which were glistening with evil lights. He bunched his brows, released his soul, and carefully sensed the slight changes in his surroundings. All life forms at the bottom of the sea were gradually leaving the area he was in. The fishes, shrimps, and all sorts of bizarre creatures at the bottom of the sea became abnormally terrified and fled for their lives. strands of odd undulations penetrated from the bottom of the sea. It was as though thousands of invisible tentacles were searching for something. Ordinary low-level life forms would only instinctively sense danger and try to get away from the area where the tentacles extended. However, Han Hao's soul had also cultivated in demonic arts, so it had become abnormally sensitive. He could clearly sense the weak electric element within those invisible and formless waves. Suddenly, Han Hao understood what was going on. He raised the bone spear in his hand, and a few demon generals flew out from the bone wings formed by the 7 bone spikes on their backs. Then they gradually drifted away from the bottom of the sea. Holding the bone spear, Han Hao sensed the faint ripples at the bottom of the sea. He concealed all the aura on his body and quickly flew at the bottom of the sea. In the sky above the sea, Salus, who was standing proudly, suddenly chuckled and said to himself, "It's really here." Just as he was about to dive into the sea, Salus suddenly realized that his divine soul seemed to have lost track of the other party. The soul power that he had sent into the sea was also rapidly losing its sense of intuition. With a cold snort, Salus's eyes flickered with electric light like slithering snakes. His majestic body suddenly flew to the bottom of the sea. Following the soul power at the bottom of the sea, he chased after the rapidly disappearing target. Even though he was in the depths of the sea, Salus's speed wasn't affected at all. He plunged straight to the bottom of the sea like a rainbow piercing the sun. The sense of crisis that followed him like a shadow made Han Hao realize the identity of the person who was approaching him. He didn't dare to be careless. He utilized the special divine energy in his body and used all his strength to flee from that powerful enemy. At the bottom of the sea, one party was fleeing with all his strength, while the other was chasing with all his strength. Half a day later, Han Hao flew out from the bottom of the sea and came to a mountain range full of dense forests. He gave up on fleeing but stood behind a big tree with the bone spear in his hand. He seemed to be waiting for something. A few minutes later, a bolt of lightning appeared out of thin air. Salus's enormous figure slowly took shape in the lightning. He coldly gazed at the motionless Han Hao and said in a deep voice, "A young hero indeed. I did not expect that the one who killed Ansike would be you. Han Hao, you have become more and more unbridled in the fringe for the past 2 years. You even dared to touch my people." The little skull Han Hao lowered his head and did not utter a word. He only tightly clenched the bone spear in his hand. "Han Hao, I will give you a choice. As long as you are willing to submit to me, I will spare your life," shouted Salus coldly. All these years, Han Hao had done a lot of great things in the fringe. Even Salus had heard of him. The fact that Han Hao was able to kill Ansike, a late-stage high god, was enough to prove how terrifying this youngster was. This was exactly the kind of talent that Salus needed the most. Therefore, even Salus, who was always protective of Han Hao, was tempted by Han Hao's talent. Han Hao raised his head and looked indifferently at Salus. He said in an indifferent tone, "Let's do it." Other than Han Shua, who made him, Han Hao would not submit to anyone. Even in the God Hunter Alliance, Han Hao was a loner. He was not bound by anyone. "What a pity," sighed Salus. An enormous thunderbolt ball descended from the sky and headed straight for Han Hao. The thunderbolt ball was the size of a small mountain. Lightning bolts were twisting and twisting within it. When the thunderbolt ball was about to land on Han Hao's head, it suddenly emitted thousands of electric arcs that formed an enormous electric net that enveloped the space around Han Hao. Although Salus did not possess the quintessence of an overgod, he was still an overgod. As soon as he made his move, the element of lightning within several hundred miles gushed into the thunderbolt ball. The electric net emitted blinding light and the energy it contained was earth-shattering. All living creatures in the mountains nearby were charred black by the power. As the electric net covered an enormous area, Han Hao could not evade its attack. As soon as the electric net was formed, the enormous thunderbolt ball headed straight for Han Hao's head, intending to annihilate him. As soon as Salus made his move, he changed everything. The space around him was distorted by electricity. Even though Han Hao had a scroll of space in his possession, he could not escape. The terrifying thunderbolt ball landed with an earth-shattering explosion. All the trees, boulders, and living creatures in the area where Han Hao was were pulverized. Even a barren hill was crushed into stone chips by the powerful force. After the first strike, Salus didn't continue attacking. When the commotion died down, his expression suddenly changed. His eyes glowed with lightning as he looked around. He discovered that Han Hao had disappeared without a trace. There was not the slightest trace of him. Under his attack, even a high god cultivating in the Edict of Space would not be able to escape using the Edict of Space. Originally, Salas thought that Han Hao was dead for sure. But when Han Hao mysteriously disappeared without a trace, he was truly astonished. He immediately regarded Han Hao as a great threat. With a gloomy face, Salas mobilized the element of lightning and extended his divine soul outwards in an attempt to locate Han Hao's soul. However, for some unknown reason, Salas could no longer sense Han Hao's soul. Either Han Hao was very far away from him, or Han Hao had found a way to escape from his divine soul's detection. In fact, Han Hao was only 1,000 miles away from Salas. The reason why Salas could not sense Han Hao's location was that Han Hao had truly learned how to alter the shape of his soul to avoid Salas's detection. From the moment Salas's aura appeared and how Salas was able to stare at Han Hao knew that Salas must have used some method to detect his soul imprint. After thinking for a moment, Han Hao was certain that Salas must have left something on Ansyk's divine soul. When Han Hao killed Ansyk, Salas must have sensed Han Hao's soul imprint through Ansyk. The only way for Han Hao to evade Salas's pursuit was to alter his soul. Only by altering the shape of his soul would Salas be unable to track him down. For an ordinary god, it was impossible to alter their divine soul. The soul imprint was the source of their existence. Only when they made a breakthrough to a new realm would they experience some minor changes. However, it was impossible to alter the soul imprint by relying on one's own strength or using some other method. It was precisely because Salas knew this that he left a special imprint on Ansyk so that Han Hao could sense the soul imprint of the one who killed Ansyk. It was difficult to alter the soul imprint of a god in this world, but Han Hao's life form was special and he also cultivated demonic arts. For him this wasn't a problem. There was a kind of demonic secret technique that could alter his soul imprint. He had been silently comprehending this demonic secret technique since he was underground and experimenting with it while being chased by Salas. Finally, when Salas's thunderbolt ball came crashing down, Han Hao successfully cultivated that secret technique and altered his soul imprint. But he knew that even if his soul imprint was altered, he was temporarily no match for Salas. Therefore he decisively used the demonic blood disassembly art to escape. Thousands of miles away in a cave, Han Hao was dripping with blood. He was sitting cross-legged in a corner, motionless. After his soul imprint was altered, Han Hao no longer felt like he was being watched. However, after using the demonic blood disassembly art, his body had suffered serious injuries. Apart from his white jade-like bones, his skin, flesh and meridians had all been torn apart. His divine energy had also been depleted. As if he could never feel pain, Han Hao's expression was calm. He slowly circulated the divine energy in his body to repair his torn skin and flesh. This body, which had been created with a special method, had miraculous regenerative abilities just like Han Shura. His blood had long since stopped flowing, and his meridians were slowly mending under the effect of his divine energy. Han Hao's body wasn't as monstrous as Han Shura's. It took him half a month to repair his body. When he regained his mobility, he took out the elixirs that Han Shua had specially refined for the 5 of them and swallowed them. After recuperating for a period of time, he started to walk out of the belly of the mountain. He continuously hunted people in the vicinity and devoured their divine energy to replenish the energy he had consumed after using the demonic blood disassembly art. While Han Hao was hunting people to recover his strength, Han Shua, who couldn't find him, came to the deity Sky Peak alone. Standing at the foot of the deity Sky Peak, Han Shua raised his head and looked at the peak that pierced the clouds. His gaze was sinister and his expression was resolute. Chapter 857. Han Shua went to Venomfang Mountain, but he didn't sense Han Hao at all. He searched the surrounding area but couldn't find any trace of Han Hao. From the information provided by Rose, if anything were to happen to Han Hao, the culprit would definitely be Salas of the 5 sovereigns. Therefore Han Shua went to the Empyrean Peak. Salas' subordinates were stationed on the Empyrean Peak. The Empyrean Peak was like a broadsword piercing through the clouds. It was covered with all kinds of defensive boundaries. Even Han Shua couldn't get to the top of the Empyrean Peak without alerting anyone. Han Shua raised his head and gazed at the peak of the mountain. He unfolded his consciousness and slowly extended it outwards. He sensed one divine soul after another. After a long while, Han Shua softly exclaimed. Through the probing of his consciousness, he sensed more than 1,000 divine souls on the Empyrean Peak. Among them, there were 10 of them with high god strength and 17 of them were late-stage high gods. Even if Salas wasn't on the Empyrean Peak, the forces on the Empyrean Peak were not something an average person could handle. After carefully sensing for a while at the foot of the mountain, Han Shuo did not act rashly. He continued to carefully search for Salus' location. After a while, Han Shuo bunched his brows. He found it rather strange that he couldn't sense Salus' presence on the Empyrean Peak at all. For experts like Salus who had surpassed high god strength, as long as they were on the Empyrean Peak, Han Shuo could more or less sense their presence. As a matter of fact, Han Shuo had used the Great Soul-Searching Art. With the Great Soul-Searching Art, even Sovereign Asura who was adept at concealing himself would not be able to escape Han Shuo's fiery eyes of gold. But now Han Shuo couldn't sense Salus' aura at all. Could it be that Salus wasn't on the Empyrean Peak? After thinking about it, Han Shuo was puzzled and wondered if he should go to the Deity of Heaven Peak to take a look. If he were to break into the Empyrean Peak today, it would mean that he and Salus would have to shed all pretense of cordiality. Ever since Han Shuo entered the Fringe, although he had killed quite a number of sovereigns, he had never really gone against Salus. Because Han Shuo was not confident that he could defeat the 5 sovereigns, he chose to avoid making an enemy out of them. Now because of Han Hao, their hostile relationship had been confirmed. If Han Shuo were to wreak havoc in the Empyrean Peak today, Han Shuo and Salus would immediately start a huge battle. Han Shuo had no choice but to be cautious. After hesitating for a long time, Han Shuo finally made up his mind and charged towards the deity Sky Peak. "Who is it?" someone shouted as soon as he entered the Empyrean Peak. Then a small squad of Empyrean Peak guards vigilantly walked out from a dark corner. All the weapons in their hands were pointed at Han Shuo. "I want to see Salus." "Send a message for me," Han Shuo said indifferently after glancing at the pair of guards. "How dare you address his lordship by his name? You are courting death." The guards of the Empyrean Peak were used to being domineering. When they heard Han Shuo address Salus by his name without using any honorifics, they immediately ordered coldly, "Seize him." The squad of 10 men moved together and surrounded Han Shuo. Unfortunately, they were only mid-god experts as they were stationed at the outermost perimeter of the Empyrean Peak. Confronting Han Shuo with such strength was akin to throwing an egg against a rock. When Han Shuo saw how arrogant and condescending those puny guards of the Empyrean Peak were, he began to understand why Little Skull Han Hao would kill that subordinate of Salus. Since Han Shuo knew that there was no turning back, he showed no mercy. Before the 10 guards could approach him, they were enveloped by an enormous bone flower. The cauldron of myriad demon left Han Shuo's body and shook in the air. The divine souls of the 10 guards flew into the cauldron as light as a feather. As the number of demon generals in the cauldron of myriad demon increased, Cauldron Spirit's power grew stronger and stronger. Now there was no need for Han Shuo to do anything. Ordinary mid-gods who were still alive would have their divine souls sucked out of their divine bodies by the light emitted by the cauldron of myriad demon. 10 wisps of grayish smoke drifted into the cauldron of myriad demon. The little cauldron of myriad demon circled around but did not return to Han Shuo's body. Instead, it hovered beside Han Shuo and flew towards the Empyrean Peak together with him. 3 energy towers simultaneously overflowed with blue radiance, forming a faint blue barrier that blocked Han Shuo's path. Before Han Shuo could destroy the barrier, shadowy figures whizzed out from the cauldron of myriad demon, surged up, and tore the blue barrier apart. The cauldron of myriad demon, which was originally only the size of a fist, suddenly grew to the size of a man. It struck a certain spot in between the 3 energy towers. With a loud boom, the 3 energy towers shattered in an instant, turning into stone fragments that flew in all directions. "Who dares to come to the Empyrean Peak and court death?" An angry shout came from halfway up the Empyrean Peak. One after another, agile figures descended from the peak. The man and the cauldron of myriad demon ignored the demons that were descending from above and continued to charge towards the peak. With the cauldron of myriad demon leading the way, the cauldron of myriad demon crumbled all the barriers and energy towers they encountered. There was no need for Han Shuo to worry at all. Along the way, the energy towers exploded and the barriers were torn apart by demon generals, allowing Han Shuo to proceed unimpeded. It was only now that Han Shuo realized that the cauldron of myriad demon strength had indeed skyrocketed after devouring the divine souls of hundreds and thousands of gods. The cauldron of myriad demon was originally the supreme treasure of demonic sections. It knew all kinds of demonic formations like the back of its hand. The various barriers in this world were connected to some demonic formations. With the power of demon generals, it had no trouble destroying the barriers. At first, Han Shuo was worried that the ubiquitous barriers on the Empyrean Peak would make it difficult for him to move forward. However, the cauldron of myriad demons' performance completely dispelled his worries. As the barriers and energy towers were destroyed one after another, Han Shua's mind gradually grew frantic. It was only a matter of time before he confronted the five sovereigns. Now that Han Hao had killed someone, given Salus's vengeful nature, the grudge was set in stone. At this point, the most crucial part of the battle was to destroy as much of the enemy's forces as possible. Once he made a move, he would spare no effort. With the Cauldron of Myriad Demon leading the way, the barriers and energy towers blocking their way were destroyed one after another. The man and the Cauldron of Myriad Demon soon approached the mountainside. It was at this moment that Salus's subordinates finally arrived. Many of them were high gods. Most of them were early-stage and mid-stage high gods. They were all fuming with rage and were ready to tear Han Shua to shreds. The five sovereigns of the fringe were constantly fighting each other. However, never before had they charged into one another's territory. The five sovereigns would only let their subordinates fight each other or fight one-on-one in secret. It was very rare for the five sovereigns to attack someone else's subordinates. Therefore, although the five sovereigns were constantly fighting each other, the Empyrean Peak had never been affected. Ordinary people would try their best to avoid a place like the deity of Heaven Peak. They would never come here to seek their own death. Whose territory was the Empyrean Peak? Salus? Other than the five sovereigns, who would dare trespass on the Empyrean Peak? When Salus's subordinates discovered the huge commotion coming from the foot of the mountain, when they saw the energy towers being destroyed and the barriers of the Empyrean Peak being destroyed, they felt as though they had been slapped in the face in front of their faces. They couldn't help but be enraged. When they flew down from the mountain and discovered that there was only one person, they were a little shaken. They thought that the intruder was one of the four sovereigns. However, they soon discovered that this audacious intruder was not one of the four sovereigns. With that, their courage was boosted and they began to forget themselves. Good. Han Shua grinned hideously. With one thought, 17 flying swords whizzed out. Each and every one of these deadly flying swords was incomparably sharp and carried acid and cold toxins. They were the best weapons for killing and reaping lives. Those who charged at Han Shua first were penetrated by the 17 flying swords in an instant. Their divine bodies rapidly melted into a puddle of blood. Han Shua extended his 10 fingers and the demonic blades burst out. He charged into the crowd while laughing heartily. Wherever the demonic blades pointed, severed limbs and flesh would be torn apart. None of the demonic blades could withstand a single blow. Han Shua had now reached the pinnacle of the Omen realm. On top of Cauldron Spirit's strength, no high god could stop him. Han Shua suddenly realized that the only way for him to make a breakthrough with his current strength was to find an opponent of equal or even stronger than him and fight him to the death. And Salus was exactly the opponent that Han Shua needed the most right now. After making up his mind, Han Shua no longer had the slightest trace of fear in his heart. Instead, he eagerly hoped that Salus would show up and have a good fight with him. Even if he couldn't defeat Salus, as long as he could leave the Empyrean Peak alive, he would have a great chance of making a breakthrough. Once he truly stepped into a new realm, Han Shua believed that he would be the one to make the rules of the fringe. This was a risky challenge. Where's Salus? Where's Salus? Show yourself. Han Shua gradually went berserk. He roared shrilly on the Empyrean Peak. He showed no mercy in his attacks. His demonic blades tore apart one divine body after another. With the super strong defensive power of Han Shua's invincible Omen body, the attacks that came from all directions were completely ineffective. The sharp divine weapons that stabbed into Han Shua's body felt as though they were stabbing into the hardest metal and stone. They couldn't cause the slightest bit of damage to Han Shua. Han Shua laughed heartily as he charged straight towards the summit of the Empyrean Peak. He would kill anyone who stood in his way. The Cauldron of Myriad Demon turned into a hazy shadow as it absorbed one divine soul after another. In just a short while, dozens of divine souls had disappeared into the Cauldron of Myriad Demon. Han Shua and the Cauldron of Myriad Demon cooperated with tacit understanding and complemented each other. With an unstoppable momentum, they charged straight for the summit. Along the way, more and more ferocious gods came out to intercept Han Shua. However, none of them could stop Han Shua's advance. They all died tragically at Han Shua's hands. Even more energy towers and boundaries were destroyed by the Cauldron of Myriad Demon. Although the Cauldron of Myriad Demon appeared to be powerless, it helped Han Shua solve his greatest problem. Master, be careful. The new barrier is very powerful. Cauldron Spirit suddenly transmitted to Han Shua. Han Shua focused his gaze and discovered that the final pass to the summit was filled with terrifying bolts of lightning. The lightning crackled as it leaped about, as if it had a life of its own, forming an enormous ring that surrounded the summit. Without a doubt, this was the final barrier deployed by Salus. Chapter 858. On the summit of the Empyrean Peak, those subordinates of Salus were staring coldly at Han Shuo, who was separated by a barrier. There were quite a few late-stage high god experts among them. In addition to their messy subordinates, there were about 300 of them. These were the true elites under Salus' command. However, they did not charge over the barrier to attack Han Shuo. Instead, they calmly looked at Han Shuo from the other side of the barrier. They wanted to see if Han Shuo had the ability to break the lightning magnetic field deployed by Salus. The reason why they did not attack recklessly was because they had seen Han Shuo's insanity from above. A mid-stage high god expert was killed in a single blow by Han Shuo. Dozens of attacks made of all kinds of divine energies landed on Han Shuo but failed to cause any damage to Han Shuo. This scene had greatly shocked the observers on the summit. It was obvious that Han Shuo's strength had exceeded the limits of an ordinary high god. None of them, not even the magnates of the fringe, dared to joke around with their lives when faced with an expert with unfathomable strength. Fortunately, Salus had deployed a powerful lightning barrier on the summit of the Empyrean Peak. These people were silently watching Han Shuo. They wanted to see if Han Shuo had the strength to destroy the barrier deployed by Salus. Han Shuo remained motionless as he attentively sensed the blazing energy contained in the lightning barrier. He unfolded his consciousness and could even sense the element of lightning and thunder leaping on the surface of the dazzling electric barrier. The element of lightning and thunder were very active. They gathered in pairs and wandered on the surface of the barrier. The densely packed element of lightning was moving in a trajectory that Han Shuo could not understand. The element of lightning that was hard to see with the naked eye seemed to have a life of its own. It was dancing cheerfully, leaving not the slightest gap on the surface of the lightning barrier. Master, this lightning barrier is extremely harmful to demon generals. I can't use my demon generals to destroy it. Cauldron Spirit transmitted, indicating that it was powerless. Demon generals were immune to physical damage and were almost immune to earth, death, and other divine energies. However, fire and thunder were very destructive to demon generals. This lightning barrier was the natural enemy of demon generals. Therefore, Cauldron Spirit could not use its demon generals to destroy the barrier. Han Shuo pondered for a moment. With one thought, he recalled the cauldron of myriad demon into his body. His avatars of death and destruction suddenly unfolded their domains of divinity. When the three souls released their connection, the domains of divinity of the two high gods gradually fused together. With Han Shuo at the center, the energy of destruction began to spread. An enormous amount of the element of death within 100 miles suddenly frantically converged towards Han Shuo. In just an instant, the area where Han Shuo was located had undergone earth-shattering changes. The shattered energy towers on the Empyrean Peak were uprooted. Crushed rocks shot in all directions. An enormous amount of the element of death circulated in the form of the Edict of Destruction. The divine energy of destruction in Han Shuo's body condensed into orbs of destruction. Those orbs of destruction formed purely from the divine energy of destruction in Han Shuo's body appeared in Han Shuo's newly formed domain of divinity. They absorbed the element of death that gathered in the vicinity like a whale sucking in water. Logically speaking, it was impossible for the energy of destruction and the energy of death to fuse. It was also impossible for the orbs of destruction to fuse with the element of death. However, in Han Shuo's domain of divinity formed by fusing the two domains of divinity, the orbs of destruction that were rotating at high speed in accordance with the Edict of Destruction were forcibly absorbing all the element of death. After the orbs of destruction were filled with the element of death, they expanded to the size of a human head. Every single one of them was as green as natural jade. There was a grayish liquid flowing within them. Han Shuo was the only one who knew that the grayish liquid inside the orbs of destruction was the element of death that had been condensed by 1,000 times. The orbs of destruction were rotating around him at an increasing speed. Gradually, Han Shuo lost himself and immersed himself in the orbs of destruction, controlling everything with the consciousness of his main body. Suddenly, a wondrous feeling surged into Han Shuo's heart. In an instant, Han Shuo felt as if he had transformed into a myriad of orbs of destruction and was situated in the middle of those orbs of destruction. It was as if he was the orb and the orbs were his own body. This feeling only lasted for a split second. After that, Han Shuo came back to his senses. All of a sudden, Han Shuo felt as if the orbs of destruction that were revolving around him had become an extension of his soul, a part of his body. It was as if every single orb of destruction carried a strand of his soul energy, as if they contained a drop of blood essence. What was even more astonishing was that he felt as if those orbs of destruction had a consciousness of their own. With a single thought from him, those orbs of destruction would perfectly carry out his orders according to his will. This feeling was very peculiar, and it gave Han Shuo the illusion that everything was unreal. The orbs of destruction continued to rotate in his domain of divinity. When Han Shuo focused his attention on the lightning barrier in front of him and started to think of a way to destroy it, those orbs of destruction that had become extremely strange seemed to know what Han Shuo was thinking. They let out cheers that only Han Shuo could hear and charged into the lightning barrier that Salas had personally set up. Ah, the electricity is so strong. Damn Rayleigh. Let's bite them to death together. Kill. In an instant, all kinds of strange thoughts surged into Han Shuo's consciousness. Those thoughts came from the souls on the orbs of destruction, and they described the battle between them and the lightning consciousness on Salas's lightning barrier. Dead, they're all dead. We've won. In 1 second, the souls on those orbs of destruction had transmitted hundreds of millions of messages to Han Shuo. The result of the battle between those strange consciousnesses had also been decided in 1 second. When Han Shuo finally received a message like, "We've won," an earth-shattering boom resounded in his ears. Han Shuo was startled awake. Those messy consciousnesses that had surged into his mind instantly disappeared without a trace. It was as if everything that had just happened was just his imagination. It was so unreal. After calming himself down, Han Shuo focused his eyes and discovered that the lightning barrier that had protected the entire Empyrean Peak had disappeared without a trace. Tiny lightning bolts had shot out and scattered on the mountainside of the Empyrean Peak. After carefully sensing for a moment, Han Shuo discovered that those scattered lightning bolts no longer had the strange consciousness of life. It was as if they had all been killed in an instant. Traces of misty green and dusky light fell to the bottom of the mountain along with the feeble energy of lightning. Those rays of light were filled with the energy of destruction and death. Han Shuo wore a blank face as though he sensed something from those fading rays of light. "Congratulations, Master. The energy you experienced just now is known as primordial Dharma embodiment, in our world. In this world it is known as elemental soul. Although the name is different, the form it manifests is similar. Master, you have unintentionally comprehended this state and can make breakthroughs in your demonic arts and the strength of your 2 avatars. Master, you must be careful. Comprehending primordial Dharma embodiment also means that the heavenly tribulation may descend at any time." The cauldron spirit transmitted while Han Shuo was still puzzled. Primordial Dharma embodiment and elemental soul were one of the most profound ways of utilizing energy. They could bestow life to offensive energy. Just now, Han Shuo's orb of destruction had gathered the divine energy of destruction and the element of death. Yet it was bestowed with life by Han Shuo's consciousness. Even Han Shuo did not know whether it was primordial Dharma embodiment or elemental soul. However, the final result was extremely terrifying. The lightning barrier that Salas, an overgod, personally deployed actually crumbled under Han Shuo's attack. Who the hell are you? As soon as the lightning barrier was broken, all of Salas' subordinates on the peak were stunned. No one knew better than them what kind of expert Salas was. Anyone who could destroy the barrier deployed by Salas must possess strength roughly equal to his own. It would be a wonder if they were not afraid of such a powerful existence ascending the mountain in such an unyielding manner. What? Lord Salas isn't here. What are you trying to do? Another high god wore a face filled with fear when he saw Han Shuo ascending the mountain's summit step by step. This high god was also a mighty figure in the French. But when faced with Han Shuo who had destroyed Salas's barrier, he was just as terrified. Han Shuo knew that Salas was nowhere to be seen. He was definitely not at the Empyrean Peak. This barrier was personally deployed by him. I believe that once the barrier is destroyed, Salas will definitely notice and return at top speed. Han Shuo put on a smile. Then, he stared at the high gods with his ice-cold eyes and said evilly, "But I wonder if you will be able to see him again?" "Brothers, let's kill him," shouted one of the high gods. Immediately, more than 300 of Salas's subordinates surrounded Han Shuo. The other guards at the foot of the Empyrean Peak and halfway up the mountain sensed the earth-shattering change at the summit and rushed over. Han Shuo and the cauldron of myriad demon only charged up from a single direction. Most of the guards at the foot of the mountain and halfway up the mountain did not encounter Han Shuo. There were about 500 to 600 of them. Their momentum as they flew up from below was astonishing. The glacial peak was the territory of one of the 5 sovereigns, Wuxias. Wuxias cultivated in the energy of water. The glacial peak was shrouded in a thick layer of ice and snow all year round. Salas was chatting with Wasis on an enormous icicle at the summit. Although the five sovereigns were constantly at war with each other, they would often meet in private to discuss the overall situation of the fringe. Salas came to visit Wasis this time to discuss the ownership of a new mine. Before the discussion was over, Salas's divine soul shuddered and he flew into a rage. Without saying a word to Wasis, he took out a shuttle-shaped space divine tool and flew away, ignoring Wasis's questions. Chapter 859. On the Empyrean Peak, Han Shuo was on a killing spree. Hundreds and thousands of demon generals were flying around the peak, chasing after Salas subordinates who only had mid-god strength. Han Shuo had deployed the Pearls of Annihilation, Cyan Demonic Shuttle, Toxic Dragon Cloud Net, Green Phosphorus Gravel, and Banner of Hallucination. For a moment, the peak of the Empyrean Peak was filled with gloomy winds, ghostly wails and wolf howls. Han Shuo unsheathed his 17 flying swords and ruthlessly slaughtered those true experts. Inside the new domain of divinity, the orbs of destruction absorbed the element of death and were bestowed with life by Han Shuo. The orbs of destruction exploded in areas with a lot of people, killing Salas subordinates one after another. It was only when Han Shuo went all out and utilized all the demonic weapons in his possession that he discovered just how much destructive power he could cause. The Pearls of Annihilation, Cyan Demonic Shuttle, Toxic Dragon Cloud Net, Green Phosphorus Gravel, and Banner of Hallucination were all vicious demonic weapons refined by Han Shuo. Each and every one of them had the power to kill a group of people. The power of the Souls of Element, which he had just mastered not too long ago, became even more terrifying when the Orbs of Annihilation exploded. Incessant rumbles sounded from all directions with Han Shuo at the center. Corpses were torn apart and sent flying. Severed limbs and heads were scattered all over the place. In just a short while, the Empyrean Peak had turned into a river of blood. More than 200 gods had perished. The killing intent, resentment, and boundless hatred of those who perished were absorbed by the 17 flying swords. The killing intent of the 17 flying swords grew denser and denser. Every time one of the flying swords slashed at the target's mind would be seized by the overwhelming killing intent condensed on the flying swords. The flying swords would pierce through the target's abdomen and kill them on the spot. Cauldron Spirit was cheering inside the cauldron of Myriad Demon. It was pulling the divine souls that had yet to dissipate into the cauldron of Myriad Demon. Cauldron Spirit appeared to be very excited after devouring more than 200 divine souls in just a short while. It was doing its utmost to control the demon generals. Even though Salas's subordinates had found a way to deal with the demon generals, they couldn't withstand the ferocious attack of hundreds of demon generals. Even the gods who cultivated the power of fire and lightning were devoured by the demon generals in an instant. The Empyrean Peak had become hell on earth. Shrill and ear-piercing shrieks filled the air. Salas's 17 direct subordinates, each of them possessing late-stage high-god strength, were powerless against Han Shuo's all-encompassing attacks. They couldn't even join hands and could only watch helplessly as Han Shuo drifted from place to place like a specter. They couldn't find any trace of Han Shuo. Han Shuo laughed maniacally. His eyes gradually turned dark red, and his heart gradually turned crazy. Later on, layers of dense killing intent began to hover around Han Shuo like a light mist. The negative energy formed by the instant death of the dead was attracted by the evil aura emitted by Han Shuo and didn't dissipate. In Han Shuo's mind, there was only the thought of endless slaughter. He would kill any living being that appeared in front of him. He had joined the demonic path. Ever since Han Shuo broke through to the Omen realm, he had long been able to control his state of mind. But this time he joined the demonic path. Han Shuo suddenly discovered that he had lost control of his consciousness. Everything happened so naturally and without the slightest disharmony. It was as though he was supposed to annihilate every living being in the world. At this moment, Han Shuo had lost control of himself. However, he could freely use any demonic technique that he knew. At this moment, Han Shuo had completely turned into a ferocious god. In his heart, there was only the thought of destroying everything. The further he went, the crazier Han Shuo became. His dark red eyes shone with a ferocious light that could destroy the world. He no longer cared about the attacks that landed on his body. The Omen invincible body automatically blocked all kinds of attacks, so that his demonic body didn't suffer any damage. At this moment, Han Shuo was undoubtedly very terrifying. With his ferocious appearance, it was as though he wanted to destroy all living beings. There was no pity in his heart, no hesitation, no thought of stopping. There was only an indomitable frenzy of slaughter. One after another, gods were torn apart by his hands. Their divine souls were annihilated by the dim light in his hands. Although Han Shua's demonic body was impervious to all kinds of attacks, his clothes were shredded to shreds by the attacks. At this moment Han Shua was almost completely naked. His majestic body was covered in chunks of rock-hard muscles. His veins were clearly visible. Like a demonic god that could destroy the world, every attack of Han Shua's was earth-shattering. Not a single person dared to take a single blow from him. 3 of Salah's subordinates cultivated in the energy of earth that was said to possess the strongest defense. They all possessed late-stage high god strength. Although they joined forces to resist a casual punch from Han Shua, they were blasted deep into the earth by Han Shua's terrifying energy. At this moment Han Shua was invincible on the Empyrean Peak. Why isn't Lord Salas here yet? This madman. Who can stop him? One of Salah's subordinates retreated with a look of horror on his face, but he still shouted loudly. Let's retreat from the Empyrean Peak. If we stay here, I'm afraid that we won't be able to see Lord Salas again, suggested another to Han Shua with a bitter face. Who the hell is this guy? Since when did such a crazy and terrifying guy come to the fringe? All kinds of voices came from the mouths of Salah's subordinates. It was obvious that they were truly afraid. Suddenly, a series of rumbling thunder sounded from the void. A dazzling lightning bolt several times brighter than the sun struck Han Shua's body. Han Shua, who had always been invincible when it came to killing anyone in his way, suddenly shook his majestic body. His fluttering long hair stood on end, complementing his dark red pupils. His malevolent appearance appeared even more terrifying and ferocious. Han Shua's eyes were still dark red. However, he had recovered his lost consciousness. He raised his head and looked at the 3-meter-tall giant Salas. Han Shua's eyes were still dark red. Although his consciousness had returned to normal, Han Shua's demonized state did not vanish. When he regained his consciousness, he immediately realized that he had been demonized in an inexplicable state. Due to the lack of self-awareness, the demonized state was extremely dangerous. If there were any allies around him, he would kill them as well. However, there was another kind of demonized state in which one could freely control one's consciousness. Although not as calm as usual, one could at least restrain himself from killing his own allies. This kind of demonized state was the last hurdle of the 9 Changes realm, demonic morph. Han Shua quickly adjusted himself, maintaining the explosive desire to kill in his heart. He glared at Salas, who had finally caught up, and bellowed, "Salas?" The muscles on Salas' face twitched. His monstrous rage was obvious. The corpses and shattered energy towers on the Empyrean Peak were enough to prove what Han Shua had just done. As one of the 5 sovereigns of the fringe, no one had ever dared to act so presumptuously on his Empyrean Peak. Even Tyre, the strongest of the 5 sovereigns, did not personally attack the ordinary gods on the Empyrean Peak. This was an unspoken agreement between the 5 sovereigns. But today the Empyrean Peak that symbolized Salas's identity and status was nearly destroyed. More than 300 of his subordinates were slaughtered. This kind of humiliation was something that had never happened to Salas in 10,000 years. The rage in Salas's heart nearly burned him to death. He panted heavily in silence for 3 seconds. During these 3 seconds, Salas took in everything that happened on the Empyrean Peak. The scene intensified his desire to make Han Shua pay in blood. Without a word of nonsense, without even asking about Han Shua's origins, after 3 seconds of silence, Salas transformed into a giant with electric dragons coiling around his body. He pounced at Han Shua from the sky. As soon as Salas moved, the sky was filled with the rumbling of thunder. Deafening explosions of thunder, accompanied by bizarre energy undulations, were aimed at Han Shua alone. As soon as the thunderclaps sounded, the space around Han Shua violently exploded. It was as though the thunderclaps had always been around him and were triggered the moment the thunderclaps sounded. The thunderclaps were ear-piercing and the explosive force was aimed at one's body. Any high god who was struck by the thunderclaps would undoubtedly die on the spot. Even without the thunderclaps, the waves of thunderclaps alone were enough to disperse the divine soul of an ordinary high god. However, Han Shua's invincible omen body was far superior to that of an ordinary high god. The deafening thunderclaps that were projected into Han Shua's ears and consciousness only made Han Shua dizzy for a moment. Then the violent explosions enveloped Han Shua's entire body. At that moment, Han Shua's invincible omen body automatically defended against the thunderclaps. The thunderclaps were over. Han Shua's naked body was charred black. He was still standing on the same spot. Although the invincible omen body had blocked the explosive force, it was not that easy for an overgod to attack. Wisps of weak thunderclaps surged into Han Shua's demonic body in an instant. The thunderclaps also had their own consciousness. As soon as they entered Han Shua's demonic body, they immediately charged into Han Shua's consciousness as though they were prepared to make the first move and blow up Han Shua's consciousness. The wisps of thunderclaps also carried explosive force. They were waiting to detonate after they entered Han Shua's consciousness. Han Shua understood that the souls cultivated by the gods of this world were not as versatile as the consciousness cultivated by demonic arts practitioners. Once an attack penetrated the surface of the body and struck the mind or divine soul, all it would take would be a small explosion or impact to cause the consciousness of the divine soul to dissipate or even the soul to be completely obliterated. Any other high god would not be able to escape death after receiving such an attack from Salus. However, for Han Shua, who was a master of demonic arts, such insignificant tricks were a piece of cake. With one thought, strands of demonic yuan rapidly flowed through his body. Before the lightning energy that entered his body could rush towards his consciousness, it was all intercepted. All the weak consciousnesses were killed within Han Shua's body. Han Shua raised his head and saw that Salus had just arrived. Nice. Han Shua grinned. He took to the sky and charged at Salus. He clawed with both hands. The murderous aura that lingered around him transformed into two black dragons that bit at Salus. Chapter 860. To Han Shua, not only was Salus a formidable foe in the fringe, but he was also the key that could help him make a breakthrough. Han Shua would go all out in this battle. No matter the outcome, he would be the one with the upper hand. Even if he lost, he would be able to use demonic blood disassembly to escape. Not only would he be able to see the true strength of an overgod and achieve a breakthrough in his demonic arts, but he would also be able to make a name for himself in the fringe. He would be able to let all the gods in the fringe know that there was one more expert who could contend against Salus. As long as the weak could guarantee their own survival in challenging the strong, no matter how one looked at it, it was a great advantage. Han Shua made a grasping motion with both hands. His murderous aura turned into a dragon and bit down on Salus, who was flying down from the ninth heaven. With one thought, the cauldron of myriad demon and the 17 flying swords flew back. They gave up on attacking the small fries in the surroundings and focused all their attention on Salus. Salus' body was covered in dazzling electric arcs. He had turned into an electric man with terrifying electric currents coiling around his body. Bolts of lightning struck down at the black dragon formed by Han Shua's murderous aura. Dazzling electric sparks were aroused, and thunder boomed across the Empyrean Peak. Salus's subordinates, fearing that they would be caught in the shockwaves of the battle between the two peerless experts, quickly retreated to the foot of the mountain, leaving the summit to Han Shua and Salus. They stood at the foot of the mountain and watched the commotion from afar. It was only after exchanging blows with Salus that Han Shua realized just how terrifying an overgod's strength was. Even with the full power of the Cauldron of Spirit and the 17 flying swords, Han Shua was unable to gain the upper hand. Salus's understanding and mastery of the element of lightning had reached an extremely miraculous level. His divine body was filled with the element of lightning. Every strike he made contained boundless energy of lightning. The black dragon formed by Han Shua's murderous aura immediately dissipated after being struck by hundreds of lightning bolts. As Salus's residence, the Empyrean Peak had more element of lightning than any other place. On top of the Empyrean Peak, Salus was able to utilize more element of lightning. In addition to the divine energy of lightning contained in his body, his strength was much greater than anywhere else. If it weren't for Han Shua's incomparably tough demonic body and if it weren't for Han Shua's Cauldron of Spirit's energy, Han Shua wouldn't have been able to hold on for so long under the bombardment of lightning. The 17 flying swords formed a sword net in an attempt to trap Salus within it. However, the lightning energy Salus directed accurately struck the 17 flying swords, disrupting their trajectories and preventing Han Shua from setting up the grand formation. Han Shua's eyes were dark red. The muscles on his majestic body contorted as wisps of dark demonic energy were released from his body. He looked like a ferocious god from the depths of hell. Han Shua's avatar of destruction had transformed into the Demon's Lair Edge. He clenched the Demon's Lair Edge tightly in his right hand as he clashed with Salus. Salus unfolded his domain of divinity. Electric arcs rained down from the sky above the Empyrean Peak. The entire Empyrean Peak was covered in a densely packed electric net. Wherever the electric net was connected, there would definitely be lightning energy present. In this space filled with electric nets and rumbling thunder, Han Shuo would touch the electric net even if he didn't move an inch, and the lightning energy would enter his body. Fortunately, the new domain formed from the fusion of the two domains of divinity was equally domineering. With Han Shuo at the center, it forcibly tore open a space and rapidly gathered the element of death in the vicinity. He was using the element of death and edict of destruction to contend against Salus's domain of divinity. During the confrontation with Salus, Han Shuo could feel that even if he exerted all his strength, it would still be very difficult. Moreover, Han Shuo faintly felt that Salus hadn't used his full strength yet. This made Han Shuo feel as if he was facing a formidable enemy. He was ready to receive even fiercer attacks from Salus at any moment. The battle continued. Gradually, Salus became somewhat impatient. Suddenly, Salus let out a furious roar. No one knew what method he used, but the electric arcs falling down from his domain of divinity suddenly became several times thicker. Earth-shaking thunderclaps resounded in his domain of divinity. In just an instant, not only Salus's domain of divinity, but even Salus himself seemed to have become several times stronger. Han Shuo was already having a hard time holding on even before Salus used his full strength. Now that Salus' strength had suddenly skyrocketed, Han Shuo's situation suddenly became extremely difficult. There were a few mid-level material planes a great distance away from Elysium. All the living beings on these mid-level material planes worshipped Salus as their one and only god. Salus would obtain strands of faith energy from these worshippers at all times. On these mid-level material planes, statues of Salus were worshipped and shrines were built to worship Salus. Some of those devout worshippers even possessed demigod or base god strength. They traveled between major material planes and, under the will of Salus, spread Salus's divine might to every corner of the world so that Salus could receive even more worshippers. But at this moment, all the worshippers on those planes that worshipped Salus as their one and only god started vomiting blood. Sanguiner's soul dissipated. The faith energy contained in those souls transcended space and was transferred to Salus on Elysium. There were hundreds of millions of living beings on those material planes. Every single one of them worshipped Salus as their over-god. But in an instant all of their souls dissipated. Those material planes became desolate planets without the slightest aura of life. On Elysium, Salus' strength had skyrocketed. His domain of divinity pressed down on Han Shuo, rendering him powerless to resist. Terrifying bolts of lightning the size of small mountains bombarded Han Shuo's body. Even invincible Omen body was unable to withstand it. His skin and flesh split open and blood flowed freely. Even invincible Omen body had its limits. When the power of the bombardment far exceeded the limits of invincible Omen body, it would not be able to withstand all the damage. In just an instant, Han Shuo's body was severely injured. He felt dizzy and had the illusion that he did not know where he was. "Master, wake up! Wake up!" Cauldron Spirit's voice resounded in Han Shuo's mind. The muddle-headed Han Shuo abruptly woke up. The next moment he felt a stinging pain all over his body. It had been a long time since he had experienced this kind of tearing pain after achieving minor mastery of invincible Omen body. At this moment Han Shuo actually felt a perverted pleasure. Han Shuo raised his head and saw that the entire Empyrean Peak was filled with lightning bolts. The lightning bolts seemed to have connected heaven and earth, filling every inch of space and bombarding down like a torrential downpour. Salus coldly looked down at Han Shuo. His face was frosty. It seemed that he would not allow Han Shuo to escape today. At this moment Han Shuo's consciousness became somewhat absent-minded. For some reason he suddenly felt as though something was about to happen. Han Shuo's heart suddenly calmed down. At this moment he had the epiphany of the end of heaven and earth. It was as though a pair of eyes had penetrated through layers of space, traveled through the river of time, and saw the beginning of Elysium. With an apathetic face, Han Shuo observed everything with indifference. All kinds of epiphanies leaped into his mind. Complicated and cryptic chants seemed to have broken free from their shackles and turned into rays of light that drifted in his consciousness. The beginning of all things, the end of heaven and earth, the end of heaven and earth, no man and no thing, the chaos has yet to be divided. In the void, Salus no longer hesitated. He was ready to kill Han Shuo. It was at this moment that Salus suddenly realized that he had lost contact with the lightning energy that filled the world. The lightning bolts that came crashing down were no longer under his control and started wreaking havoc throughout the entire Empyrean Peak. They were no longer confined to the peak but even the middle and the foot of the mountain. Many of his subordinates who were hiding at the foot of the mountain and watching the changes on the peak were caught off guard and struck by the lightning bolts. Without the terrifying defensive power of Han Shua's demonic body, they were killed on the spot. All of a sudden, boundless elemental energies converged from all directions. Light, darkness, earth, fire, wind, water, lightning and death, as well as all kinds of energies, such as the murderous aura, the aura of fear, and the energy of souls that had yet to dissipate, rushed into the Empyrean Peak as though they were being drawn by some kind of force. These energies did not seem to be under anyone's control. It was as though they were drawn by the most fundamental principles of the universe. After they gathered on the Empyrean Peak, they attacked all living beings on the Empyrean Peak in waves, as though they were going to destroy the world. The boundaries and energy towers deployed by Salus that were not destroyed by Han Shua suddenly exploded. Salus' subordinates at the foot of the mountain wailed like ghosts and howled like wolves. Under the bombardment of light, darkness, earth, fire, wind, water, lightning, death, and all kinds of strange energies, hundreds of corpses littered the ground in an instant. Master, the heavenly tribulation of the Skybreak realm is coming. Be careful. Don't worry about Salus, use all your strength to resist the heavenly tribulation. Cauldron Spirit was still shouting. However, Han Shua did not seem to be able to hear anything. He was in a daze, trying to comprehend the various comprehensions in his consciousness. It was only when a meteorite suddenly came from beyond the heavens and bombarded Han Shua into the hard rocks of the Empyrean Peak that Han Shua suddenly came to his senses. He discovered that the Empyrean Peak had undergone earth-shattering changes. All kinds of apocalyptic energies were wreaking havoc on the Empyrean Peak. Light, darkness, earth, fire, wind, water, lightning, death, and all kinds of other energies were slowly accumulating the most powerful wave of attacks. And their target was Han Shua. He could clearly sense that those energies that seemed to follow the most fundamental principles of the universe had locked onto him from afar as though they had a life of their own. Once they were done accumulating, they would blast him and the entire Empyrean Peak to smithereens. Han Shua could sense that no matter where he fled to, he would not be able to evade the attacks of these energies. All he could do was face them head-on. If he couldn't withstand the heavenly tribulation, his consciousness would dissipate. From then on, there would no longer be a person named Han Shua or Brian in this world. If he could withstand it, he would break through to the Skybreak realm, his strength would skyrocket, and he would become a true overlord of the fringe. Chapter 861. Salus could do nothing but watch as the anomaly on the Empyrean Peak unfold. His subordinates on the mountainside and at the foot of the mountain had suffered heavy casualties. He himself was unable to help his subordinates defend against the onslaught. He could only roar from the mountaintop, "Get out of my way! All of you get out of my way!" The gods at the foot of the mountain were bombarded by the pillars of light amidst the anomaly. The space above the Empyrean Peak seemed to have been torn apart. Enormous meteors came crashing down from the sky. Even the lightning and divine lightning that Salus had summoned were no longer under his control. They too bombarded the Empyrean Peak. Salus was about to attack Han Shua when he suddenly realized that the only thing he could use was the divine energy in his body. It was as though the connection between him and the lightning that filled the sky had been forcibly severed by an invisible weapon, preventing him from using external forces to kill Han Shua. Meanwhile, around Han Shua, layers upon layers of chaotic elemental energies were converging, forming a natural barrier that even Han Shua could not detect. Before he even got close, he discovered that waves of energy were pressing down on him, forcing him to continuously retreat. After carefully sensing for a moment, Salus suddenly discovered that the anomaly on the Empyrean Peak was indeed caused by Han Shua. However, the anomaly seemed to be extremely aggressive and its target just so happened to be Han Shua. Salus was extremely astonished. He did not know how Han Shua was able to gather so many different types of elemental energies together. When he discovered that the main target of those energies was Han Shua, he abruptly let go of them. He no longer attempted to break through the layers of obstacles to attack Han Shua. Instead, he chose to observe from the sidelines. Surrounded by the various types of elemental energies, Han Shua's majestic body glowed with black radiance. Demonic yuan filled every corner of his body. Under Cauldron Spirit's reminder, he calmly faced the oncoming demonic calamity. After accumulating the power for a long time, it gradually formed an earth-shattering attack in the void above Han Shua's head. The first to arrive was the power of thunder and lightning gathered by Salus. Amidst the rumbling of the heavenly thunder, a bolt of lightning as thick as a dragon blasted directly towards his head. Its power was no weaker than that of Salus's earlier attack. Facing the bombardment of the lightning, Han Shua's 17 flying swords formed a barrier to resist. In the earth-shattering boom, Han Shua's scalp went numb, his hands and feet stiffened, and faint smoke rose from his body. His body, which had just been injured by Salus, was once again injured. The demon physique's injuries were even worse. There were still a few more waves of energy condensing in the void. A red meteorite the size of a small mountain gradually appeared in the torn void. Just by looking at its astonishing aura, Han Shua could tell how much energy was contained in it. Master, I don't know why, but the power of the demon ring seems to have increased in this universe. It was at this moment that Cauldron Spirit once again transmitted, judging from the current power of the demon ring, it will be very difficult for Master to defend against all of them. You must think of an appropriate solution. The meteorite was still accumulating power. Small meteorites scattered around it were as though attracted by a magnet and attached themselves to the enormous meteorite. The enormous meteorite hovered above Han Shua's head. Han Shua could sense that the meteorite had locked onto him from afar. It was as though he was another magnet that could attract the meteorite. What solution? Han Shua was dumbfounded. At this moment he simply couldn't think of a solution to defend against the demonic tribulation. Master, if you ignite the soul energy of demon generals, I can help you mitigate a few waves of attacks. That way you might be able to defend against the demonic tribulation. Cauldron Spirit proposed after hesitating for a moment. There were hundreds and thousands of demon generals in the Cauldron of Myriad Demon. As one of the most precious treasures of demonic arts, the Cauldron of Myriad Demon had infinite uses. Using the energy of demon generals to defend against the demonic tribulation could be considered as a solution. Right, the demonic tribulation targets my soul. I have 3 souls. Do you think that the demonic tribulation will split into 3 parts? Han Shua suddenly thought of this idea. He hastily asked Cauldron Spirit for confirmation. It's useless. The demonic tribulation only targets the soul of the main body that carries the consciousness imprint of demonic arts. The other 2 souls do not cultivate demonic arts. The demonic tribulation will not split the slightest bit of energy for them. Han Shua stared blankly for a moment. At this moment, the crimson meteorite that had finished accumulating power suddenly shot down towards Han Shua like a blazing meteor. All the element of fire in the vicinity immediately surged into the crimson meteorite. It was as though the energy of Fire Elite Zombie and Metal Elite Zombie had been combined, filling the meteorite with blazing flames. The Demon's Lair Edge was the first weapon Han Shua had crafted. After Han Shua had infused it with his demonic yuan, Han Shua forgot himself at this moment. He manipulated the Demon's Lair Edge to meet the incoming crimson meteorite. At the same time, the 17 flying swords soared into the sky and transformed into sword radiances that filled the sky in the style of Avicii. Just like the Demon's Lair Edge, they bombarded the crimson meteorite. An earth-shattering boom suddenly sounded from the Empyrean Peak. Han Shua's consciousness trembled. He, who was connected to the Demon's Lair Edge and the 17 flying swords, felt as though he was struck by a gigantic meteorite weighing millions of kilograms. His eardrums buzzed and his entire body went numb. Whether it was the Demon's Lair Edge or the 17 flying swords, they were unparalleled divine weapons. Even the meteorite formed by the demonic tribulation had a small crack torn open by them. Han Shua endured the heart-wrenching pain in his body, mobilized the energy of the 17 flying swords and the Demon's Lair Edge, and aimed for the crack in the center of the meteorite. Clang, clang, clang. The gigantic meteorite could no longer withstand the repeated bombardment of the 17 flying swords and the Demon's Lair Edge. It suddenly shattered, transforming into pillars of fire that bombarded Han Shua. In this way Han Shua could destroy them one by one, desperately reducing the impact of the pillars of fire. Once those pillars of fire fell beside Han Shua, they immediately became dead objects and no longer moved. It was as though Han Shua was their final destination. Even if they couldn't hit Han Shua, as long as they reached Han Shua's position, their mission would be accomplished. After expending a lot of strength and energy, Han Shua finally avoided this wave of attacks. Taking out a large amount of pills of rejuvenation from his space ring, Han Shua chewed them like they were beans. His 2 avatars no longer dodged. The Demon's Lair Edge and Skeletal Staff each transformed into another Han Shua, releasing their domains of divinity and fusing them together. As soon as the new domain of divinity formed from the fusion of the 2 domains of divinity of destruction and death was formed, a miraculous change occurred. The moment Han Shua's new domain of divinity was formed, the surrounding elemental energies no longer continued to surge into the top of his head, nor did they gather in the new energy that was being produced. Before the new domain of divinity was formed, the demonic tribulation above his head was still accumulating energy, preparing for the next wave of even more ferocious attacks. However, as soon as the new domain of divinity was formed, the surrounding elemental energies seemed to be affected. They could no longer increase their power from the surrounding elements. Not only that, the elemental energy of death, fear, resentment, and other negative energies in the air were attracted by the domain of divinity formed from the fusion of the two domains of divinity. They slowly surged into Han Shua's new domain of divinity, forming a thick layer of cloud-like barrier above Han Shua's head. "This is miraculous. Master, we're saved." Cauldron Spirit immediately sensed the changes in the surroundings and shouted. Blades of wind filled the sky, swords of ice pierced through the air, and the light of annihilation sprinkled down. Wave after wave of attacks rained down on Han Shua one after another. Furthermore, they were all bombarded at the same time. The new domain of divinity barely managed to hold on for a few dozen seconds before it finally failed to completely protect Han Shua. However, it had already helped Han Shua absorb most of the impact. Han Shua released all the demonic yuan in his body to form a thin layer of protective shield to defend against the subsequent attacks. When his demonic yuan was about to be exhausted, Han Shua began to utilize the energy of the demon generals and Cauldron Spirit. One demon general after another was burned away in exchange for Han Shua's right to live. Time passed by silently. Han Shua forgot about everything else. He mechanically utilized all the demonic yuan in his body to form the strongest protective shield. In the end, even the protective shield cracked and shattered. His body was also bleeding profusely. At this moment, his inner demon attacked him. He suddenly discovered that he had once again become that ignorant and incompetent otaku on Earth. He was powerless and powerless. He could only helplessly face his boring life. At this moment, those thousands of lives that had died by his hand had turned into malicious spirits. He had no power to resist. His body was being torn apart, his flesh was being gnawed away. The unbearable pain was magnified infinitely in his mind. He could even feel that even his soul was being burned by the flames of hell. The feeling of losing his power was very despairing. He felt powerless in the face of the attacks from the malicious spirits. The fear that he had not felt for a long time once again struck him. No, I am no longer that useless otaku. I have power. I am the reborn Han Shua. Even if I don't have the slightest bit of power, I will not continue to face everything passively. Han Shua shouted in his mind. Having lost his power, he began to crazily use his hands to tear apart the malicious spirits. He used his teeth and his body to attack them. He used the most primitive and barbaric methods to deal with those malicious spirits. He became crazier than anyone else, more like a malicious spirit than those malicious spirits. Gradually, Han Shua suddenly discovered that those malicious spirits were beginning to fear him. The power that he had lost was also slowly returning. After an unknown period of time, Han Shua, who had fallen into a strange state, suddenly woke up. A blinding light shone directly on his body. This light was not like the powerful light from before. Instead, it was warm and comfortable. It was not a threat at all. His surroundings suddenly became silent. There was not a single sound. He raised his head to look at the sky. The sky was clear and boundless. There were no more terrifying powers waiting to be unleashed. There were no more oppressive dark clouds, and there were no more dense heavenly lightning. Looking around, Han Shua discovered that he was on top of the raised Empyrean peak. There were corpses everywhere around him. Not far away, Salus looked at him with a complicated expression. He seemed to be hesitating whether or not to rush over now. "Salus, we will meet again," Han Shua said to Salus with a gentle smile on his face. After that, a cloud of blood mist enveloped him. With a flash of blood light, he disappeared from the spot. Chapter 862. The same thing happened again. Salus, who had been hesitating whether he should make a move or not, watched as Han Shua vanished into thin air just like little skull Han Hao. Salus was burning with rage. In order to deal with Han Shua, Salus had absorbed the soul energies of his believers from several material planes. This was the method of killing the goose that laid the golden eggs to increase his strength by leaps and bounds. Now that Han Shua had escaped at the most crucial moment, his believers could be said to have died 100 times over. Although Salus was displeased when Han Hao escaped from his grasp, he wasn't as frustrated as he was now. After all, Han Hao's strength was limited. Even if Han Hao escaped, he wouldn't be a threat to Salas. But Han Shuo was different. Not only did he massacre the Empyrean Peak, he slaughtered many of Salas' followers and nearly destroyed the entire Empyrean Peak. Most importantly, Salas felt a strong sense of threat from Han Shuo. From Salas's point of view, as long as Han Shuo didn't die, he wouldn't be able to capture Han Shuo the next time they met. A person who could turn the entire fringe upside down must not live for too long. Looking at the devastated Empyrean Peak, Salas's anger soared to the heavens. Corpses were scattered all over the ground at the foot of the peak. Those were his most trusted followers. Yet they were caught up in a wave of unprecedented attacks and suffered heavy casualties. With just this one incident, Salas's strength in the fringe had plummeted. He was no longer as powerful as the other four sovereigns. His eyes glinted fiercely. Salas's face darkened as he thought for a moment. Then he gathered his followers who were lucky enough to escape and ordered, "Search for this person's whereabouts at all costs. Everything related to him, I want to know everything about him. No matter where he is hiding, find him and report to me. This person must die." Salas understood that if Han Shuo didn't die, he would become a great threat to him. After instructing his subordinates, Salas hesitated for a moment before deciding to discuss this matter with the other sovereigns. From Salas's point of view, the other sovereigns wouldn't want a new troublemaker to appear in the fringe. As long as Han Shuo wasn't a threat to the other sovereigns, they wouldn't care about him. But when Han Shuo's existence threatened the interests of the five sovereigns, the other sovereigns would surely intervene. Salas made up his mind and looked around at the miserable state of the deity Sky Peak. Then he transformed into a bolt of lightning and disappeared into the distance. In a quagmire thousands of miles away from the God of Heaven Peak, Han Shuo was completely powerless. He was curled up in the depths of the quagmire, which was overgrown with weeds. The demonic tribulation had consumed most of the energy in his body. His demonic body had already been injured and his defenses had been broken. With the demonic tribulation's attack and the blood escape art, his injuries had worsened. Not only was his body weak, but his spirit was also dispirited. Han Shuo slowly merged his entire body into the quagmire. With great effort, he shrunk to the bottom of the quagmire, concealed his consciousness, and became one with the quagmire. New insights emerged in his consciousness. Marvelous runes were imprinted into his mind. Han Shuo knew that he had made a breakthrough in his state of mind. Although the demonic yuan in his demonic body was incomparably weak, it seemed to have undergone an earth-shattering transformation. The weak strands of demonic yuan were extremely tenacious, igniting his body like a spark. Every time the demonic yuan circulated a full cycle in his body with great difficulty, it would become a little thicker, and his heavily injured demonic body would recover some of its wounds. Relaxing his mind and forgetting everything, Han Shuo stayed at the bottom of the quagmire. He didn't think about anything else. His consciousness was empty. He was recovering his body in this wonderful state. What? In the underground palace, one of the sovereigns, Asura, was astonished. "My lord, the Empyrean Peak is being rebuilt. I heard that Salas suffered great losses. He lost 500 to 600 of his subordinates. Among them there are more than a dozen high gods." Luolong, who stood before Asura, said in a solemn and respectful manner. The underground palace was located under a mountain range not far from the Omphalos at the center of the fringe. It was the personal palace of Asura, who cultivated in the energy of earth. Inside the palace were Asura's trusted subordinates. Upon receiving the news, Luolong rushed to the underground palace to meet Asura. "Is it really Brian's doing?" Asura couldn't believe it. "The last time I met him, I carefully sensed him, but I didn't feel that he had such strength." Luolong put on a bitter smile and said, "I can't be wrong. Salas' subordinates are searching for him all over the fringe. I also heard that Salas has gone to Sovereign Wasis and Sovereign Logue to look for Brian. It seems that Salas doesn't want Brian to live in the fringe any longer." Asura bunched his brows and pondered for a moment before he instructed Luolong, "Search for Brian's whereabouts as well. Also, keep Brian's subordinates alive. But don't take sides. We will remain neutral and watch from the sidelines." "Rest assured, my lord, I know what to do," nodded Luolong and left respectfully. After Luolong left, Asura mumbled to himself, "Brian, oh Brian, if you really are that capable, what should I do? Should I help you or kill you?" The news that the Empyrean Peak was invaded and almost razed to the ground spread across the fringe in a very short period of time. For a moment, Tanai and the Windlings became the busiest people in the fringe. The leaders of all the major powers were willing to spend huge sums of money to find out the truth. However, for some reason, the windlings, who were usually willing to divulge their mother's secrets for the sake of crystal coins, immediately shut their mouths when they heard someone asking about the Empyrean Peak. They did not dare to say anything about the Empyrean Peak. The more they behaved like that, the more curious they became. The wretched state of the Empyrean Peak could be seen even from afar. Some things just couldn't be hidden. The ferocious gods of the fringe were constantly exchanging information. Brian had become the most discussed name in the fringe. In a valley filled with rocks, Polo learned the news from his subordinate, Kodiak. Polo wore a complicated look on his face. He too found it hard to believe. He had learned about the relationship between Han Hao and Han Shuo through various sources. When he learned that Han Shuo dared to invade the Empyrean Peak by himself and that he was able to leave the Empyrean Peak alive after causing such an earth-shattering incident, he began to seriously examine the capabilities of both Han Shuo and Han Hao. "Who's there?" Kodiak cried out in surprise. He vigilantly looked at the tunnel leading into the valley. A cold and detached figure slowly appeared. Han Hao scanned the surroundings and finally fixed his eyes on Polo. He did not say a word. Kodiak was startled when he saw that it was Han Hao. He recalled the news that had recently spread across the fringe. Kodiak respectfully bowed at Han Hao and gestured for Han Hao to enter the valley. The gazes of Polo's followers when they looked at Han Hao were also filled with respect. For the past 2 years, Han Hao and his god hunters had been wreaking havoc all over the fringe. They had become the fastest-growing faction in the fringe. After killing Salus' late-stage high god follower a few months ago, Han Hao had become the most powerful god hunter faction in the fringe. Compared to the current Polo, Han Hao and his followers were much more prestigious. As god hunters themselves, it was only natural that Polo's followers would treat Han Hao with respect. Little Skull Han Hao, who had just escaped from Salus, had been frantically hunting down lone gods in the fringe. He had absorbed the energy from their bodies to replenish the energy he had used to cast Sanguine Disassembly. After a period of recuperation, not only had Han Hao fully recovered, but his strength had also improved. Through his followers scattered across the fringe, Han Hao learned that Han Hao was at the Empyrean Peak. Unlike Han Shuo, who was worried that Han Hao would be killed by Salus, Han Hao was not worried about Han Shuo in the slightest. He did not take the matter to heart. From what Little Skull Han Hao could tell, if even he could escape from Salus using Sanguine Disassembly, it would be much easier for Han Shuo, whose cultivation in demonic arts was much more profound than his, to escape from Salus's pursuit. From what his followers had told him, Little Skull Han Hao could vaguely guess what had happened to his father, Han Shuo. He believed that Han Shuo must be in a state of mental stability. Once Han Shuo reappeared, the power structure of the fringe would be shattered. Before that happened, Han Hao planned to help Han Shuo clear the path ahead of time. As Polo was a rather powerful god hunter, he became the first person Han Hao paid a visit to. When Polo saw that it was Han Hao, he was startled. He laughed and said, "Ha, what brings you here?" Han Hao calmly looked at Polo. He raised the 3-meter-long bone spear in his hand, pointed it at Polo and asked, "Polo, have you considered my proposal?" Polo stared blankly for a moment before he recalled that Han Hao had asked him to submit to him. At that time, Polo said that he would consider it, but he did not give an answer. He did not expect that Han Hao would mention it again. "I haven't thought it through," replied Polo smilingly. Han Hao fixed his bewitching purple demon eye on Polo. In an eerie and cold voice he said, "Polo, from today onwards, I will rule over all god hunters in the fringe. And you will be the first. If you don't submit, I will kill you today." Upon finishing those words, Han Hao raised his head and let out a shrill howl. One after another, shadowy figures flew over and suddenly swarmed into the valley where Polo was. Han Hao's subordinates outnumbered Polo's, and they were much more well-coordinated. Their faces were dark and their eyes were filled with bloodlust. As soon as Han Shuo gave the order, they would charge at Han Hao. It seemed that Han Hao did not intend to give Polo any time or opportunity to consider. "Han Hao, you want me to submit to you? Do you have the strength to suppress me?" Instead of getting angry, Polo laughed and coldly said, "Be it in the Fringe or the God Hunter Alliance, I, Polo, am more talented than you. What makes you think you can make me submit to you? 2 years ago I couldn't suppress you. But today if you don't submit to me you will die," replied Han Hao calmly. He raised the 3-meter-long bone spear in his hand. Without wasting any time he started killing Polo. Chapter 863. Polo cultivated in the Edict of Destruction and was a late-stage high god. He was a well-known figure among the god hunters in the fringe. Even in the God Hunter Alliance, his prestige was higher than that of Han Hao's. Given his status and strength, it was only natural that he would not submit to someone else, especially when he did not know whether or not Han Hao had the ability to take him down. After Han Hao killed that late-stage high god of Salas, his overall strength had reached a whole new level. Not only did Salas fail to kill him, Han Hao was even more motivated to devour experts to strengthen himself. After recuperating for a period of time, Han Hao was confident that he could defeat Polo. Han Hao had never been a long-winded person and he knew very well the rules of god hunters. He knew that if he wished to convince Polo, he must utterly crush him in terms of strength. He must let Polo know that his days of tyrannizing the god hunters in the fringe were over. Han Shuo unfolded his bone spear. The aura of death and killing intent that soared to the sky fused together. An invisible ripple rapidly spread out from Han Shuo. Polo's face jolted and his face turned gloomy. It had been 2 years since they last met. Polo could sense that the current Han Hao was different from before. Both his aura and his eyes had become fiercer and sharper. His entire being resembled a sword of ice that glittered with cold light. He carried an overbearing and arrogant air. Not a single one of Polo's followers dared to act rashly without receiving orders from Han Hao. Around them, Han Hao's followers were looking at them with cold eyes. They were also waiting for Han Hao's order to attack. As soon as the aura of death and killing intent condensed, circles of ripples emerged from the tip of the bone spear. Each ripple was a boundary of death that rapidly took shape around Polo. Before Polo could react, Han Hao had gathered all the divine energy in his body into a single point, and with a flick of his jade-white arm, the bone spear was thrust at Polo. With a single thought, the other 7 bone spurs on his back whizzed out of his body. They formed a beautiful arc and shot toward Polo from 7 different directions like 7 meteors. The boundaries formed by Han Hao would not hinder the bone spears in the slightest. Instead, they would increase the power of the bone spears. Polo was caught off guard and had no choice but to defend himself. All of a sudden, a blinding light erupted around Polo. All of a sudden, all of the boundaries Han Hao had set up vanished. The bone spurs froze a few meters in front of Polo like an invisible cage, trapping him from afar. The god hunters in the vicinity knew that Han Hao and Polo had exchanged blows with each other in the intense light. But they did not know the outcome of the battle. They were all cautiously observing the two, keeping their guard up against the enemy's men, ready to strike at a moment's notice. Polo's followers were nervous because the number of god hunters Han Hao had brought with him was much greater than theirs. Moreover, they had heard of the ferocious nature of these god hunters. They knew that if Polo and Han Hao had a falling out, they would suffer the same fate as those who had been devoured by them. The divine energy in their bodies would be used to further enhance the god hunters. Han Hao wore a calm countenance. His eyes stared at Polo and he said, "Polo, the power structure in the fringe will be broken. Even if I don't kill you today, someone else will." Polo wore a complicated expression. He looked deeply at Han Hao and hesitated for a moment before he asked, "That Brian who destroyed Empyrean Peak and escaped from Salas alive, who is he to you?" Han Hao stared blankly for a moment. He hesitated for a moment before he waved his hand and created another barrier between the two. Then he answered, "He is my father." Polo was greatly astonished. He finally made up his mind. He forced a smile and nodded, "All right, I agree to your proposal." Han Hao nodded and removed the barrier. In front of everyone he declared, "From today onwards, you and your men are under my control. Put away your weapons." Polo looked like he was about to cry as he ordered Kodiak's men. Polo did not have to say much to convince them that he had compromised. From today onwards, Han Hao and his god hunters would become a force that no one in the fringe would dare to belittle. Pandemonium. The 5 elite zombies, Romont, Rose, Zovik and the others had gathered. The news that Han Shuo had wreaked havoc on Empyrean Peak and killed many of Salas' followers had spread across the fringe. Luolong and Little Skull Han Hao had sent messengers to inform them of the news, warning them to be careful. During this period of time, Romont, Zovik, Gorin, and the others had swept through a dozen or so forces of various sizes with the Pandemonium as the epicenter. Most of those forces were either killed or surrendered. They posed no threat to the Pandemonium. Just as they were about to go all out, the news that Han Shuo had barged into Empyrean Peak all by himself reached them. Romont and Rose immediately gave up on their campaign against the Fringe and summoned everyone back to the Pandemonium. They decided to hold back for the time being. Romont, Rose, Zovik, Goran, and Romont all wore solemn expressions. They did not know how they should deal with the current situation. Salas was a sovereign that everyone feared in the fringe. Now that Han Shuo was missing, they did not know if the pandemonium could survive until Han Shuo returned. Salas followers have been searching for Master's whereabouts. Many of Salas' spies have appeared in the vicinity of our pandemonium. We have just swept through all the forces in the fringe. I don't think the existence of the pandemonium can be kept a secret for long, said Zovik in annoyance. Of course not. Given Salas' influence in the fringe, it won't be long before he brings his men here. Sai, should we disperse for now and regroup when we get news of Master? Goran sighed helplessly. We will not leave. It was not easy to set up the pandemonium. We will not allow it to be destroyed. Metal Elite Zombie of the 5 Elite Zombies said resolutely, besides, all of you have underestimated the pandemonium. Father and I have spent so much effort to set up the pandemonium. It is not something you can imagine. Even if Salas himself comes, he will have to pay a hefty price to breach the pandemonium. The 5 Elite Zombies and Han Shuo had spent too much time and effort on the pandemonium. As direct participants in the project, they knew very well how terrifying the forces hidden in the pandemonium were. They were not even afraid of Salas, one of the 5 sovereigns of the fringe. I believe in Master's power. Salas Empyrean Peak has been destroyed and so many of his followers have been killed by Master. I reckon he won't be able to gather much strength anymore, said Romont, ever since he was transformed by Han Shuo using demonic arts. He worshipped Han Shuo from the bottom of his heart. Given Salas' influence in the fringe, we won't be able to escape even if we leave the pandemonium. We might as well stay and gamble. I believe that once Master recovers he will immediately rush back to the pandemonium. We just need to hold on until Master returns, suggested Zovik. Let's not leave the pandemonium. We will stay in Tanai for the time being, said Rose, who had been silent all this while. The 5 Elite Zombies, Romont, Zovik, and the others knew that Han Shuo trusted Rose very much. They were all on friendly terms with Rose. Therefore, after hearing Rose's words, they stopped talking. It seemed that they had decided to follow Rose's suggestion. In the underground palace, Luolong once again reported to Asura, My lord, we have received news that Salas has learned of the existence and location of the pandemonium. Salas has begun gathering his forces and is planning to march towards the pandemonium. Asura was rather hesitant. After thinking for a moment, he asked Luolong, Is there any news that confirms that Brian is in Tanai? Luolong shook his head and replied, No. Ever since he mysteriously disappeared from the Empyrean Peak, there has been no news of him at all. Salas and the subordinates of the other sovereigns have combed the entire fringe, but they have not found a single trace of him. That fella is really something. Asura nodded in admiration. After pondering for a moment, Asura said, You don't have to worry about the pandemonium. I will personally go and see what's going on there. Luolong was shocked. He did not expect that Asura would personally go to the pandemonium. After hesitating for a moment, Luolong asked, My lord, wouldn't you be making a mountain out of a molehill by going to the pandemonium? Asura shook his head smilingly and said, That fella Brian is worth a gamble. I will go to the pandemonium and see if his subordinates are worth my help. Luolong was even more curious, but he did not ask any more questions. He respectfully retreated. On the peak of a tall mountain northwest of the pandemonium, Salas' subordinates were gathering. Those on the Empyrean Peak were only a portion of Salas's subordinates. The rest of his subordinates were scattered across the fringe. Although Salas had suffered a heavy blow, his forces were not completely wiped out. As one of the sovereigns of the fringe, he was able to gather quite a number of his subordinates very quickly. In just a few days, the mountain had gathered 500 to 600 gods. These fierce gods who came from every corner of the fringe had heard about the tragedy that happened on the Empyrean Peak. As Salas's subordinates, they had grown accustomed to riding roughshod over the fringe. Now that the Empyrean Peak had been destroyed, it was not hard to imagine how angry and resentful they were. During this period of time, the fringe had been talking about the Empyrean Peak. They could see from the gazes of others that they were rejoicing in their misfortune. Those who used to avoid them were no longer afraid of them. This made them realize how much Salas's downfall had affected them. Even if it wasn't for Salas's sake, they would destroy the pandemonium and kill Han Shuo. They knew that this was the only way they could preserve their privileges in the fringe. The fringe was such a realistic place. One side's prosperity meant the other side's decline. Although Salas did not lose, The destruction of the Empyrean Peak and the survival of Han Shuo made the fringe feel that Salus was not as powerful as they had imagined. Half a month later, a bolt of lightning streaked across the sky. Salus finally appeared on the mountain peak. Chapter 864. My lord, you are finally here. The group of sovereigns knelt at Salus's feet respectfully. Even though the Empyrean Peak had been destroyed and Han Shuo had escaped their clutches, Salus was still the most terrifying existence in the fringe to these sovereigns. These sovereigns were used to riding roughshod over others in the name of Salus. They knew that their interests were closely tied to Salus's. As long as Salus remained standing, they would still be able to do as they pleased in the fringe. But once they lost Salus's protection, not only would they no longer be able to do as they pleased in the fringe, but they would also be hunted down by their former enemies and torn to shreds. What do you think? Asked Salus with a gloomy face. Recently, things had not been going well for him. The two sovereigns, Wuxia and Log, were delighted to hear that his Empyrean Peak had been destroyed. Although they had reached an agreement verbally, it was hard to say whether or not the two sovereigns would keep their word. As one of the sovereigns of the fringe, he could not even protect his own base. He had become a laughingstock in an instant. Salus understood that only by uprooting Han Shuo and his forces and killing all of Han Shuo's men would he be able to wash away the humiliation of the Empyrean Peak. My lord, the pandemonium is shrouded in colorful miasma. We have been observing it for a long time, but we have not seen a single person emerge from it, replied one of Salus's subordinates respectfully. It seems that they are all in Tanai. Very good, we can take them all down in one fell swoop, snorted Salus coldly. His eyes flashed with lightning as he scanned the surroundings. He took in the expressions of nearly 1,000 of his subordinates and said, "The Empyrean Peak's dignity has been challenged. Today we will let everyone know the consequences of going against the Empyrean Peak." Salus waved his hand and commanded, "Charge into the pandemonium. No matter who they are, kill them all." As soon as he finished speaking, Salus' subordinates immediately issued a command. One after another, they took to the skies and flew towards the pandemonium. As one of the sovereigns of the fringe, Salus naturally wouldn't be the first to act. In his opinion, other than Han Shuo, his subordinates should be able to handle the rest. Therefore, Salus remained silent with a gloomy face. It was only when all of his subordinates were charging towards the pandemonium that he turned into a bolt of lightning and followed them. Pandemonium, Tanai, the 5 elite zombies, Rose, Romont, Zovik, Gorin, and the others wore grave expressions as they observed the situation outside the valley through an enormous magical mirror. Over the years, McKinley of Ethereal City had been sending many exquisite spatial artifacts to Han Shuo. This gigantic spatial refracting mirror was one of them. Through the spatial magic matrices set up on the mountains around the pandemonium, it could reflect the scenery of the surroundings into the mirror. Through the spatial refracting mirror, Tanai and the others could clearly see most of the scenery outside the pandemonium. Through the spatial refracting mirror, they could see a large number of figures flying towards the pandemonium. Each and every one of them had ferocious gazes. They were led by a few famous generals under Salus. Most of them possessed late-stage high god strength. In the void, an enormous figure surrounded by lightning bolts was coldly looking down at the pandemonium. It was none other than Salus of the 5 sovereigns. Apart from the other 4 sovereigns, there was no other power in the fringe that could contend against him. Even if the pandemonium's marvelous array was ignored, Salus's experts alone would be able to take down the pandemonium. Other than the 5 elite zombies who knew how powerful the pandemonium was, the others, including Rose and Romont, wore grave faces. They had no idea how long the pandemonium would last. "Don't worry, not even Salus will be able to break into the pandemonium," said the simple-minded Han Hua with a mischievous smile. He wasn't nervous in the slightest. He asked Han Mu smilingly, "Littlewood, how many demonic formations do you think the first batch will be able to break through?" Han Mu was wearing a lecherous look on his face. Through the spatial mirror, he was staring at those beautiful female subordinates of Salus. The corners of his mouth curled into a lewd smile. No one knew what kind of dirty thoughts were going through his mind. But when Han Hua asked, he replied impatiently, "Who cares? Without Salus they won't be able to break in." Zovik, Rose, and the others were stunned. They could not understand why the 5 elite zombies were so confident. From their point of view, no matter how miraculous the pandemonium was, it shouldn't be able to withstand the ferocious attacks of more than 1,000 gods. If they managed to break through, Tanai's army would be doomed. "Don't worry. If they really manage to break into the pandemonium, I will lead you out of the pandemonium. Salas cultivates the power of lightning and can't go several hundred meters underground to hunt you down. I really don't know what you're afraid of. Han too glanced at the nervous people and gave them a reassuring grumpily. These experts more or less knew some of the miraculous techniques of the 5 elite zombies. They felt much better after hearing Han Tu's assurance and kept quiet. The 5 elite zombies looked relaxed. They didn't seem nervous at all. Instead, they were constantly teasing each other as though they didn't care about their enemies at all. Under the influence of the 5 elite zombies, Rose, Zovik, and the others gradually calmed down. Perhaps it was because they heard Han Tu's assurance, they felt a lot more at ease. However, their gazes were still fixed on the spatial refracting mirror in front of them, paying close attention to the incoming enemies. The first wave of enemies soon arrived. Salas' subordinates had lived in the fringe for many years. Not all of them were mediocre. They knew how to probe the pandemonium situation first. The first to make a move weren't the most powerful subordinates under Salas, but the small characters who were usually nameless. In uncertain situations, they were often used as cannon fodder to charge at the forefront. Back in Tanai, the reason why those foppish youths were willing to pay 500,000 black crystal coins each to follow Little Skull Han Hao and not Salas, one of the 5 sovereigns, was because they knew that if they followed Salas, they would be used as cannon fodder at crucial moments. There was a price to pay for everything. Those cannon fodder who hadn't been with Salas for very long and weren't particularly outstanding in strength knew their mission. Following their leader's orders, a dozen or so of them descended into Pandemonium Tanai without much hesitation. Thick, colorful miasma hovered above the pandemonium. Almost all of the miasma contained deadly poison. The cannon fodder had the awareness of being cannon fodder. They had brought along antidotes and divine energy to protect themselves from the miasma because they knew that the miasma wasn't as beautiful as it appeared to be. But how could an ordinary person withstand the miasma deployed by Han Shua and the 5 elite zombies? Would Elite Zombie, as a spirit of life, had spent a great deal of effort to construct the miasma for Han Shua using poisonous plants, which allowed Han Shua to mix acid, corpse, and phosphorus toxins into the miasma. Not only did the miasma prevent outsiders from peeking at it, it also became the first line of defense. Although those cannon fodder who knew their mission had done everything they could to prevent the miasma from invading, it was to no avail. As soon as they entered the miasma, they discovered that the multicolored miasma contained toxins that were beyond their comprehension. It was on a completely different level from the toxins they usually found deep in the mountains. The defensive antidotes and protective armors they had smeared on their bodies didn't seem to have any effect at all. Their bodies started to rot. Some started to bleed from their orifices while others started to feel numb and dizzy. They had lost all their strength in an instant. The first batch of cannon fodder sent into the pandemonium vanished without a trace. It was as though the first batch of cannon fodder had sunk into the ocean. Not simple indeed. A burly man shouted with a sullen face. There wasn't the slightest trace of grief or anger on his face after the death of his subordinates. It was as though he didn't care about the lives of his subordinates at all. An old man with messy shoulder-length hair said with a frown, "Wind elemental gods, let's work together and disperse the poisonous miasma." As soon as he said this, the gods who cultivated in the element of wind began to use the divine power in their bodies to gather the element of wind. Strong winds howled as tornadoes took shape and began to wreak havoc in the colorful miasma. Salas had a few dozen of his wind energy followers, including 5 or 6 high gods. With them working together, the entire pandemonium was shrouded in raging winds. Hurricanes and tornadoes appeared one after another, swirling around the pandemonium. However, using some unknown method, the thick miasma that enveloped the pandemonium seemed to be attracted by a magnet. Although the miasma kept drifting in the air, it remained above the pandemonium. The hurricanes and tornadoes blew the miasma away. But as soon as the hurricanes disappeared, the miasma seemed to be attracted by something in the pandemonium and would gather above Tanai. It was as though water from a high place would naturally flow to a low place. My father spent 2 months meticulously collecting the miasma from different regions and used the universal restoration technique to gather the demonic miasma. It is not something that can be blown away by a mere breeze. Han Hua sneered proudly. "We should teach them a lesson, don't you think so, Littlewood?" said Han Tu to Han Mu smilingly. "Of course. It's time." Han Mu burst into laughter. No one knew what he had done, but the branches and leaves of the towering trees in the pandemonium suddenly shook violently. The toxic miasma that had gathered above the pandemonium was no longer concentrated in the sky above the pandemonium. Instead, it started to spread out uncontrollably. With the pandemonium as the center, the miasma spread in all directions. The hurricanes and tornadoes created by the gods of wind under Salus were unable to control the direction of the miasma. Instead, they sped up the miasma. "Not good. Retreat!" shouted the old man with disheveled hair. He hastily ordered his followers to retreat. However, the miasma spread rapidly under the influence of the wind energy. As soon as he finished speaking, many of Salus' followers were engulfed by the miasma. Chapter 865. All kinds of toxins in the miasma cloud were pervasive and corrosive. In an extremely short period of time, the invaders at the outer perimeter of the pandemonium were corroded into skeletons. The invaders bled from their 7 orifices. The colorful miasma contained within the miasma cloud was made from all sorts of deadly poisons. As a cultivator of demonic arts, Han Shua was very familiar with such insidious methods. With the assistance of Wood Elite Zombie and Cauldron Spirit in the Cauldron of Myriad Demon, Han Shua managed to refine a miasma cloud that no one in this world had ever seen. Except for those high god experts who had extremely tough divine bodies and who had anticipated this situation in advance, those mid-gods who were engulfed by the miasmic miasma and poisonous gas, almost all of them would die. Only those high god experts who had extremely tough divine bodies and had divine energy spread throughout their bodies were able to withstand the miasmic miasma. In the blink of an eye, the miasma cloud had killed 50 to 60 of Salus's mid-gods. The invaders who were close to the pandemonium retreated far away in fear. The few high gods who managed to escape from the miasma cloud had exhausted a significant amount of divine energy. Their faces were filled with fear. Tanai and the 5 elite zombies couldn't help but chuckle sinisterly. "Well done, Littlewood. You are indeed a cunning fella. You even made use of those idiots' wind energy." Hee, without the help of wind energy, the miasma cloud wouldn't have been able to spread so quickly. Han Hua laughed heartily. He seemed extremely excited. Father had long anticipated that the enemies would use the energy of wind to disperse the poisonous miasma. Therefore he specially asked me to add an extra layer to the miasma so that we can use the energy of wind to help us deal with them, said Han Mu. He did not claim credit for the plan. Instead, he pointed out that it was Han Shua's idea to come up with this vicious plan. The 5 elite zombies discussed the uses of the miasma cloud in a lively manner. They all looked relaxed and confident after winning the first battle. Rose, Zovik, and the others who were originally anxious, were shocked to see so many of the invaders die before they could even break through the first layer of the miasma. It was only at this moment that they began to see the power of the pandemonium's messy formation seriously. They suddenly felt that with the pandemonium around, the invaders would definitely suffer unimaginable losses. Rose suddenly felt relieved. She was even more impressed by Han Shua. He wasn't in the pandemonium, but he was able to keep so many fringe dwellers out of the fringe with just a few years of preparation. This wasn't something an ordinary person could do. From Rose's point of view, Han Shua would definitely become a legend in the fringe. On a steep slope outside the pandemonium, a figure was observing the changes in the pandemonium from afar. It was the other sovereign, Asura. Asura's face was filled with shock. He waved his hand and a cloud of poisonous miasma floated over his palm. After carefully sensing the miasma cloud, Asura was even more astonished. He did not sense the usual toxins on the miasma cloud. Instead, he discovered that the miasma cloud was filled with multicolored gases. Each gas had its own unique function. All kinds of bizarre toxins were mixed together in an unimaginable way to form a special miasma cloud that he had never seen before. Asura knew that the miasma cloud contained extremely terrifying toxins. Even with his over-god strength, he couldn't completely isolate the toxins. He had to use a trace of divine energy to resist the toxins. It was evident how powerful the miasma cloud was. Asura looked at the pandemonium with a complicated expression. He mumbled to himself, "Brian, oh Brian, who are you?" "Lord Salus, what should we do?" asked the old man after retreating from the center of the pandemonium. He looked at Salus with a pitiful and helpless face. Salus had seen what happened just now. The miasma cloud contained terrifying toxins and was impervious to wind energy. They had no idea how they were going to break into the pandemonium. "Trash!" shouted Salus furiously. He thought that he would be able to easily kill Tanai and his men by leading a group of loyal subordinates into the pandemonium. Little did he expect that he would lose dozens of his subordinates before they could even break through the miasma cloud. If news of this were to spread, wouldn't Salus's reputation plummet to the bottom of the valley? Would he be laughed at by everyone? The old man hung his head low. His subordinates also looked dispirited and pitiful. They knew very well that Salus did not have a good temper. He would kill anyone he disliked, not even sparing his own men. When Salus was enraged, the wisest thing to do was to speak as little as possible. Roared Salus. He swept his cold gaze across his subordinates. In the past he would have killed one or two of them to vent his anger. But this time Salus endured it. He knew that things were different now. His reputation in the fringe had plummeted. No outsider would be willing to join him for the time being. To establish a foothold in the fringe, one must have sufficient strength. Now that every one of his subordinates was dead, he could no longer kill them whenever he wanted. Back off all of you. I'll break this poison cloud barrier. Sakis snorted coldly in exasperation at their failure to meet his expectations. He unfolded his domain of divinity. The element of lightning from all directions frantically converged towards Salus. In a short time, Salus was surrounded by flashes of lightning and thunderclaps. It seems that Salus' strength hasn't regressed. That Brian does have some tricks up his sleeve to be able to escape from him. Asura put on a grave face as he carefully sensed the element of lightning in the air. He could roughly guess Salus' strength from the element of lightning in the air. He could tell that Salus' strength didn't regress due to a setback in his cultivation like the rumors said. Salus' strength didn't regress because of a setback in his cultivation. With that thought in mind, Asura valued Han Shua even more. If Han Shua could easily escape from Salus, then even if Asura himself or another sovereign came to deal with Han Shua in the future, they might not be able to kill Han Shua. This meant that they would not be able to eliminate the root of the problem. No matter what, Han Shua would be a huge threat to them. After weighing the pros and cons, Asura carefully recalled the information he received about Han Shua from the City of Shadows. He made a wise decision: he would never make an enemy out of Han Shua. While Asura made a decision that would make him extremely happy in the future, Salus gathered the energy of lightning in the sky and started bombarding the pandemonium with devastating lightning. Salus' method was very simple. He ignored the chaotic formations and boundaries in the pandemonium and directed the energy of lightning in the air to bombard the pandemonium with the most ferocious lightning. Although simple, it was the most direct and most effective way to deal with the pandemonium. Bolts of lightning tore through the void and thunder rumbled incessantly towards the pandemonium. For a moment, earth-shattering explosions could be heard from every corner of the pandemonium. If it wasn't for the poisonous miasma that shrouded the pandemonium, Salus wouldn't have acted so quickly. If he had allowed his subordinates to attack the pandemonium, Tanai demonic formations would have unleashed even more terrifying power. However, the presence of the poisonous miasma had instilled fear in his subordinates. They were powerless and did not dare to take another step forward. Therefore they placed all their hopes on Salus. As such, Salus had no choice but to take action himself. As the sovereign of the fringe, he was already feeling very aggrieved that he had to take action when the pandemonium had just begun. Damn it, this Salus is way too fast. I haven't even had the chance to have some fun yet. I have already prepared so many demonic formations for his subordinates. Why is he so excited? Cursed Han Hua. He felt that Salus was being too unreasonable. Zovik put on a bitter smile and said, "It's because the poisonous miasma is too powerful. They can't blast it away and they don't want to die. They won't dare to attack us anymore." Why didn't you say so earlier? Cursed Han Mu. No matter what, we still have to kill as many of his subordinates as we can. I got it. We can pretend that a part of the pandemonium has been destroyed and lure them in. Ah, Han Mu, you are truly cunning. That's for the best. Laughed Han Hua. While chuckling mischievously, Han Mu once again made his move. He used his soul to communicate with the towering ancient trees that served as the special formation cores of the demonic formations. As though they were highly intelligent life forms, they wriggled their branches and shook their dense foliage. Salus's bolts of heavenly lightning struck the pandemonium, causing earth-shattering explosions. However, the poisonous miasma that shrouded the pandemonium never dissipated. This made Salus even more furious. He spared no effort in gathering the energy of lightning in the vicinity. Suddenly, for some unknown reason, the poisonous miasma that filled the sky above the pandemonium seemed to be sucked in by an enormous suction force. It was sucked into the densely packed holes in the nearby mountains of Tanai. Salus stared blankly for a moment before he laughed sinisterly and shouted, "Kill your way into Tanai. The energy towers and barriers that formed the poisonous miasma have been destroyed by the energy of lightning. Enter the pandemonium and kill all of them. Don't worry, that Brian fellow won't be able to escape from me this time. Salas had absolute confidence in his own strength. In his opinion, Tanai's defenses were very limited. No barriers could withstand the full power of an expert with over-god strength. Therefore, he decisively ordered his subordinates to attack with all their might. Just like how Salas trusted himself, his subordinates also trusted Salas. For so many years, Salas had run amok in the fringe. No matter how arrogant or how strange the barriers were, none of them could withstand his lightning attacks. The sudden disappearance of the miasma seemed to prove that Salas's judgment was correct. The high gods who had suffered in the miasma had been waiting for this opportunity. Without hesitation, they ordered their subordinates to attack with all their might. They themselves took the lead and flew towards the pandemonium from all directions. Chapter 866. Apart from the poisonous miasma that lingered in the air all year round, Tanai was also filled with all kinds of deadly demonic formations. Even if Salas were to venture deep into the pandemonium, he would not be able to come out in a short time. His subordinates would definitely die if they entered the pandemonium. Good. You've come at the right time. Hanmu let out a strange laugh. Haha, Salas is too confident in his own strength. Does he really think that there's no defense that can't be destroyed by him? Han too sneered as he stared at Salas, who had stopped attacking the spatial mirror. Salas, who had been gathering lightning energy to bombard the pandemonium, immediately stopped when he noticed that the miasma cloud that had enveloped the valley had disappeared. He looked down coldly at the buildings in the valley and ordered his subordinates to raise the pandemonium to the ground. With the disappearance of the miasma, the pandemonium seemed to be exposed before their eyes. Many tall black stone buildings stood tall in the deep valley. Towering trees grew all around the valley. The valley was decorated with lush greenery. It was a tranquil and otherworldly place. From Salas's point of view, without the protection of the poisonous miasma cloud, the valley below was clearly exposed under the clear sky. There were also no complicated boundaries or energy towers everywhere. Therefore, even if the valley still had any defensive power, it should not be able to stop them. All signs pointed to the fact that the pandemonium had lost the protection of the miasma cloud. It was like a naked beauty that was at the mercy of anyone who wanted to take advantage of it. Another reason why Salas did not attack immediately was that he was wary of Han Shua. The scene of Han Shua undergoing his demonic tribulation on the Empyrean Peak had left a deep impression on him. Salas needed to conserve his energy to deal with Han Shua, who might be hiding in Tanai. Salas's subordinates descended into the pandemonium one after another. However, before they could reach the bottom of the valley, they suddenly realized that the scenery had changed. The valley had suddenly turned hazy. The clear view of the bottom of the valley was like a mirage. You could see it from afar, but when you tried to get close, you would realize that it was just an illusion. As a matter of fact, the pandemonium was indeed just an illusory formation. Those who didn't know the depths of the illusory formation would be able to see the entire valley from the outside. But if they were to enter the valley, they would discover that what they saw was completely different. One by one, Salas's men fell to the bottom of the valley and suddenly realized that they had lost their way. There was a chilly wind blowing around them and a soul-stirring howling sound lingered in their ears. In an instant they found themselves in a completely unfamiliar space, and they couldn't see their comrades clearly at all. There were also some people who suddenly found that the bushes were entangling them crazily the moment they reached the bottom of the valley. The leaves were as sharp as knives and had an emerald luster. It seemed that they were also dipped in poison. There were also some who found themselves in the eye of a raging storm. There were people who looked exactly like them and were attacking them in a frenzy. Those who didn't have a strong will would immediately break down. Many of them couldn't withstand the bizarre pressure and would lose their sense of self and sink into oblivion. Many strange demonic formations activated as soon as someone entered the valley. Those subordinates of Salas who entered the valley were all trapped by the demonic formations. Facing the strange attack methods that were different from this universe, many of them couldn't adapt to it. The demonic formations took advantage of their weakness and killed them in an instant. Mournful wails of agony could be heard from the bottom of the pandemonium. Those who heard them would feel their blood run cold. Ha! The 5 elite zombies were rocking back and forth in laughter. They were extremely pleased to see those who fell into the demonic formations being killed. Rose, Roman, Zovik, and the others watched the visitors who fell into the demonic formation being killed by all kinds of strange powers through the space mirror in front of them. Their expressions were extremely interesting. "Master's means are truly beyond our imagination," exclaimed Romont. His admiration for Han Shuo was growing. "It seems that our worries were unfounded. I didn't expect this place to be so dangerous. It seems that in the future, as long as we return to Tanai, we won't have to worry about being hunted down," said Gorin smilingly. He was no longer as nervous as before. "With this, Salus will have even fewer subordinates to use. I reckon that after this battle, Salus will be greatly weakened. Even if he wins, he will be the weakest among the 5 sovereigns in the French. Haha, serves him right for offending his lordship," said the shifty-eyed Zovik with a mischievous grin. Through the magical mirror in front of them, they could clearly see what was happening in every corner of the pandemonium. Inside the pandemonium, the followers of Salus were being slaughtered one after another. Even high god experts couldn't withstand the bizarre attacks of the demonic formations. Most of the time they would lose control of their minds and start attacking in a frenzy. What are those people doing?" asked Rose puzzledly. She pointed at Salus subordinates who had fallen into an illusion and were madly attacking the air. "Why are they killing each other?" Gollum was also a little puzzled. In the other magic formation, the subordinates of Salus all looked bitter and hateful. Inside they were killing each other. After a while 20 people came in, but only 6 of them were still fighting each other. As they weren't in the demonic formation, they couldn't understand what those people were doing through the space mirror. This is a power that confuses the mind. If you don't enter, you will never understand what they are doing," said Han Mu proudly. He smilingly said to them, "After today's matter is over, you can enter and have some fun. Then you will know why they are going crazy. Forget it. Just looking at their actions is enough to make my scalp tingle. If I am careless and kill all my subordinates, I will die of regret." Gorin was all smiles and waved his hands. After witnessing the evilness and strangeness of the pandemonium, he didn't dare to enter recklessly. "Aha, Gorin, at least you know what's good for you," teased Zovik. "I just don't want to die without knowing why," replied Gorin with a bitter smile. Gorin wasn't lying at all. Those who died in the illusory formation didn't know who killed them. Perhaps it was their best friend or even their relative who killed them. It was indeed a terrible tragedy. While the 5 elite zombies in the pandemonium looked relaxed, Asura, who was secretly observing the situation in the pandemonium, was getting more and more amazed. Although Asura was some distance away, he could see the general situation in Tanai. Salus subordinates that fell to the bottom of the pandemonium were killed by all kinds of mystical energies. Although Asura was one of the 5 sovereigns of the Fringe, he didn't understand the mysteries of demonic arts from another world. Everything in Tanai was so mysterious and unfathomable to him. No matter how carefully he observed, he couldn't see a single clue. The only thing he could tell was that the pandemonium was a tragedy that was happening all the time. The shrill screams were like a symphony of death, playing all over Tanai. The more Asura observed and learned about the pandemonium, the more he admired Han Shuo. He knew that even the underground palace he had spent 1,000 years building did not have such a bizarre and unfathomable defensive power. Han Shuo, on the other hand, had only been in the Fringe for a few years. Yet, in such a short time, Han Shuo had established a foothold in the pandemonium and turned it into a place of great danger. This proved that Han Shuo had an extremely mysterious barrier protecting him. Asura made up his mind that he must not make an enemy out of Han Shuo. At this critical moment, he had to find a way to express goodwill to Han Shuo. If Asura could see the changes at the bottom of the pandemonium, naturally the other sovereign, Salus, could also see that something was amiss. Salus, who had just relaxed for a moment, didn't pay much attention to the first screams of his subordinates. He thought that it was normal to have casualties at the bottom of the pandemonium. Gradually the screams grew louder and louder. It was as though someone was dying at every corner of the pandemonium. In this way, Salus had no choice but to look at the situation at the bottom of the valley again. Then he discovered that the bottom of the valley was filled with many unknown forces at some point in time. Those unknown forces were arranged in a special way, forming many wonderful attacks that were quickly killing his subordinates who had fallen into the valley. Before he could relax, Salus turned pale with fright. By then, many of his subordinates had already entered the pandemonium. He couldn't bombard the pandemonium with his lightning energy. Salus was furious. He roared in the sky above the pandemonium, "Everyone get out of here!" However, it was easy to enter the pandemonium but difficult to leave. Those subordinates of Salas who had easily entered the pandemonium were trapped by all sorts of demonic formations. They couldn't break free from the demonic formations. Some of them had lost their minds and were fighting with themselves. They couldn't even hear Salas' shouts. Therefore, although Salas was shouting in the sky, none of his subordinates could break free from the demonic formations. They were still wailing like ghosts and howling like wolves. The death toll was increasing at a rate of 1 every few minutes. The bottom of the pandemonium was now littered with corpses. Salas had no choice but to personally enter the pandemonium and destroy the demonic formations one after another. After all, he was a powerhouse with the power of an overgod. When Salas charged into the center of the demonic formation while covered in lightning, the demonic formation's power was unable to break through the defenses of the lightning power in his body. They were unable to cause any substantial damage to Salas. However, those demonic formations that could confuse one's mind were equally effective against Salas. They instantly pulled Salas into an illusion. However, as an overgod, Salas had cultivated his mind to a higher level than his subordinates. His divine soul was also different from that of an average high god. He broke free from the demonic formations in a very short time and destroyed everything in sight. In just a short while, the 3 demonic formations had stopped functioning. It seems that it's my turn now. Asura, who had been observing from the dark, smiled when he saw that Salas had finally gone all out. He flew towards the pandemonium. Chapter 867. As one of the overlords of the Fringe, Salas possessed formidable strength. Of all the demonic formations in the pandemonium, only a few could truly harm him. As soon as Salas entered the pandemonium, he managed to destroy 3 demonic formations with his formidable strength. However, it wasn't that easy for Salas to destroy the entire pandemonium. When he was trapped in a formation that was controlled by the 5 elite zombies and Han Shua using the 5 high god demon heads and cauldron spirit, he immediately felt that he could no longer use the element of lightning between heaven and earth as he pleased. The elemental energies in Tanai were much denser than those in other regions. Salas immediately sensed it the moment he entered the pandemonium. That was why he was able to use more of his lightning energy to destroy everything in his sight. When he sensed a wave of marvelous energy fluctuation and the 5 energies continuously roamed around him, dispersing all the element of lightning in the vicinity, Salas immediately knew that he was in trouble. Unable to use Tanai's lightning energy, Salas had no choice but to use the divine energy in his body to defend himself. He discovered that he was in a completely different dimension. Many attacks that he had never seen before were crashing against him like 1,000 tidal waves. In this isolated dimension, Salas couldn't sense the auras of his subordinates or see what was happening outside. He could only passively use the energy in his body to defend against the bombardment of the elemental energies, consuming the energy in his body to protect his divine body and divine soul from harm. Asura, who was about to attack Salas, suddenly discovered that Salas wasn't invincible in Tanai. Looking down from above, he discovered that Salas was suddenly sitting cross-legged in a region of blurred light. Salas had a grave expression on his face as though he was in trouble. Asura was shocked. He didn't expect that the pandemonium could make Salas feel like he was facing a formidable foe. Asura wasn't in a hurry to attack. He once again hid in the dark and carefully observed Tanai's situation. Salas has fallen into the spirit-draining formation. The Yuan energy in the pandemonium can be used to continuously deplete Salas's divine energy. The Yuan energy has drowned him and he has to constantly use his divine energy to defend himself, shouted Han Mu coldly. More than half of Salas's subordinates will die before he can break free. Those who dare to cause trouble in the pandemonium will have to pay the price in blood, said Han Hua. Han Jin softly sighed and said to Rose and the others, let's get ready. It seems that we really need to evacuate Tanai. I wonder how Father is doing. Why hasn't he returned yet? Isn't Salas trapped? Why do we have to leave? Asked Rose, puzzled. Yeah. Look at Salas's solemn face. He seems very cautious. We might be able to trap him forever, said Romont to Han Jin. If the pandemonium had existed for hundreds or even thousands of years, Salas wouldn't be able to break free once he's trapped. Unfortunately, the pandemonium has only been built for 2 years. The Yuan energy accumulated in the pandemonium is too little. The formation is using the Yuan energy accumulated in the pandemonium to deplete the divine energy in Salas's body. Unfortunately, the Yuan energy accumulated in the past 2 years is too little. It can only trap Salas for half an hour at most, sighed Han Jin helplessly. There's no other way. Salas has the strength of an overgod. After half an hour, the yuan energy in Tanai's body will be completely depleted. Many of the formations won't be able to sustain them. As long as there's life, there's hope. We have no choice but to retreat. We can only wait for father to return before we can take our revenge. Han Tu turned to Gorin and said, "Tell those people that I will open a tunnel 100 meters underground. We will use that opportunity to leave the pandemonium." After listening to Han Jin and Han Tu's explanation, Romont, Rose, and the others no longer said anything. As those who were directly involved in setting up the demonic formations, the 5 elite zombies knew the functions of the demonic formations inside out. Since they said that it was time to retreat, Rose knew that the situation was dire. "All right, I'll give the order right away," replied Gorin in a deep voice. He then hastily left the central hub. "Sai, it's been months. Why haven't I heard any news from father?" Han Shui sighed. He thought that if Han Shui were here, he would be able to tap into the yuan energy in the pandemonium and the energy of the thousands of demon generals in Cauldron Spirit's body. Even if Salas fell into the formation, he wouldn't be able to escape. "Father will come back for sure." The next time father comes back, it will be the death of Salas and the others," said Han Hao through gnashed teeth. The 5 elite zombies had spent so much time and energy to set up the pandemonium. Now that the pandemonium was about to be destroyed by Salas, they couldn't bear to let it go. "Let's get ready. We'll be leaving in a while." Han Mu waved his hand. Suddenly, he closed his eyes and sensed for a moment. Then he shouted, "Leave immediately. There's still a very powerful life force in the dark. That guy is no weaker than Salas." Upon hearing those words, not only Rose, Romont, and the others, but even the 5 elite zombies turned pale. Salas alone was terrifying enough. If another sovereign were to join the fray, they would be in an even more dire situation. Rumors about Salas had been circulating non-stop. It was said that Salas had personally gone to Sovereign Wasis and Sovereign Log and reached an agreement with them. From what Rose and the others could tell, it wasn't entirely impossible. Therefore, when they recalled what Han Mu had said, it was only natural that the person hiding in the dark was one of the 2 sovereigns. "Retreat immediately. Otherwise we will suffer great losses," Han Tu decisively shouted. A deep passageway had already opened up beneath his feet. It seemed like he was preparing to leave with his men. "Wait!" shouted Han Mu. Han Mu bunched his brows and waved his hand to stop the crowd. He closed his eyes again and sensed for a moment. After a while, Han Mu opened his eyes and said, "It's Asura." He had projected his soul energy into the valley to see if my father is there. I got in touch with him. Asura said that he will assist us in dealing with Salas. Do you think this person is trustworthy? As a cultivator of the Edict of Life, Han Mu had a miraculous connection with all life forms of Pandemonium Tanai. His soul of life was not the same as that of an average person. Therefore, he was able to sense Asura's soul and communicate with him through soul messages. While the 5 elite zombies, Rose, and the others were hesitating, Asura was just as shocked. When he received the soul message, Asura thought that Han Shui was really at the pandemonium because the fluctuation of his soul energy into the pandemonium was very subtle. Only experts of his level would be able to detect it. But when Han Mu asked, "Who are you?" Asura immediately realized that it wasn't Han Shui who detected his divine soul energy. He had met Han Shui once and could sense that Han Shui's soul was more sinister and dark, unlike Han Mu's, which was full of life and vitality. After learning of Han Mu's identity through soul communication and stating the purpose of his visit, Asura couldn't help but think that the pandemonium was filled with crouching tigers and hidden dragons. He did not expect that there would be an expert who was adept in soul sensing. This made him even more determined to help the pandemonium. "Asura?" Zovik bunched his brows and said, "Your lordship has met him in the Omphalos at the heart of the fringe. Asura even ceded one of his sovereign shops to your lordship. Asura seems to be trying his best to build a good relationship with us. As the other sovereign of the fringe, if he is willing to help us deal with Salas, we won't have to leave in such a hurry." "But is this person trustworthy?" asked Han Mu. "What's Asura's reputation in the fringe?" This person is rather low-key. Compared to the other 4 sovereigns, Asura is one of the more approachable ones. Perhaps Asura is really sincere," said Zovik. After all, he wasn't the leader of the party and he didn't dare to make decisions for them. "We can't take this risk. Let's leave," said Han Jin after a moment of hesitation. After a short pause, Han Jin said, "Littlewood, tell Asura that we will temporarily retreat. If he is willing to help us, tell him to stop Salas from destroying the pandemonium. I understand. Hanmu closed his eyes and communicated with Asura again. 10 seconds later, Hanmu opened his eyes and said, Asura has agreed. Let's go. The party was puzzled. They didn't understand why Asura would help them so much at a time like this. But knowing that time was of the essence, they didn't talk about it. They all entered the tunnel that Han-Tu had opened and headed deeper into the earth. In a mountain range thousands of miles away from the Empyrean Peak, there was a patch of dried mud. For the past few months, the mud here had been emitting a foul stench. Humans and beasts would fall into the mud if they weren't careful. But now this patch of mud seemed to have been dried up by fire. In the cold night, a strange creaking sound suddenly came from the ground. After a while, a hand penetrated through the cracked mud and emerged from the ground. Kacha. With a loud sound, the entire silt field seemed to have been lifted up by someone, and dust filled the sky. A majestic figure emerged from the dust. His eyes were cold and sinister, but the corners of his mouth were curved into a gentle smile. He had a devilish demeanor. Han Shuo raised his head and looked at the night sky. He mumbled to himself, although my realm isn't stable and I haven't fully grasped the new energy, it should be enough to deal with Salas. As soon as he finished those words, Han Shuo soared into the sky and flew towards the Empyrean Peak at a speed that surpassed the limits of his physical body. He covered the distance of 1,000 miles in an instant. But when he stood on the Empyrean Peak, he discovered that it was empty. There was not a single trace of life. After pondering for a moment, Han Shuo's expression changed. He suddenly thought of another possibility. He hastily rushed towards the pandemonium. Chapter 868. Han Shuo knew that Salas would search for him at all costs. As the pandemonium was a special place, there was no way it could escape Salas' eyes and ears. It was only a matter of time before Salas found the pandemonium. Han Shuo knew very well how powerful Salas and the pandemonium were. He knew that the pandemonium might be able to stop Salas for a while, but there was no way they could kill Salas. If that happened, the lives of the 5 elite zombies, Rose and the others in the pandemonium would be in grave danger. Therefore, Han Shuo had to rush to the pandemonium and stop Salas from attacking the pandemonium. However, Han Shuo had somewhat underestimated the intelligence of his 5 sons. He also did not expect that Tanai would have Asura, who was always trying to curry favor with him. While Han Shuo was rushing towards the pandemonium was still in a hellish state. Salas' subordinates were killed one after another inside the demonic formations. Their corpses were strewn all over the place. There was a circular platform at the center of the pandemonium with the pattern of the cauldron of Myriad Demon. The lifelike cauldron of Myriad Demon glowed with a mystical luster. The souls of those killed by Salas and Tanai transformed into wisps of light smoke that drifted into the cauldron of Myriad Demon. Cauldron Spirit had planned to use the terrifying destructive power of the pandemonium to collect the souls of those who entered the pandemonium. Even if Han Shuo wasn't in the pandemonium, he could still use the formation at the center of the platform to collect the souls of those who died. That way he would be able to collect the souls of those who died when he returned to the pandemonium. Salas of Tanai was still wearing a grave expression as he dealt with the corrosion of the elements in the pandemonium. He was constantly depleting the divine energy in his body. As the yuan qi of the various formations in the pandemonium was continuously gathering around Salas, the power of some of the smaller formations around the pandemonium began to weaken. The pressure on Salas' subordinates that were still alive was greatly reduced and they managed to escape. Underground. In the underground tunnel that Earth Elite zombie had dug several hundred meters deep into the ground, Gerald and his subordinates had long since left. Only Han Mu, Han Hua, Rose, Roman, and the others remained underground. It's about time. Shouldn't we leave too? Asked Romont. Han Mu, Han Hua, and Rose were somewhat reluctant to leave. They had grown attached to the pandemonium. This was especially true for Han Mu, Han Hua, and the others who had personally helped to set up the Grand Defensive Formation. They considered the pandemonium to be their home. The thought of their home being destroyed by Salas made their hearts ache. Maybe Asura will really stop Salas. Don't worry too much, we should be fine, comforted Zovik. That was all he could say at the moment. That's right. Forget it. Let's go. Even Han too started to get sentimental. At worst, we'll just spend another 2 years rebuilding the pandemonium. What's the big deal? Let's go. I hope Asura can help us stay here, said Han Jin as he gestured to Rose, Zovik and the others to enter the pandemonium. There was nothing more to say at this point. The party no longer hesitated and entered the underground tunnel. 10 minutes later, Salas heaved a long sigh of relief. He could no longer feel the strange energy invading his body. He felt lucky to have survived a disaster. Salas didn't know that the elemental energies in the pandemonium could only last for a short period of time. He had just used up a lot of his divine energy. At the rate he was going, it wouldn't take more than 5 days before he ran out of divine energy. When that happened, only death awaited him. For some time, Salas was truly afraid of the mysterious pandemonium. He grew more and more apprehensive of it. Salas straightened his back and looked around. He noticed that most of the demonic formations in Tanai's pandemonium had stopped functioning. However, the ground was littered with corpses. They were all his subordinates. He had brought nearly 1,000 of his subordinates with him when he came to the pandemonium, but now only about 300 of them were still alive. Of the remaining 300 people, many of them were injured. Most of them were panting heavily, looking exhausted and powerless. Salas had run amok in the fringe for many years, but he had never been in such a sorry state. He had not even seen Han Shua's shadow, yet he had lost more than half of his subordinates. It was not hard to imagine how frustrated he was. A few months ago, the Empyrean Peak had lost many of his subordinates. Today they had suffered yet another heavy loss. From now on, Salas would have to face the dilemma of having no subordinates at his disposal. To an overlord like him, there was nothing more miserable than this. Search the area. Kill every single one of Tanai's subordinates. Don't leave a single one alive, ordered Salas with a dark face. He regarded Han Shua as his greatest enemy. He was determined to kill Han Shua. Those who were lucky enough to survive dragged their weary bodies and wandered around the pandemonium in fear, trying to find an enemy that Salas could vent his anger on. A strange valley had killed more than half of their people in just half a day. Until now, not a single person had been seen. This scene deeply shocked them and made them feel fear from the bottom of their hearts. The 5 elite zombies rose and the others had long since retreated. No matter how hard they tried, they could not find any trace of them. The anxious Salas subordinates hung their heads dejectedly after searching for half an hour without finding anything. "My lord, there's no one. It's all empty. There's nothing here. My lord, what do we do? There's no one here." Salas was about to explode from anger. He had gone through so many hardships to get here. He had paid such a heavy price and sacrificed so many of his men, but in the end, he had found nothing. If word of this got out, Salas's reputation would suffer a fatal blow. He would never be able to raise his head in the fringe again. It's all ruined. If you can't find him, then destroy this place. Now that things had come to this, Salas did not know how to face this sullen matter. By now, Salas's subordinates were looking at him with flickering eyes. They began to feel that the sovereign they had always trusted wasn't as powerful and terrifying as they had imagined. Most importantly, he couldn't provide them with any useful help. He even gave the wrong orders, causing their comrades to die one after another. "Destroy everything," roared Salas fiercely. He seemed to have sensed what his subordinates were thinking. After all, Salas's influence was still there. His subordinates were startled and hastily tried to destroy the pandemonium. "Salas, long time no see." It was at this moment that Asura slowly walked out from the darkness with a warm smile on his face. Salas's face jolted and he coldly said, "Asura, what are you doing here?" "I've been asked to discuss something with you," said Asura smilingly. "The owner of this place spent a great deal of effort to build this place. I hope you can preserve it and not destroy it." Salas stared blankly for a moment before he shouted angrily, "Asura, are you out of your mind? This is Brian's territory. He will only destroy the existing order in the fringe. Why are you defending him? Asura, the 5 sovereigns have ruled the fringe for many years. Do you want to cede your territory to them?" Asura shook his head smilingly and said, "Of course not. But it seems to me that Brian isn't interested in us at all." "Ah, you are the only one with bad luck. Not only did you fail to establish your dominance, you even got yourself into trouble." Salas was in a bad mood. He immediately shouted at Asura, "Asura, what do you mean by that? Are you going to defend that outsider?" "Not really. If you can kill Brian first, I don't mind if you destroy this place. But before Brian dies, I have promised someone to look after this place for him." "Haha, I hope you can do me a favor," said Asura. His smile was devoid of anger, but his words were sharp. "Short-sighted," shouted Salas angrily. "Fine, let's see if you can stop me today." Salas was ready to attack as he spoke. Asura chuckled and said, "Salas, oh Salas, it is unwise for you to fight me now. You have exhausted too much of your divine energy in Tanai Pandemonium. Your subordinates won't be able to help you in a real fight. Why don't you reconsider? Cut the crap. I will destroy this place today. No one can stop me," shouted Salus as he glared at Asura. As soon as Salus made his move, his subordinates who were planning to destroy the Pandemonium scattered in all directions. The shockwaves from the battle between the two overgods were too great. Once an intense battle broke out, all living beings in the vicinity would be affected. His subordinates were already exhausted from the Pandemonium and many of them were injured. They were at their weakest. If the two overgods were to get into a fight, they wouldn't have the time to care about their subordinates and they would be the ones to suffer the most. The two overgods were about to fight in the Pandemonium. To prevent the shockwaves from the battle from damaging the Pandemonium, Asura immediately retreated a distance away. Salus was furious. He ignored everything else and chased after Asura. For a moment, the sky was filled with lightning bolts. Asura landed on the ground and used the earth to congeal into two gigantic beasts that intercepted the lightning bolts. The two overgods clashed near the Pandemonium. Thunderous booms resounded incessantly. Bolts of lightning and mounds of earth were uprooted from the ground. The energy of lightning and earth destroyed two mountains near the Pandemonium, razing everything to the ground. A battle between overgods would usually last for a long time. In addition to the fact that the two were evenly matched in strength, the battle was truly earth-shattering. It would take at least a day or two to end. At this moment, Han Shuo was rushing towards the Pandemonium at lightning speed. In the fringe, the other three sovereigns sensed the terrifying commotion coming from the Pandemonium at the same time. Tyre, Log, and Wasis rushed towards the Pandemonium without hesitation. Chapter 869. In the Pandemonium, Salus' subordinates were fleeing like rats, trying their best to get as far away from the place as possible. The two sovereigns, Asura and Salus, caused an earth-shattering commotion in the surrounding mountains. The two were evenly matched in strength. As overgods, the battle was truly intense. It was not something that would end in a short amount of time. The terrifying elemental undulations were sensed by many experts in the vicinity. Some of the fringe dwellers who were clueless about what was going on started flocking towards the Pandemonium. They wanted to know what was going on in the Pandemonium. The tremors of the earth penetrated deep into the ground. Han Tu, who was using his innate ability to tear the earth apart and bring Galan and his subordinates away, frowned and immediately understood what was happening. Han Tu and his subordinates left as soon as the battle between Asura and Salus began. By now they were in a plain 100 miles away from the Pandemonium. "I think we don't have to be in such a hurry to escape," Han Tu said to Gerald. "Tell your subordinates to stay here. I will go back and take a look. Don't worry, I don't think Salus has the time to deal with us." "What's going on?" asked Gerald, puzzled. Although he was stronger than Han Tu, he did not have the ability to sense the earth like Han Tuesday. Therefore he could not understand what the tremors meant. "Salus and Asura are fighting. With Asura's help, Salus won't be able to wreak havoc in the Pandemonium Tanai," said Han Tu smilingly before he returned to the Pandemonium. After a short while, Han Tu ran into Han Mu, Han Hua, and Rose. He immediately told them what he sensed and believed that Salus and Asura were engaged in an earth-shattering battle. As they were deep underground, Han Mu could not sense Asura's soul undulations and had no idea what was going on in the Pandemonium. Upon hearing Han Tu's words, Han Mu and the others were overjoyed. They asked simultaneously, "Really?" Han Tu nodded affirmatively and smilingly said, "I can sense that only an expert of Asura's level can cause such a powerful earthquake. It seems that Asura is really helping us. Then why are we in such a hurry to leave? Let's go back and see what's going on. Who knows when Father will arrive?" Han Hua laughed heartily before he turned around and flew towards the Pandemonium. The commotion caused by the Pandemonium was so great that all the experts in the surrounding regions who had reached a certain level of strength could more or less sense it. Other than those who could sense it, only a few experts who were further away from the fringe could sense it. The peerless experts who sensed the battle between the overgods and the Pandemonium through the elemental energies immediately put down everything they were doing and rushed to the Pandemonium. At the mouth of a volcano, the calm little skull Han Hao was lying in ambush, preparing to attack a force. Ever since he subdued Polo, the power Han Hao wielded had increased tremendously. Unknowingly, the power little skull Han Hao wielded had far exceeded that of an average force. Although the fringe was vast, there were only a handful of people who were more powerful than Han Hao. "What do we do?" Polo, who was crouching beside Han Hao, asked in a low voice. In front of them were experts under Sovereign Logue's command. Their leader was a late-stage high god expert who cultivated in the energy of light. This group of experts seemed to have gotten used to not being provoked by anyone in the fringe. They wore relaxed expressions and did not put on much of a vigilance. Logue was infamous for his viciousness and treachery in the land of chaos. He was even more troublesome than the violent Salus. Generally speaking, his subordinates could do as they pleased in the land of chaos. No one would dare to lay their hands on them. Polo had been a god hunter in the fringe for many years, but he had never once thought of attacking Logue's subordinates. But now Han Hao had just taken over Logue's subordinates and he was about to make a big move. "Kill!" shouted Han Hao without hesitation. Polo made up his mind, raised his head and waved his hand. The god hunters who received the order flew down from the mouth of the volcano and surrounded Logue's subordinates. Without uttering a word, they started killing them. "Let's join hands and get rid of that man. Once he's dead, things will be much easier," said Han Hao as he pointed at the arrogant high god of light. "Understood." Polo nodded. Polo was now following Han Hao's lead. He knew that it was better to cut the crap. Polo and Han Hao finally charged out. They paid no heed to that high god of light's threat and did not give him any chance to speak. They attacked with all their might and killed the high god of light in half an hour. His subordinates were also surrounded and devoured by the god hunters. While the god hunters were happily killing and plundering, Han Hao raised his head and looked at the sky. Suddenly he sensed that something was amiss. He bunched his brows and muttered to himself for a moment. His eyes glowed with evil radiance and he coldly shouted, "I will give you 10 minutes. After 10 minutes, all of you will come with me." 10 minutes isn't enough for my subordinates to devour all of their energy. Polo stared blankly. "I'll give you 10 minutes. Han Hao shouted. He seemed rather impatient. Polo had known Han Hao for a long time, but he had never seen Han Hao so impatient. He knew that something must have happened. Without saying another word, he ordered his subordinates to hurry up. 10 minutes later, Han Hao flew towards the pandemonium without saying a word. Polo and his subordinates followed closely behind him. The battle between Pandemonium and Tanai was still going on. The battle between Asura and Salus had affected too many factors. Even they did not know how many sovereigns would be rushing towards the Pandemonium. They were all fighting with all their might, hoping to suppress their opponent. At this point, Asura's goal was no longer just to protect the Pandemonium for Han Shura. Although the 5 sovereigns of the fringe possessed almost equal strength, some would speculate about who was stronger. In many people's minds, Tyre was the strongest of the 5 sovereigns. The other 4 sovereigns were almost equal in strength. It was precisely because of this understanding that the super experts from the 12 dominions who came to the fringes would usually choose to submit to Tyre first. This caused Tyre's power to grow stronger and stronger. Whether it was Asura, Logue, Salus, or Wasis, they were all secretly fighting for fame. If Asura could prove that he could defeat Salus, it would mean that he was stronger than Salus, Logue, and Wasis. Asura's strength would then be considered to be on par with Tyre. This kind of reputation would bring him many benefits. In the future, many experts from the 12 dominions would choose to be his subordinates. Now was the perfect opportunity. Salus had used up a lot of soul energy in his battle with Han Shua a few months ago. He had also used up a lot of divine energy in the Pandemonium. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to defeat Salus. How could Asura not grab hold of such an opportunity? Salus was hot-tempered and impulsive. From his point of view, Asura's action was no different from adding fuel to the fire. If it were a sovereign like Logue, he wouldn't choose to fight Asura today because it would be disadvantageous to him. But Salus didn't care about that. In his opinion, anyone who offended him must be avenged immediately. He would not allow anyone to get away scot-free. The battle between Asura and Han Shua was like a bolt from the blue. How could it be calmed down? As the battle between Asura and Han Shua caused an earth-shattering commotion, many forces in the vicinity of the Pandemonium hurried over. They didn't dare to approach the area where the 2 overgods were fighting. They only observed the battle from afar and observed the changes in the elements and the interweaving of lightning. Battles between overgods rarely happened. It was very difficult for outsiders to witness them. For those high gods who wished to advance further, this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. That was because they might be able to comprehend some of the true essence and usage of power through a battle between overgods. This would help them understand the mysteries of the overgod realm. There wasn't a late-stage high god who didn't want to break through the most difficult hurdle on the path of cultivation. Breaking through to the overgod realm meant that one would have the right to speak to anyone. It meant that one would have more power, more influence, and more subordinates. It was an irresistible temptation. Gods from all over the fringe had gathered at the Pandemonium to witness the earth-shattering battle between the two overgods with all kinds of motives. Some of the more daring wind elementals learned about the Pandemonium and Tanai's corpses. Those wind elementals quickly spread the news. The gods who came to the Pandemonium soon learned of the situation and started gossiping among themselves. The Pandemonium was littered with corpses, but they were all Salus's subordinates. Not a single corpse belonged to the Pandemonium. What did this mean? Those who came with ulterior motives were suddenly filled with curiosity about the Pandemonium. They reminded themselves not to provoke the people of the Pandemonium before the situation was clear. Another day passed. The battle grew more and more intense. The sky was filled with lightning bolts and thunder. The earth undulated like an ocean while all kinds of energies soared into the sky. On this day, a big fat man with a benevolent smile appeared in the Pandemonium. His beady eyes sparkled with amazement as he observed the battle between Asura and Salus from afar. It's Monarch Log. He's here. A high god of death sensed the change in the energy of death around him. He couldn't help but exclaim in shock when he raised his head to look. The crowd raised their heads and saw the big fat man. Their faces jolted and they quietly left the area as though they were trying to avoid the plague. Chapter 870. Rog's arrival caused many people to be alarmed. One by one they distanced themselves from him, afraid that their careless actions would anger Rog, who changed his attitude faster than flipping a page. As an overgod, as soon as Log arrived, the two overgods who were fighting immediately sensed his presence. Salus and Asura were startled. They moved cautiously, fearing that they would be ambushed by the cunning Log. Wuxia arrived within half a day after Log. His arrival caused a chilly wind to blow across the Pandemonium and the surrounding temperature to plummet. The appearance of the two sovereigns, Log and Wuxia, caused the smaller forces in the vicinity to move far away, fearing that they would be caught in the crossfire. They hid in the valleys and the crevices of the cliffs to observe the situation. They carefully sensed the intense elemental undulations coming from afar. Haha, I didn't expect that Salus and Asura would fight over an insignificant character. It seems that the fringe has been peaceful for too long. Everyone is looking for something to do, said Log smilingly as he looked at the battle between Salus and Asura. Varus wore a cold face. His piercing eyes stared at Log and said indifferently, Asura doesn't see the bigger picture. He actually helped a troublemaker who popped out of nowhere. Log looked at Wuxia smilingly and said, in my opinion, helping that youngster is just an excuse. Asura's real motive is to use Salus to establish his dominance. Wuxia let out a cold groan and said disdainfully, Asura has a good plan. But if he really defeats Salus, won't you seize the opportunity to fight him? Log was stunned. He shook his head and replied, I don't have the time to do that. If you are interested you can come at me. If you don't have the time, why did you come all the way here? Wuxia smirked and said, I am going to make a move and you are going to watch from the sidelines. You are going to attack me when I am injured from my battle with Asura? Log, that's a good plan. Wuxia, you are too paranoid. Log shook his head and sighed. He looked as if he had been wronged. Wuxia snorted and did not say anything else. The five sovereigns of the fringe were familiar with each other. They had a general understanding of each other's strength and style of doing things. Log was one of those treacherous and vicious people who put on a friendly face but would strike at the most opportune moment without hesitation. If Log did not come today, Wuxia might have attacked the winner between Salus and Asura. But now that Log was here, Wuxia dared not act rashly. He was afraid that he would become Log's target. While Log and Wuxia were conversing, the battle between Salus and Asura was still going on. Originally, Salus and Asura were equally matched in strength. However, Salus had exhausted the energy of his believers from several material planes in his battle against Hanshura. Then, he had consumed too much divine energy in the battle against Pandemonium Tanai. Therefore, as the battle went on, Salus began to show signs of fatigue. Asura, on the other hand, had taken the defensive stance right from the start. He used the energy of the earth element to withstand Salus' lightning strikes. As the battle dragged on, Salus began to show signs of exhaustion. Asura finally began to go on the offensive. One side was unstoppable while the other was exhausted. Salus finally realized that he was in a disadvantageous position. As Asura's attacks grew fiercer and fiercer, Salus found it hard to keep up. Gradually he fell into a disadvantageous position. The battle between the two overgods was so intense that most of the spectators couldn't see it clearly. But from the density of the elements in the air, they could roughly tell which side had the upper hand. When the battle began, the energy of thunder and lightning filled the entire space. Asura's earth element seemed to be weakening. But as time went by, the spectators noticed that the energy of thunder and lightning above their heads had gradually weakened. On the contrary, the energy of earth element had become denser and denser. The spectators knew that Salus had fallen into a disadvantageous position. They did not know what happened before the battle between Salus and Asura, but judging from the current situation, Asura seemed to be slightly stronger than Salus. That was more than enough. In the future, when the 12 dominions came to the fringe, if they had to choose between Salus and Asura, they would undoubtedly choose the stronger one. Logue and Wazer looked on coldly from the sidelines. Salus and Asura were still engaged in battle. 4 of the 5 sovereigns of the fringe had arrived. Only Tyre, who was rumored to be the strongest, had yet to arrive. The battle dragged on until late at night. Salus was starting to show signs of fatigue. It was getting harder and harder for him to withstand Asura's attacks. However, Salus was one of the 5 sovereigns of the fringe and one of the most hot-blooded of them all. Salus's eyes were bloodshot. It seemed that he would drag Asura to hell even if he had to die in the battle. Although Asura had gained the upper hand, he didn't feel proud at all. He knew that Salus was the kind of person who would fight to the death with anyone who provoked him. If Logue and Wasis weren't here, Asura might really fight Salus until one of them died. However, Asura knew that neither Logue nor Wasis were honorable characters. Once he and Salus fought to the end, it would be a battle to the death. At that time, even if he won, he would have to face the attacks of both Logue and Wasis. He would be in his weakest state. It would be hard to say if he could escape from Logue and Wasis. Even if he were lucky enough to escape, Logue and Wasis would attack the underground palace without hesitation after learning that he was injured. They would do everything in their power to destroy Asura's forces. That was not what Asura wanted. Therefore, even though Asura had gained the upper hand, he started to hesitate. He was even more worried than Salus. Salus, I don't think there's a need for us to fight anymore. Asura suddenly retreated. He looked at the panting Salus from afar and said with a bitter smile, Logue and Wasis have arrived. If we fight to the end, none of us will come out unscathed. Asura, how dare you hit me when I'm down? I will not let you off, roared Salus. Asura was stunned for a moment. He thought that Salus would risk his life to fight him. But let's call it a day. When I recover my divine energy, I will find you in the underground palace, shouted Salus to Asura after he shot a cold glance at Logue and Wasis who were watching the fight from afar. Although Salus was hot-tempered and impulsive, he knew that the situation was extremely unfavorable for him, especially when Logue and Wasis were still in peak condition. If he continued to fight Asura, he would be the one to suffer in the end, followed by Asura. Hey, why aren't you two fighting? Logue made a fuss and shouted, the fight isn't over. Salus, this isn't like you at all. Logue, what did you promise me? Salus was enraged. He glared at Logue and said, didn't we reach an agreement? Didn't you say that you would help me? Logue chuckled and nodded, that's right, I did say that I would help you. But what I promised was to help you deal with that outsider named Brian, not Asura. I've been friends with Asura for many years. My relationship with him is no less than yours. How could I do something so unbefitting of a friend? Asura put on a fake smile as he listened to Logue's nonsense. After Logue finished, Asura smilingly said, yeah, I think it's about time for it to end. By now, Salus had lost all his dignity and was no longer in the mood to stay and destroy the pandemonium. All he wanted to do was to leave this place as soon as possible. Asura, just you wait. I will definitely find you in the underground palace. Salus shot a cold glance at Asura before he waved his hand and shouted, all of you return to the Empyrean Peak. The subordinates of Salus hung their heads dejectedly. They felt that the recent period of time had been nothing short of torture. They were thinking about how they should face others in the fringe in the future. So many of their men had died. Not to mention that Salus was clearly not as powerful as he used to be in the battle against Asura. It was obvious that Salus was not as powerful as he used to be. As subordinates of Salus, their benefits were directly affected. Now, they began to worry about whether they could still be respected in the Omphalos like before. I didn't say to leave. No one is allowed to leave. Suddenly, a shrill voice sounded from afar. A majestic figure suddenly appeared in the sky above the pandemonium. "It's you? You have finally appeared." Salas, who was about to leave, was enraged. He glared at Han Shuo with hatred in his eyes and looked as though he was about to pounce at Han Shuo. "None of you are allowed to leave either," shouted Han Shuo coldly. 17 icy radiances whizzed out from his swords. Those who had gathered from all directions to see what was happening in the pandemonium were sliced in half by the 17 flying swords. Among the dead were 3 high gods. Those onlookers who were planning to ignore Han Shuo and get as far away from the scene as possible, when they saw that Han Shuo had the audacity to disregard the 5 sovereigns as soon as he arrived and slaughter a dozen or so experts in a single move, they were horrified. None of them dared to make another move. Standing proudly in the air above the pandemonium, Han Shuo's eyes were glistening with icy radiances. He looked around and took in every single person and scenery around him. He heaved a sigh of relief when he saw that the pandemonium was not destroyed. Han Shuo expanded his consciousness and gradually discovered the 5 elite zombies hiding underground. Han Shuo felt a little more at ease. "Log Wasis, you said that you would help me get rid of this outsider," roared Salas. Log and Wasis were astonished. They looked at the young expert who had recently shown off his abilities in the fringe and sensed the evil and frenzied energy emanating from him. They looked hesitant. Chapter 871. As soon as Han Shuo appeared, he started killing people in front of everyone. He did not show any mercy. Not only that, those he killed were not Salas's subordinates but the bystanders who were trying to escape from this dangerous place. The 17 flying swords whizzed through the air and took away more than a dozen lives. It all happened in the blink of an eye. Before anyone could react, the dozen or so people had turned into puddles of blood. This was the first time that Log and Wasis had seen Han Shuo in person. When they discovered that Han Shuo possessed unfathomable strength, their faces turned gloomy. Instead of joining forces with Salas to deal with Han Shuo, they remained unusually silent. "Hey Brian, it's been a long time." I've been fighting with Salas for the sake of protecting the pandemonium for you," said Asura with a smile on his face. To him, the stronger Han Shuo was, the better. That way Salas and the others would have more headaches. Han Shuo, who had been wearing a cold face all this while, finally ascertained that the pandemonium had not suffered too much damage. His consciousness had also sensed the life auras of the 5 elite zombies. Han Shuo finally put on a smile and said to Asura, "Thank you very much. I will remember this favor." You're welcome, you're welcome." Asura waved his hand repeatedly. Deep down he was very happy. He thought that with his help today, no matter what kind of trouble Han Shuo was causing in the fringe, he would be able to reap the benefits. After Han Shuo's killing spree, no one dared to move recklessly. They were all looking at the troublemaker who had caused a huge commotion in the fringe. Log and Wasis couldn't gauge Han Shuo's true strength. They couldn't decide if they should help Salas in the battle against Han Shuo. "Log, Wasis, what is the meaning of this?" Seeing that Log and Wazer were not saying anything, Sokka cursed, "Motherfucker! I don't need you two to deal with him. All I need you two to do is to block his path and make sure he doesn't slip away. Can't you two be a little more decisive?" From Salas's point of view, as long as Roger and Wasis could stop Han Shuo from escaping again, he was confident that he could kill Han Shuo in front of everyone. Now that Han Shuo was dead, Asura would no longer have a reason to go against him. As long as he was given some time to recover his strength, he would be able to prove that he was still one of the sovereigns in the fringe. He would be able to summon the ferocious gods from the 12 dominions and wreak havoc in the fringe. "Sokka, cut the crap, you bastard. I won't be leaving today. Let's see if you can hold out until the end." Han Shuo suddenly threw his head back and laughed loudly. As soon as his laughter sounded, he turned into a rainbow and shot towards Salas. In an instant, Han Shuo seemed to have transformed into a demon god from hell. A terrifying, evil energy crazily spread in all directions with him as the center. This evil energy was filled with ruthlessness, bloodlust, cruelty, and coldness. It was as though it wanted to annihilate the entire heaven and earth. The faces of Log, Wasis, and Asura changed at the same time. They looked at Han Shuo in astonishment as though they couldn't believe that this was the same Han Shuo who had stirred up a storm in the fringe recently. All the gods in the vicinity were affected by this sinister energy. Some of the weaker mid-gods felt their hearts tremble and they almost prostrated themselves before Han Shuo. They couldn't even muster up the urge to oppose Han Shuo. It was a feeling of invincibility. It was as though Han Shuo was the overlord of the world at this very moment and could easily vaporize any life form that dared to defy his orders. At this very moment, the leaders of the various forces who had come to spectate all had the same thought. Perhaps Sokka's will be defeated? Logue and Wasis were astonished. They looked at Salus in bewilderment. They couldn't understand how Salus managed to force Han Shuo to flee back at the Empyrean Peak. Judging from the terrifying aura that Han Shuo had just displayed, it was highly unlikely that Salus would emerge victorious even if he and Salus fought. What the hell is going on? Logue and Wasis shouted in their minds, but they couldn't get an answer. The one who was the happiest of them all was Asura. He suddenly realized that he had made the right bet this time. Although he didn't know why Han Shuo had suddenly become so terrifying, he knew that he and Han Shuo were friends, not enemies. In the future, as long as he and Han Shuo could work together in the fringe, they would not have to fear even the most powerful sovereign, Tyre. Of course, Salus found it the hardest to accept. When he sensed the terrifying evil energy emanating from Han Shuo, he realized that the current Han Shuo was completely different from the one he knew back at the Empyrean Peak. Back at the Empyrean Peak, although Salus didn't know anything about Han Shuo, he didn't sense any terrifying energy from Han Shuo that could threaten him. But this time, Salus knew that he might very well die. "Salus, who do you think will die here today?" asked Han Shuo as he laughed maniacally at the sky. He felt extremely carefree as he sensed the destructive energy in his body. He had just entered the Skybreak realm and there were still many demonic arts and profound mysteries that he had yet to comprehend. Yet, with just his current strength, he was able to suppress Salus in terms of aura, striking fear into the hearts of everyone present. Facing Han Shuo's provocation, Salus's face was filled with uncertainty. He was no longer as reckless as before. He had become much more cautious. He's bluffing. He must be bluffing. If he really has such a powerful force, he wouldn't have run away from the Empyrean Peak. This can't be real, said Salus as he glared at Han Shuo hatefully. However, he didn't dare to attack Han Shuo. He kept telling himself in his mind to encourage himself. "Hee, Salus, are you afraid?" said Han Shuo as he laughed maniacally. "It doesn't matter. Since you don't dare to attack, I'll help you." As soon as he finished speaking, the 17 flying swords shot towards Salus. Each flying sword was like a spirit snake as they followed a dazzling and beautiful curve, surrounding Salus from 17 directions. The 17 flying swords transformed into 17 rays of light as they shot towards Salus. The rays of light strangely overlapped and gathered all the power into one. The Avicii god-slaying sword formation's deity slaying slash was easily released. A huge ray of light carrying a world-destroying murderous aura firmly locked onto Salus and destroyed all the barriers that Salus had hastily formed. The power of thunder and lightning was scattered by the ray of light and couldn't be gathered together. Salus felt that his soul was firmly locked onto. No matter where he hid, it seemed that he couldn't escape from the huge ray of light. He knew that he couldn't retreat. If he did, it would only strengthen the momentum of the ray of light. In the end, he would suffer a crushing defeat and even be killed. After gathering all the power, the souls of the believers in Salus's hands once again offered up all the power in the remaining realms. One by one, the believers who worshipped Salus as the only god bled from their 7 orifices and died one after another. At this moment, those realms were plunged into an abyss of misery and suffering. They became planets of death without a trace of life. The power of the souls of those believers crossed the realms and all gathered on Salus's body, forming the most powerful power of thunder and lightning above his head. At the most critical moment, it blocked the bombardment of Han Shuo's world-destroying ray of light. As if the end of the world, an incomparably loud rumble resounded. Amidst the dazzling ray of light, the earth was torn apart. 2 hills were razed to the ground. Rubble flew into the air and turned into dust. Apart from Logue, Wasis, and Asura who possessed the strength of an overlord, no one knew what happened between Han Shuo and Salus. Amidst the dazzling light and deafening sound, they lost all sight and hearing. They could only sense their surroundings through their souls. After a long time, the dazzling light dissipated and the flying sand and stones gradually calmed down. Salus panted heavily. He glared at Han Shuo, who had an indifferent expression, and said, "That's it for today. I won't let you go. If it wasn't for the fact that I had fought with Asura earlier, I would have killed you." Before Han Shuo could say anything, Salus transformed into a rainbow and disappeared without a trace, leaving behind even his followers. Han Shuo did not pursue him because he knew that it would be very difficult to pursue an overgod expert, especially when Logue and Wasis were present. Furthermore, the 5 elite zombies, Rose and the others had just emerged from the Pandemonium. He did not know what would happen to Pandemonium if he left now. After the spectators adjusted to their surroundings, they still did not understand what had happened. But after seeing Salus's sudden departure, they came to the conclusion that Salus was afraid of Han Shuo. I'm just here to watch the show. I have no intention of making an enemy out of you. Logue stared blankly for a moment before he forced a smile and said those words to Han Shuo. Then, ignoring Han Shuo, he hastily left the place. Wasis did not say anything. He nodded at Han Shuo and left after Logue, disappearing in the blink of an eye. You may all leave now. I don't want to see strangers in my valley, said Han Shuo smilingly. He waved his hand at the people nearby, hinting them to leave. Can we leave too? One of Sokka's subordinates asked in disbelief, his face full of anticipation. Leave. I don't think you have much of a future with Salus. A sovereign who abandons his followers and leaves on his own is not worth following. All right, leave. I don't have any enmity with you, said Han Shuo generously as he waved his hand. He was going to use these people's mouths to spread the news of what happened today throughout the fringe. Those followers of Salus felt as though they had just been pardoned. They thanked Han Shuo gratefully and hastily left the Pandemonium. On a bald mountain not far from the Pandemonium, a man muttered to himself, "Interesting. The fringe has been peaceful for too long. It's time for some fun." As soon as he finished those words, he disappeared in a burst of destructive energy. Chapter 872. Those who had gathered in the Pandemonium from all directions vanished in an instant. They had witnessed the battle between Salus and Asura. They had even witnessed Han Shuo's terrifying evil energy forcing Salus to retreat. Soon there was no one else in the vicinity except for Asura. Han Shuo put on a faint smile and thanked Asura again. Thank you very much. Without your help, the Pandemonium wouldn't have survived until now. You're welcome. We are friends. It's only right for us to help each other, replied Asura with a smile. He did not dare to be careless. Although Asura was very curious about Han Shuo the last time he met Han Shuo, he did not have a deep impression of him and his attitude towards Han Shuo was not as friendly as it was now. The fringe was a place where the strong were revered. The last time Asura met Han Shuo, he did not regard Han Shuo as an existence of the same level. It was inevitable that he would behave with the arrogance of a sovereign. But today was different. Judging from the strength Han Shuo displayed in the battle against Salus, Han Shuo clearly possessed the strength to fight any sovereign in the fringe. Therefore, when Asura met Han Shuo again, he had already regarded Han Shuo as a hero of the fringe. There was not the slightest trace of arrogance on his face. In short, I will remember this favor, said Han Shuo smilingly. Then he shifted his gaze to the center of the fringe. At the same time, the cauldron of myriad demon whizzed out of Han Shuo's body. It transformed into a gray shadow and floated to the center of the platform with the image of the cauldron of myriad demon. Thousands upon thousands of wisps of gray smoke drifted into the cauldron of myriad demon that was hovering in midair. The souls of those who died in the fringe were pulled into the center of the formation and collected, awaiting the arrival of the cauldron of myriad demon. Asura immediately sensed the flow of bizarre energy. He looked at the little cauldron of myriad demon in amazement and wondered what kind of miraculous functions and energy this divine weapon possessed. In Asura's eyes, every part of Han Shuo was shrouded in mystery. He had yet to figure out what kind of energy Han Shuo cultivated and how he was able to force Salus to flee. To Asura, Han Shuo was unfathomable. He wanted to know as much about Han Shuo as he did in Han Shuo. Strands of his divine soul flowed into the cauldron of myriad demon. With a calm face, he spoke to Asura in a relaxed manner. Do you think Salus will be able to establish itself in the fringe? Asura stared blankly for a moment before he chuckled and said, Unless Salus can prove that he is stronger than you and me, his reputation in the fringe will take a nosedive. Most importantly, he left his followers and left on his own. I don't think there will be many who will be willing to serve a master like him in the future. Han Shuo laughed heartily and said, It won't be that easy for Salus to recover his strength. I'm starting to wonder if he dares to come to me again. Even if Salus did not fight Asura, Han Shuo was confident that he could defeat Asura. Han Shuo believed that Salus himself was well aware of this. Therefore, Han Shuo did not believe that Salus would be so reckless as to throw his life away. It will be difficult for Salas to survive in the fringe. Brian, the Omphalos has always been managed by the 5 sovereigns. Now that Salas has lost his power, are you interested in taking over? Asked Asura smilingly. As the center of the fringe, the Omphalos was a very special place. Due to the existence of the 5 sovereigns, the Omphalos had always maintained a transcendent status. No one would dare to cause trouble in the Omphalos. The Omphalos was also a trading hub for the sovereigns. It was obvious that Asura intended for Han Shua to replace Salas and take over a portion of the Omphalos. Of course. Han Shua would never let go of such a precious land. He put on a mischievous smile and said, I will be visiting the Omphalos soon. I would like to see who dares to collect my taxes. Well then I'll be taking my leave. Asura couldn't help but feel a little more concerned after hearing those words. Since he had achieved his goal, he still had to deal with some matters regarding Salas. Yes, thank you, Asura. I will remember your kindness, promised Han Shua before he smilingly watched Asura leave. After Asura's figure disappeared, Han Shua put on an enigmatic smile and mumbled to himself, Asura, oh Asura, you are truly considerate this time. A few minutes after Asura left, the 5 elite zombies, Rose, Romont, Zovik and the others walked out of the underground palace. They were overjoyed to see that the pandemonium did not suffer too much damage. Father, you are finally here. Han Jin heaved a sigh of relief and said, if you had come any later, the pandemonium might have been destroyed by those bastards. We have spent too much manpower and resources to build up the pandemonium. I don't want to see our homeland being razed to the ground. Where's Salas, father? What happened to Salas? Han Hua asked as soon as he emerged from the underground palace. He was more concerned about Salas, who forced them to flee the pandemonium. He ran away. I believe that even if he had fully recovered his strength, he would have to reconsider whether or not he can fight us, said Han Shua calmly. He looked at the crowd smilingly and guaranteed, from today onwards, you will not have to fear anyone in the fringe. The 5 elite zombies, Rose and the others could sense the difference in Han Shua even if Han Shua didn't say it. They could only sense that the current Han Shua was as oppressive as a mountain and as unfathomable as the ocean. They dared not think of making an enemy out of him. The 5 elite zombies, Rose and the others did not know what had happened to Han Shua, but they knew that Han Shua must have made some kind of breakthrough and become even more terrifying than before. Han Shua wasn't a person who would speak without thinking. The fact that he dared to say that they did not have to fear anyone in the fringe was enough to prove that he was no longer afraid of the 5 sovereigns. Father, are you saying that you now have enough strength to deal with the 5 sovereigns? Hanmu was overjoyed. He knew what this meant and he could hardly contain his excitement. Han Shua nodded smilingly and replied, that's right. That's great. Han Hua laughed maniacally and shouted, in that case we can do whatever we want in the Omphalos. We don't have to worry about taxes anymore. Those sovereigns sure are greedy. They have to pay 100 black crystal coins to stay in the Omphalos for a day. How many black crystal coins can the Omphalos earn in a day? Alright, let's not talk about this anymore, Han Shua asked. Where are Gorin and his followers? Don't worry, father. Gorin and the others are fine. They are staying underground. Well, because Salas is here, I was worried that Salas will destroy the pandemonium and everything he and his followers have. That's why I brought them underground. I believe that they will come out of the pandemonium soon. Han Tu explained. That's great. Han Shua looked around and said, the pandemonium has more or less sustained some damage. Alright, the 5 of you will work with me. We will restore the pandemonium to its original state. After a short pause, Han Shua grinned and said, perhaps I can add some more power to Tanai Pandemonium. Even if one of the 5 sovereigns comes to destroy the pandemonium one day, they will have to shed a layer of skin first. Back when the pandemonium was being constructed, Han Shua had yet to enter the Skybreak realm. Therefore, his physical strength and understanding of demonic formations were not as strong as they were now. Now that he had reached the new realm, he had gained even greater power and a deeper understanding of demonic formations. Therefore, the pandemonium was no longer the same as before. That's great, the 5 elite zombies exclaimed. They knew that Han Shua was confident in his ability to make such a bold claim. Han Shua and his father then spent all their energy on the pandemonium. They patiently made the pandemonium more and more terrifying. What? Han Hao, the little skull, was standing next to a cold lake in a valley. He was looking at a windspurt who had come from the pandemonium. Salas has been defeated. That outsider Brian has defeated Salas. Everyone has left the pandemonium. The unlucky Windspurt had a terrified look on his face as he looked at the group of ferocious fiends rushing towards the pandemonium. When Han Hao sensed the anomaly in the pandemonium, he put down everything he was doing and rushed to the pandemonium. He had only made it a third of the way to the pandemonium when he ran into this Windspurt who was spreading news about the pandemonium. "I won't kill you if you tell me everything." Han Hao was overjoyed to hear that Han Shuo had defeated Salus. He knew that his father had finally made a breakthrough and he was more excited than ever. Salus came to the pandemonium looking for trouble. First he suffered great losses. Then he encountered Asura. After fighting for a few days the Windspurt knew what kind of people he was facing. He hastily recounted everything he knew. Han Hao patiently listened until the Windspurt finished. He nodded and instructed his subordinates, "Let him go. Chief, this fella cultivates in the energy of darkness. Can I?" One of the god hunters looked at the Windspurt greedily and begged Han Hao, "Spare me, my lord, please spare me. I have told you everything, you promised to let me go." The wind spirit knelt in front of Han Hao in fear and cried with snot and tears running down his face. Han Hao waved his hand and said, "You may leave." Han Hao glanced at his subordinate who cultivated in the energy of darkness and said, "You must abide by the rules." "Understood." The subordinate replied solemnly but did not say anything else. "Let's turn around. We'll go to Sokka's place to take a look," commanded Han Hao. Instead of heading towards the pandemonium, he planned to wipe out the remaining forces of Salus and plunder all the wealth that Salus had accumulated in the fringe. Chapter 873. A year passed by in the blink of an eye. During this time Han Shuo had been staying in Tanai Pandemonium. He had been working with the 5 elite zombies to set up the pandemonium and meditating on the differences in his new realm. After entering the Skybreak realm, Han Shuo could clearly feel the changes in his body. Every strand of demonic yuan in his body was much stronger than before. It gave Han Shuo an indescribable sense of satisfaction. In this new realm, Han Shuo's invincible omen body was finally nearing completion. No matter how sudden the attack was, the invincible omen body would be able to protect his body in a timely manner. When there was no danger, his demonic body would remain relaxed and wouldn't waste any magical yuan. What delighted Han Shuo the most was that not only could the invincible omen body proactively defend against attacks, it could also generate the power to counterattack. No matter who it was, as long as they wanted to harm him, they would face the power of the invincible omen body's counterattack. Han Shuo experimented on Romont, who had a relatively stronger body. Han Shuo sat cross-legged with his eyes closed, meditating and not thinking about anything else. He calmed his mind and gave Romont the opportunity to attack. Romont approached and suddenly attacked Han Shuo. When his ferocious attack landed on Han Shuo's body, an overwhelming force erupted from Han Shuo's body. Romont was sent flying by the rebounding force. His eardrums were ringing and he saw stars. As Han Shuo couldn't estimate the force of the counterattack, he didn't dare to go too deep and let Romont attack with all his might. But judging from the fact that Romont didn't dare to attack again after using the invincible omen body, Han Shuo reckoned that the force of the counterattack was not small. From this point of view, after reaching the Skybreak realm, not only did Han Shuo's state of mind and strength improve tremendously, he had also reached the mastery level of the invincible omen body. In the future, even if Han Shuo didn't have to be vigilant, he wouldn't have to worry about any sneak attacks. Anyone who dared to harm him, as long as they were weak, would fall into a trap of their own making and might even lose their lives in vain. During the year, Han Shuo spent his time laying out the pandemonium. The 5 elite zombies added many deadly demonic formations to the pandemonium. Perhaps it was due to Han Shuo's influence, or perhaps the 5 elite zombies had gained some enlightenment while laying out demonic formations, but all of them made breakthroughs and were on the verge of becoming high gods. The 5 elite zombies were different from others. Due to the unique energy within their bodies and the fact that they could form the penta-elemental undead formation, the penta-elemental undead formation would become even more terrifying as long as their strength increased. Every time the 5 made a breakthrough, it meant that the power of the penta-elemental undead formation would increase several-fold. After a year, the 5 elite zombies stayed in the pandemonium and focused on stabilizing their realm. They had made the breakthrough from mid-stage mid-god to late-stage mid-god, hoping to advance even further and possess even greater power. In Tanai, the elemental energy between heaven and earth was denser than anywhere else. Rose and the others had benefited tremendously. Many of the gods cultivating in the Pandemonium had gained new insights into the mysteries of energy and made breakthroughs in their realms. The concentration of elemental energy in the Pandemonium was dozens of times higher than anywhere else. Not only did the elemental energy in the Pandemonium increase the rate of elemental energy gathering, but they could also sense the changes in themselves. Even Rose seemed to be on the verge of a breakthrough. She stayed in the gymnasium for months at a time. Other than the 5 elite zombies, Rose had spent the longest time with Han Shura. She had experienced many battles. Every time she faced death, Rose would have a clearer understanding of herself. After such a long time, she finally felt the calling of a new realm. She was preparing to enter the late-stage High God realm. During that year, news about Han Shua had been circulating in every region of the Fringe. Anyone who talked about Han Shua would speak with reverence. They regarded Han Shua as an existence on par with the 5 sovereigns. Some youngsters even idolized Han Shura. Many of those with decent strength even went to the Pandemonium to follow Han Shura. Han Shua left the management of the Fringe to Zovik and Goran. If there were extraordinary talents and clean identities, Han Shua would let them stay. After all, Han Shua had planned to make a big splash in the Fringe and he needed more manpower to handle all kinds of emergencies. Other than Han Shua, there was another person who had made a name for himself in the Fringe this year, Little Skull Han Hao. Salus had been missing ever since he left the Pandemonium. No one knew where he had gone. It was as though he had vanished into thin air. No one had seen him in the Fringe for a year. Even his most loyal subordinates had not received any news about Salus. There were many rumors about Salus' disappearance. Some said that he was hiding in an unknown region to recover his energy. Others said that he was afraid of Han Shura and had left the Fringe. There were many rumors about Salus, but none of them could be verified. Salus had disappeared without a trace. His subordinates were disheartened and could no longer act as they pleased in the Fringe. Salus's subordinates had suffered greatly in the past year. Some powerful enemies who had misgivings about Salus had taken advantage of Salus after Salus had fallen from power to force them into hiding. As for Han Shua, he was the most frightening person to be chased by. He wasn't motivated by hatred but by the wealth Salus had left behind. Leading a group of god hunters, Han Hao wreaked havoc in the Fringe. Many of Salus's subordinates were killed by Han Hao's men. Most of the wealth Salus had left behind fell into Han Hao's hands. Other than Han Hao, the other 4 sovereigns were also drooling over the wealth Salus had left behind. They had also dispatched their subordinates to target Han Hao's wealth. However, it seemed that the subordinates of the other 4 sovereigns weren't as capable as Han Hao. Their gains couldn't be compared to Han Hao's. The subordinates of the sovereigns were all domineering and ruthless people in the Fringe. However, it seemed that they had received some sort of order. None of them attacked Han Hao, who had suddenly risen to power. They allowed Han Hao to compete with them for Salus's wealth but did not kill Han Hao. They maintained a tacit understanding of not interfering with each other's business. None of the other 4 sovereigns in the Fringe were easy to deal with. Although they did not know the true relationship between Han Hao and Han Shua, after some investigation, they knew that Han Hao and Han Shua had a close relationship because the energy they used was very similar in some aspects. Just this alone was enough. Therefore, the 4 sovereigns had tacitly instructed their subordinates not to get into a conflict with Han Hao over Salus. Naturally, they weren't worried about Han Hao, who had recently shown off his abilities, but Han Shua, who had forced Salus into hiding. Han Hao seemed to know what the 4 sovereigns were thinking. He would not deliberately provoke or get into a conflict with the subordinates of the 4 sovereigns. When he encountered Asura's subordinates, Han Hao would be very friendly and even share some of the profits with them. To Han Hao, although he wasn't in Tanai, he had long regarded the Pandemonium as his home. In any case, Asura had protected the Pandemonium. Not only did Han Shua feel indebted to him, but even Han Hao, who had not entered the Pandemonium, had a favorable impression of Asura. He was willing to share some of the profits with Asura's subordinates. A year later, at the checkpoint of the Omphalos at the center of the Fringe, Han Shua was leisurely walking towards the checkpoint. The checkpoint was guarded by one of Logue's subordinates. It was obvious that he did not recognize Han Shua. When Han Shua arrived, the guard coldly shouted, "Pay the black crystal coins." Han Shua looked at the guard with interest. His smile was as gentle as ever, but his words sounded rather arrogant. "My apologies, but I will not pay a single black crystal coin in Tanai in the future." Upon hearing those words, the mid-stage high god who cultivated in the energy of water put on a cold face. With a wave of his hand, A group of divine guards surrounded Han Shuo with malicious intentions. "Do you have a death wish?" shouted the guard coldly and blocked Han Shuo's path. It seemed that he was ready to attack Han Shuo. "Let Logue come and collect black crystal coins from me." "You people are not qualified to do so," replied Han Shuo with the same smile on his face. He was not the least bit enraged. He merely felt that these guards were indeed discerning. "You are courting death. How dare you address Lord Logue by his name?" The guard's face jolted. He shouted, "I don't care who he is, kill him. He has not entered the Omphalos, so he is not breaking the rules." It was obvious that these subordinates of Logue did not recognize Han Shuo. They did not treat Han Shuo as a big shot. In their minds, anyone who entered the Omphalos would have to pay black crystal coins, except for the 5 sovereigns. These people knew the 5 sovereigns very well and they did not think much of it. All they wanted was to protect the dignity of Sovereign Logue. "You people are really courting death. You should know that the fringe is no longer the same as before. Other than the 5 sovereigns, there is another person that you absolutely cannot afford to offend. Even if Logue were to come personally, I think he would still let Brian enter the Omphalos courteously." At this moment, a chuckle came from the Omphalos as Haralai slowly walked out. Logue's subordinates did not know who Han Shuo was, but they knew that Haralai was a well-known leader in the fringe. The leader was rather surprised to hear Han Shuo's words. Then he suddenly recalled someone and his face turned pale. He looked at Han Shuo in awe and asked, "Are you Mr. Brian?" Han Shuo smiled and did not answer his question. Instead he asked, "I would like to know if you still dare to accept my black crystal coins." "Of course not." The guard's face was filled with fear. He hastily explained, "Our Lord has instructed that you are free to do whatever you want in the fringe. Our Lord will not interfere." Han Shuo chuckled and nodded. He said, "That's good then." After that, he leisurely walked into the Omphalos without even looking at the guard. Logue's subordinates stepped aside to make way for him. Their movements were respectful and their faces were filled with awe. Chapter 874. That was how it worked in the fringe. Whoever's fist was harder would have the final say. If it wasn't Han Shuo, but someone else who dared to be so arrogant as to refuse to pay the entrance fee, Logue's guards would have mercilessly slaughtered that person. They wouldn't even give Han Shuo a chance to enter the Omphalos. But when he recognized Han Shuo's identity, his attitude immediately changed. He knew that a person who could defeat Salus was not someone they could afford to offend. Even their master Logue would not want to offend Han Shuo at this point in time. Therefore they immediately put down their arrogance and respectfully made way for Han Shuo. Han Shuo knew that the rules in the pandemonium were determined by strength. He was not worried that Logue's subordinates would have any ill intentions against him. He walked into the Omphalos as though there was no one else around. Haralai followed closely behind Han Shuo. He seemed hesitant as though he had something to say but did not know how to start. When Haralai's subordinates looked at Han Shuo again, their faces were filled with reverence. They were even more respectful to Han Shuo than they were to Haralai. They secretly observed Haralai, hoping that their leader would be able to point them in the right direction. "Hurry up and say it. We have already missed our chance last time. We can't afford to miss it again this time." Haralai's subordinates were secretly anxious. They signaled Haralai with their eyes, urging him to speak as soon as possible. Haralai was in a dilemma. He did not know if this was the right time to speak. After hesitating for a moment, Haralai finally made up his mind. He suddenly raised his voice and said, "Mr. Brian?" Han Shuo was stunned. He looked at Haralai with a puzzled expression and asked with a smile, "What is it?" A year ago in the Omphalos you asked me to follow you. I told you that I would think about it. Ah, do you still remember that?" Haralai put on a fawning smile and appeared cautious. Han Shuo was stunned. As though he did not know what Haralai was talking about, he put on a warm smile and asked, "Is that true?" "It's at Luolong's checkpoint. Do you have any recollection of it after you killed Buzz?" Haralai said with a forced smile. Back at Luolong's checkpoint, the penta-elemental undead formation of the 5 elite zombies annihilated many forces. It was also at that time that Goran killed Buzz and joined Han Shuo's side. After that, Han Shuo asked Haralai if he was interested in following him. Haralai hesitated for a moment and said that he would consider it. With Han Shuo's memory, he naturally wouldn't forget what had happened a year ago. He was just purposely making things difficult for him. When Han Shuo and the 5 elite zombies first arrived at the Amphalos, Han Shuo had boldly asked Haralai if he was interested in following him. Haralai had decisively rejected Han Shuo's offer and even mocked Han Shuo, saying that Han Shuo was courting death and would be killed by Buzz sooner or later. The second time Han Shuo asked was after he had proven his strength. At that time, Haralai did not immediately agree to it, but gave the excuse that he needed to consider waiting. Now that he had defeated Salus, the news of his formidable strength had spread across the fringe. Haralai had taken the initiative to come to him and express his goodwill, asking to follow him. Sorry, I don't remember much. Han Shuo shook his head and ignored Haralai. It was hard for a man of such influence to be sincere. With Han Shuo's current status in the fringe, he wouldn't have to worry about recruiting subordinates. Haralai was no longer a threat to him. Watching Han Shuo leave, Haralai looked dejected. Of course, he knew that Han Shuo would never forget what happened a year ago. Han Shuo's explanation clearly showed that he looked down on him and resented his snobbish ways, which was why he refused to follow him. My lord, what should we do? Sai, if I had known this would happen, I would have agreed to it. There are too many people who want to follow him now. Our faction isn't the strongest in the fringe and we won't stand a chance in the future. Haralai's subordinates sighed in regret. Humph, what's so great about that? Haralai's face was filled with anger after being rejected. He's not the only powerful expert in the fringe. He just took advantage of the fact that Salus had exhausted too much of his divine energy after the battle with Asura. Given my status in the fringe, I can survive even without following him. Haralai was obviously trying to make himself look good. Having been rejected by Han Shuo in front of so many of his subordinates, Haralai harbored a grudge against Han Shuo. Therefore he was trying to regain his dignity by saying such harsh words. If he wasn't that powerful, why would you choose to follow him? Haralai's subordinates' eyes flickered. They secretly despised Haralai's words, but none of them dared to voice it out. In their eyes, Haralai obviously lacked foresight. If Haralai could understand the situation and decisively agreed to follow Han Shuo a year ago, they wouldn't be in this situation today. Haralai was short-sighted and did not dare to admit it. Instead, he harbored hatred and even thought of revenge. In the eyes of Haralai's subordinates, Haralai was digging his own grave. Han Shuo did not take Haralai seriously at all. He walked past the Amphalos and stopped thinking about it. After entering the Amphalos, Han Shuo stopped a random person and asked smilingly, "Excuse me, where are the 10 sovereign shops owned by Sovereign Salus?" Salus, ever since he disappeared without a trace, his 10 sovereign king shops have been temporarily taken over by the other 4 sovereigns. Sovereign Tyre has 4 sovereign shops and the other 3 sovereigns have 2 sovereign shops each. Now, even the direct subordinates of Sovereign Tanai and Salus have to pay black crystal coins to enter the sovereign shops. The situation has changed. Han Shuo was stunned. He thought that Tyre, Asura, and the others were really quick to act. They had already taken over all the sovereign shops owned by Salus. It seemed that if Han Shuo wanted to get his hands on those sovereign shops, he would have to rob them. Han Shuo hesitated. He wondered if he should seize the sovereign shops from the other sovereigns. After thinking for a moment, Han Shuo gave up on the idea. Han Shuo, who had just entered the Skybreak realm, was confident that he could defeat any one of the other sovereigns. However, if the other sovereigns were to gang up on him, Han Shuo did not think that he could handle them all. This was especially true for Tyre, who was said to possess unfathomable strength. Before Han Shuo had seen Tyre in person, he did not want to take the risk of making everyone his enemy. After thinking for a moment, Han Shuo decided to take the long view and take them down one by one. Han Shuo did not waste any more time talking to the sovereign shop that Asura had ceded to him. Ever since Asura handed the sovereign shop to Han Shuo had turned it into a shop for his Celestial Pearl Pharmacy. The pharmacists from Ethereal City had provided the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy with enough medicines to sell. However, as Han Shuo had been busy with the pandemonium, he did not have time to personally refine the medicines for sale. Therefore, the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy's business wasn't particularly flourishing. The reason why the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy was so popular in other cities was that Han Shuo's medicines were unimaginable. However, some of the medicines sold in the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy could be bought in other shops. There was nothing special about them. Naturally, those who came to the Amphalos would not sell their medicines. In Tanai there were all kinds of poisons and pharmacists everywhere. After coming to the fringe, these crazed pharmacists, who were not accepted by the 12 divine dominions, focused their research on extremely vicious and exaggerated pharmaceutics. Each and every one of them was a genius in this field. The medicines they refined were far more bizarre and had a wider range of uses than the celestial pearl pharmacy. Since the fringe did not forbid such research, it naturally did not forbid others from using their medicines. Without the medicines refined by Han Shuo, the medicines refined by ordinary pharmacists could not be compared to the medicines refined by the sovereign shops. If it wasn't for the fact that the sovereign shops did not have to pay exorbitant taxes, they might not even have survived. When Han Shuo arrived at the sovereign shop, he discovered that although the sovereign shop was large and had a dazzling array of medicines on sale, there were only a few customers. It was obvious that the goods here were not as attractive as those in other shops. Power, wealth, and status were indispensable. In the fringe, these were the basic requirements to ensure that a faction would be stronger than others. Since Han Shuo was planning to establish a foothold in the fringe, he had to take care of all the necessary resources. Han Shuo's arrival made the pharmacists extremely excited. They had heard that Han Shuo had defeated Salus and they were full of admiration for the mighty sovereign shop. Han Shuo didn't say much to these pharmacists. He entered the material warehouse as soon as he arrived and picked out all sorts of rare herbs that could be used to refine pills. After notifying the pharmacists, he entered a secluded training field to refine all sorts of pills. Stalk after stalk of medicinal herbs were placed into the 9 tessellation cauldron. Strands of demonic yuan flowed through the veined patterns of the 9 tessellation cauldron. Balls of scorching flames gently lifted the 9 tessellation cauldron. The aroma of medicines gradually spread. Han Shuo, who was holding his breath and concentrating on refining medicines, skillfully used his newfound energy to grind the medicinal herbs and knead the energy contained within them together. He suddenly discovered that after attaining Skybreak Realm, not only did his strength and state of mind improve, even his efficiency in refining medicines had improved. Originally, it would have taken him a month or 2 to refine medicines. Now he only needed a few days. Not only did the quality of the medicines not decrease, their medicinal efficacy was even better. In addition, Han Shuo, who had put all his attention on refining medicines, discovered that his demonic yuan was flowing smoothly and steadily. He could even feel the gradual increase in demonic yuan. This made Han Shuo realize that as long as he could truly calm his heart and cultivate, his demonic yuan would grow at a much faster rate than before. 10 days later, a total of more than 2,000 medicines were successfully refined. The medicines refined by Han Shuo were as smooth as pearls. They shone with a beautiful luster and emitted a rich fragrance that refreshed the mind. Master, there are many people outside who want to buy medicines. They have all smelled the fragrance of the medicines. Also, many pharmacists from the fringe have rushed over, requesting to see you. A pharmacist hurried in and reported to Han Shuo, who had just completed his task. Just in time. Han Shuo laughed heartily and walked out of the pill refining room. Chapter 875. After attaining the Skybreak Realm in demonic arts, not only did Han Shuo's pelletization speed increase, even the medicinal efficacy of the pelletized pellets was much better than before. Wisps of refreshing medicinal fragrance wafted out of the celestial pearl pharmacy. Many gods in the vicinity smelled the fragrance and came over to ask around. They had all heard that Han Shuo was refining medicine. These people were well informed. Many of them had learned about the miraculous medicines refined by Han Shuo from the other dominions. As soon as they heard that the one refining the medicines in the celestial pearl pharmacy was Han Shuo, they swarmed over, wanting to be the first to buy the medicines in Han Shuo's hands. In the fringe, there were all kinds of poisoners who had delved into the field of evil and developed some horrifying poisons. However, almost all of these poisons were used to harm others. There were none that could improve one's cultivation. However, the medicines refined by Han Shuo were different. According to the information from the 12 dominions, most of the medicines refined by Han Shuo were for his own use. Not only could they speed up the recovery of injuries, they could also stabilize the user's state of mind during cultivation and help the user comprehend the mysteries of energy faster. To many, this kind of medicine was what they lacked the most. Therefore, when they heard that Han Shuo was refining medicines, they rushed over from all over the fringe with sufficient black crystal coins in hand in hopes of exchanging them for medicines from Han Shuo. These people were all fiends from all over the fringe. However, when they gathered in front of the celestial pearl pharmacy, they were all very friendly. Not a single one of them dared to barge into the celestial pearl pharmacy. They knew that in addition to being a genius pharmacist, Han Shuo was also a top-notch expert with terrifying strength and ruthless methods. In the territory of such an expert, they tried their best to restrain themselves and their subordinates, afraid that they would incur Han Shuo's displeasure. When Han Shuo walked out of the secret chamber, he noticed that there were many people gathered in the Celestial Pro Pharmacy's shop. When they saw Han Shuo, they cautiously walked towards him. Each and every one of them had a respectful and friendly attitude, indicating that they intended to purchase his medicines. Han Shuo himself did not expect that these people would come after smelling the aroma. However, it wasn't a bad thing for him. He immediately raised his voice and announced, "Those medicines will be sold according to the market price. However, only a portion will be taken out every day. In the future, whoever comes first will get to buy first." Han Shuo had been handling the Celestial Pro Pharmacy for a long time. From Phoebe and Emily, Han Shuo had learned some methods to raise the Celestial Pro Pharmacy reputation. Given Han Shuo's current reputation in the fringe, no one dared to say anything. After giving his instructions, Han Shuo distributed the medicines he personally refined to his subordinates who were in charge of placing the medicines. He left the crowd. Many of the poison pharmacists who came to the fringe wore strange expressions. They wanted to say something but dared not. After watching Han Shuo leave, one of them groaned in a low voice, "What's so great about him? I don't believe that these medicines are that miraculous." That's right. If he had the strength to defeat Salus, there's no way he could have reached a high level in the field of pharmaceutics. If it wasn't for his strength, I would definitely compete with him to see who's better at refining medicines. Another person said indignantly. Every single one of these fringe dwellers was proud and arrogant. When they saw that so many people had rushed into their Celestial Pro Pharmacy right after Han Shuo had started refining medicines, they were naturally displeased that their business was greatly affected. However, with Han Shuo's strength, no matter how resentful these poisoners were, they dared not say anything in front of Han Shuo, much less cause trouble for the Celestial Pro Pharmacy. Let's buy some of those medicines and see if they have the same effect. Even if he's strong, we can still tell the truth if the medicines are fake. One of the poison pharmacists suggested. The poison pharmacists who came to the fringe also agreed. These poison pharmacists who specialized in special fields were all very eccentric. If they weren't afraid that Han Shuo would kill them, they might have started to nitpick. Although Han Shuo had left, his senses still covered the entire Celestial Pro Pharmacy. He heard every word of the poison pharmacist. With a smile on his face, he summoned a shop assistant and said, "If those poison pharmacists want to buy the medicines, we can sell them even if they can't get in the queue." What? Those fellas are obviously here to cause trouble. My lord, you might not know this, but when you weren't in the Celestial Pro Pharmacy, they would often badmouth us, saying that the medicines we refine are nothing special. The shop assistant said angrily. He seemed to have a very bad impression of those poison pharmacists. Back when Han Shuo wasn't in the Celestial Pro Pharmacy, nor did he defeat Salus to prove his terrifying strength, these poison pharmacists were not afraid of Han Shuo. They secretly slandered the Celestial Pro Pharmacy, greatly affecting the Celestial Pro's business. Although Han Shuo didn't know much about them, he immediately guessed their intentions after hearing the shop assistant's words. He put on a faint smile and did not explain too much. He instructed, "I understand. Just do as I say." Although these fellas are eccentric, they are still quite capable in the field of pharmaceutics. I'd like to see if they can find any clues when they bring my medicines back. After hearing Han Shuo's words, the shop assistant did not waste any more time and retreated with a mind full of doubts. After the shop assistant left, Han Shuo chuckled and mumbled to himself, "The headquarters of the Celestial Pro Pharmacy will be in the fringe. Every single one of those pharmacists is a genius. I'd like to see which one of you can escape from my grasp." Han Shuo had been eyeing those poison pharmacists for a long time. He planned to recruit all of them. Even if those poison pharmacists didn't show up, Han Shuo would have taken the initiative to deal with them. Han Shuo was determined to make them work for the Celestial Pro Pharmacy. "Mr. Brian, long time no see." A chuckle sounded from outside. Moments later, Luolong, who was with Asura, walked in. The reason why Brian came to the secret chamber was because he was waiting for Luolong's visit. Han Shuo had sensed Luolong's arrival the moment he finished refining the pellets. Luolong was so loyal to Asura that he must have come to the Celestial Pro Pharmacy on behalf of Asura. Han Shuo wanted to hear what Luolong had to say. "Oh, it's you, Luolong. What brings you here?" Han Shuo said to Luolong warmly after letting out a long laugh. Luolong put on a flattered face as though he did not expect that Han Shuo would treat him as casually as before. In his opinion, Han Shuo, who had defeated Salas, was now on an equal footing with the 5 sovereigns. Han Shuo's way of doing things should be different from before, and Han Shuo wouldn't treat him the way he used to. Therefore, Luolong intended to treat Han Shuo the same way he treated Asura. However, before Luolong could show his respect, he was surprised to find that Han Shuo was as friendly and easygoing as before. Luolong found it very strange. "I have been instructed by Lord Asura to come and inform you." Luolong smiled and explained in a respectful tone, "Salas has disappeared without a trace. The 10 sovereign shops under his control have all been divided up. You weren't in the Omphalos at that time, so you didn't get any benefits. Lord Asura believes that you are now strong enough to take control of the Omphalos. Recently, he has been negotiating with the other sovereigns, hoping that the other 3 sovereigns will cede some of their profits to you so that you can replace Salas in the Omphalos. However, it's not an easy matter and there hasn't been any progress." Han Shuo looked at Luolong smilingly and nodded. "Luolong, please thank Lord Asura for me. I really don't know what else I can do for him to help me so much. I came here to tell you that Lord Asura is going to give you the 2 sovereign shops we acquired. Well, they belong to Salas anyway. Lord Asura believes that you are strong enough to replace Salas in the Omphalos. If you want to establish a foothold in the Omphalos, you have to have something in your hands," said Luolong smilingly. Han Shuo was stunned. He did not expect that Asura would be willing to pay so much just to build a good relationship with him. In Han Shuo's eyes, Salas's belongings should belong to him after he left. It was not Han Shuo's style not to take advantage of an opportunity. Han Shuo was overjoyed. He hastily said, "Thank you so much, Asura. I really don't know how to thank him. What is this Asura trying to do? Is he going to continue using me as a tool?" Han Shuo put on a smiling face, but he was cursing in his mind. There are hundreds of thousands of shops in the Omphalos. If you want to establish a foothold in the Omphalos, you will need the approval of the sovereigns and at least half of the shop owners. Only when these 2 conditions are met can you become the new owner of the Omphalos. Lord Asura sent me here to tell you this," reminded Luolong. Han Shuo nodded smilingly and said, "Thank you. I know what to do. I don't think the shop owners will have any objections. As long as I can convince the other 3 sovereigns, there shouldn't be any problems." Those shop owners who were loyal to Tanai did not possess any formidable strength. It would be a miracle if they dared to resist a fiendish Han Shuo. But after hearing Luolong's words, Han Shuo realized that there must be something fishy going on. The other 3 sovereigns might have instructed the shop owners to oppose him. That way, the other 3 sovereigns could avoid offending Han Shuo immediately and also prevent Han Shuo from entering the Omphalos for the time being. The shop owners of the Omphalos were all in the Omphalos. If Han Shuo decided to attack the shop owners, he would be making an enemy of the 4 sovereigns of the Omphalos. That way, Tyre, Log, and Wasis could at least find an excuse to deal with Han Shuo. Han Shuo had a rough idea of what the other sovereigns were thinking. He sneered in his mind and tried to think of a way to deal with them. You're tuning in to the Han Lee's Wuxia Adventures YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.